I'll call the meeting to order. Good morning and welcome back to the City Council budget meetings. We acknowledge we're on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met, some members of council and city administration are attending the meeting through video conferencing. I'll just remind you to please keep your microphone and cameras turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak, use the raised hand function. And when you go to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute your microphone. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address City Council on various items. We'll begin today with delegations to item CM 21-23, the 2022 General and Utility Operating Budget and the 2022 to 2026 General and Utility Capital Plan. I'd like to call upon Delegation Kieran Iskander. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Karen Iskander, and I am representing myself as well as Miller Comprehensive High School. May I start?
Please proceed.
So one of the main causes of Regina's homelessness crisis began in 2007. This is in fact when rents began to rapidly increase because of the oil and gas boom. Dear Mayor, Masters, and Council, my name is Karen Iskander, and I'm a student at Miller Comprehensive Catholic High School. I'm here to kindly request to talk about the homelessness crisis here in Regina. With seasonal change and disturbing cold weather, this is an issue that needs to be thought of more. I would appreciate to make a couple of statements. I would like to begin with the provincial government's new income assistance program, Saskatchewan's Income Support, also known as SIS. This program was indeed created to support families and individuals who for various reasons would not be able to meet their basic living costs. By fair means, this completely did the opposite. In fact, SIS provides less money than the programs that it originally replaced. People who rely on their benefits say their income has been cut in half and they can't afford food and shelter. A single person on SIS gets $860 per month to cover everything: rent, food, clothing, and even utilities. Not a single person can live off of that. The second major topic I would like to address is Camp Hope. This program became known as one of the biggest representations of Regina's outgoing homelessness crisis. This camp provided people in need with a safe place and many more services. In fact, over 100 people were staying at that camp. The City of Regina, however, made an amazing effort and provided temporary housing for at least 40 people during the 5 months of winter. Here's when things took a turn, though. What happened to the other 60-some people staying at that camp? Did they just return back to where they came from? The city of Regina can't solve its homelessness crisis all on its own. That will require financial support from the federal and provincial governments. I actually heard that Councillor Stevens recently brought forward a motion calling for action on homelessness, poverty, and community well-being. And I also heard that it was defeated. I want to know why. Why, with 2,200 people here in Regina reported homelessness in 2018, and with an average life expectancy of a person who is homeless in Canada of 39 years, more needs to be done. Even if other levels of governments aren't doing something, the city of Regina could provide an example by making a substantial contribution to solving homelessness. Let's say about $5 million. This is not impossible given that it's the same amount of tax dollars going annually to pay for the Mosaic Stadium. When the new stadium was in the planning stages, city officials promised that Taylor Field, where the old stadium stood, would be redeveloped to include 700 new affordable housing units. Now is the time to keep that promise. If not by building those promised units, then by providing equivalent funding for Regina's Housing First program. $2 million, the amount called for in the Stevens-Mancinelli motion April 2020 meeting of City Council. Lastly, this has an enormous impact on me. I have traveled and lived in multiple cities across Canada, and I don't understand why homelessness is as big or bigger of a problem in Regina as it is in other larger Canadian cities. It would mean a lot for me for you to reconsider my words and keep them into your thoughts. As I said, homelessness is a crisis going on for years and will not be solved overnight. However, let us as citizens, with the help of the city of Regina, make a change, because we could all be doing more. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question from Councillor Shaw for you.
Thank you for being so passionate and being here today and letting us hear your voice. I just have a quick question to ask you. You stated at the beginning of your speech that $800 is not enough to pay rent, food, utilities, and everything. Is that correct, through the chair?
Yeah, that is correct.
So what I'd like to ask you, my sister actually is on the SED program. She has a disability, and she saves $100 to $150 a month after all of her bills are paid. So I just want to let you know that
Councillor Shaw, question in here?
Just a question. So when you make that statement, based on the fact what I just told you, how did you make that statement? What made you come up with the fact that that's not enough money to pay for all your utilities, through the chair?
$860 per month. That's at least 30 days. With food and groceries, which is about $200 per week, clothing, and even like necessities like hygiene products and like products like that, there is no way a single person can live off of $860 per month. That's 30 days.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know that...
Councillor Shaw, a question?
Yeah. I know one person that does live off of $860 a month. She puts away $150 a month.
Councillor Shaw?
So is there any way that maybe you could refigure your calculations?
I will stand by what I stated.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Why should we care about homeless people?
Well, I'm assuming you live in the city of Regina, right?
I do.
Why should you not, right, why should you not care about what's surrounding you? Why should you not care about providing and putting as much effort as you can to make this community a better place to live in and welcoming people from other cities? Why should we not care about that?
Thank you.
I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon Delegation Jay Giamafi from Regina, Saskatchewan. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and please confirm where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer questions that members of council may have for you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jay Giamafi, and I attend Miller Comprehensive Catholic High School. I represent them today.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can I start? Okay. The new budget for this lovely city of ours was recently released, and upon viewing it, I think that money could be spent in different ways. Dear Mayor, Masters, and City Councilors, my name is Jay Giamafi, and I attend Miller Comprehensive Catholic High School. It is an honor to have this opportunity of sharing my ideas with you bestowed upon me. My heart is full of gratitude, and I would like to say thank you. As a city, we have vowed to be a location that breaks up the exploitation of fossil fuel usage by the year 2050. Rather making use of clean renewable energy, as is what's best for our planet. I do not surmise that this goal of ours is in line with our act of reconciling with the indigenous people. I know that it does. With that being said, why should we play before us a time limit that's that long when we can start investing more money into projects that support and are in alignment with what we're attempting to attain? This will not only positively benefit our planet as a whole, but it will also portray a willingness to reconcile and be one with indigenous people, whilst at the same time giving third world countries inspiration as to what they want to acquire for the nations. One might perceive this previous statement as a conjecture or irrelevant to the point I'm stating, but let me tell you this. When one has a sort of older brother that one looks up to, one wants to procure some of the same things they have. As a first world country, we must set an example for those nations that look up to us by attaining the use of clean renewable energy faster. In doing so, as those countries are building themselves up, they will do as we have done, and this will help our planet in a great way, allowing for us to reverse some of the damage we have done, letting it flourish. Making transit more accessible and efficient is something we can invest in right now. More individuals will be persuaded to make use of it, leading to them dwindling the usage of their own personal vehicles, lowering our carbon emissions in return. This could also steer us in a direction in which new jobs can be constructed, as we've seen in places as Denmark, where I used to live for around 6 years. Denmark is a location that possesses an outstanding transit system, one that has helped them in fulfilling their goal of acquiring a greener city. Due to the transit system being so well formed, it has become the backbone of people's way of transportation. Based on this solidified fact, they embellish it, attracting the interest of more individuals who are willing to make use of it. This, of course, brings them more money as more bus passes are purchased. They then invest some of that money back into their transit, making changes to them that are more friendly to the climate, such as buses that run on electricity. Their outstanding transit system over there has led to there being an obligation for bus passes having to be checked by individuals called contrôleurs. By just improving the transit system, they were able to create a job that is well-paying for certain individuals. With there being jobs such as this, people of low education or none can get another job opportunity. A study made by homelesshub.ca shows that 63% to 90% of homeless individuals did not complete high school. With them having a new job opportunity that does not require much education at all arising, they could get back on their feet, causing our homelessness population in Regina to decrease. With the release of this new budget, and upon viewing the goals our city has, I strongly conclude that we'd rather invest that amount into certain aspects of our city that will lead us toward our goal of achieving a greener Regina. This will also help us in achieving a better relationship with our indigenous people. I truly admire you as our leaders, and I believe that you are capable of achieving great things for our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I have a question from Councillor Stadnichuk for you.
Hello, Jair, and thank you for coming today. Your presentation focuses on making a greener Regina, reducing our carbon emissions, improving transit. Can you tell us why it is so important for you that we take these kinds of steps in Regina?
Well, as a young fellow growing up, this is the world that I'm going to live in. And we've damaged it so much that in the future, the generations that are to come might not have a planet that is as good as the one that we have. I don't want that. I don't want my grandkids to not be able to know what snow is and stuff like that. I want them to see the beauty of our earth, the beauty of this creation. I believe that us, and I also believe that us creating a green environment, a greener Regina, will help. It is in alignment with us reconciling with the indigenous people. And the stuff that we did to them and their beliefs is truly horrible. And I believe that taking this step to a greener city is going to help us. It's going to show a willingness to reconcile with them.
Thank you very much for that. I wasn't presenting to City Council when I was in high school, so I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. I see no further questions from council, but I do have one for you, sir.
Okay.
Are you presenting today as part of a school project, or did you take the initiative on your own with another fellow student to come before council today?
I take the initiative to do it myself, as what I'm speaking about is very important to me.
Well done. Thank you very much, Jay. Giamafi, no further questions from council. Thanks for your presentation today, and I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. I see no further questions from council, but I do have one. I'd like to call upon Delegation Florence Stratton. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of council may have for you. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Mayor Masters. My name is Florence Stratton, and I'm representing myself. I would like to begin by thanking the staff in the City Clerk's office for answering all my questions about the budget and for doing so with such patience. Perhaps next year's budget could be written in plainer language. For example, when you're talking about funding for Regina's 2019 plan to end homelessness, you might refer to it as such. Regarding budget allocations, I'll be making 2 requests. The first concerns funding for the plan to end homelessness. With the help of the City Clerk's office, I learned that to support this plan, the 2022 budget proposes $1 million in grants for permanent supportive housing and $1.5 million for capital grants for affordable housing under the housing incentive programs. The $1 million in grants for permanent supportive housing is welcome, but insufficient. The $1.5 million for capital grants may be wasted money. It's not new housing units that are needed. Regina has a rental housing vacancy rate of 7.8%, and Regina Housing has 350 vacant units. What is needed is more operational funding for supportive housing and perhaps money to renovate any Regina housing units that need it. As Camp Hope revealed for all to see, Regina is experiencing a homelessness crisis. The crisis began in 2007 when rents began to skyrocket because of the oil and gas boom. According to the plan to end homelessness, by 2018, 2,200 people were homeless in Regina. That number will only have grown. Those of us with homes may find it hard to imagine what it would be like to be homeless. Camp Hope provided us with some insight into the dangers and suffering. And since it is the season, we might also consider this budget item in the light of Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol. Near the beginning, Scrooge receives a visit from a gentleman soliciting funds to alleviate the suffering of the poor. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries, says the man to Scrooge. Are there no prisons, asked Scrooge. Plenty of prisons, says the gentleman. Because of want of common necessaries, how many of Regina's homeless population end up in prison? At a meeting I attended recently, someone told us about a man he knew who had a few days earlier been released from the Regina Correctional Center. Because he had no home to go to, prison personnel dropped him off at the Salvation Army, which turned out to be at capacity. Where is better during the winter? In prison or living on the streets of Regina? So this is my first ask. Please make a substantial contribution to Regina's plan to end homelessness. Commit to doing so annually until no one is homeless in Regina. How much is a substantial contribution? How about the amount going to pay for Mosaic Stadium in 2022, which according to the budget is a dedicated 0.45% mill rate increase? I don't know what that means, but I suspect it translates into a substantial number of dollars. My second request concerns funding for public transit. In 2020, City Council commissioned the city's second transit master plan, the first one having been released in 2017. This second master plan is due to be released in the first quarter of 2022. The only reference I could find to it in the budget is $150,000 for the development of a downtown facility, which apparently is needed for the new transit master plan to be implemented. Why is there no money for the transit master plan itself? The matter is urgent. Better transit is the answer to so many of our city's problems, including traffic congestion, air pollution, carbon emissions, and inequity issues. Do we have to wait yet another year? Regina has spent nearly $1 million paying consultants for transit master plans. Plan followed by plan, but no real action. Where is the money for better transit? So here's my second ask. While better transit requires many improvements, including more frequent and earlier and later service, I will focus on one thing for this year: fare-free transit for anyone 18 years old or younger. This will, in both the short and long run, increase transit ridership. I have no idea how much it would cost, but I would think $3 million would do to start with. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation this morning. I see no questions from council, so I'll thank you again very much for both the written and oral presentation today and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Jim Elliott. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have for you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jim Elliott. I'm here representing myself, and I live in Regina. I've been doing this for close to 22 years now, and unfortunately, things haven't necessarily changed over those years. First of all, it's with lack of information and time to evaluate these budget documents are as valid today as they were, 20 years ago. We've also been hearing numerous times over the past 3 years that the city is intent to make itself 100% renewable by 2050, and we're now going into the fourth year of inaction. What is more troubling is the text in this budget document talks about the hope to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, not the plan to eliminate emissions. We need to be doing more and taking bolder steps on these. And as I said, we should have been starting that 3 years ago. As it relates to the road and sidewalk master plan, considering the state of our sidewalks and roadways, anything done today is an improvement. I have sidewalks in my neighborhood that have not been fixed for 26 years. And it's not simply a simple problem, but two entire blocks that have been crumbling and breaking away over those years, and yet they still don't get fixed. The city's been, or this council's been approving in principle bikeway network across the city for 27 years, and yet we have very few streets that actually have bikeways on them, and it is very hard to get around on a bikeway right now. As it relates to the Kathy Lawrenson off-leash park off of 13th Avenue, the shoreline of this park has been deteriorating for years. The erosion on the shoreline will eventually and more significantly reduce the area of the park if the damage isn't fixed. Kathy Lawrenson was involved with the formation of Friends of Wascana Marsh, and so I would think that she would be supportive of repairing that shoreline. It was stated in previous budgets that there was a plan to rebuild a boarded rink every year, and it's noted in this book that we aren't doing it for 22 and 23, and so not sure why that's happening. Again, something that was done 12 years ago was that the city supported or adopted a children's charter, and as of yet I have seen, or at least no reference in regards to what's happening in that area. We did have at one time a youth advisory council that could provide advice for council periodically or on specific issues, but that was disbanded. And going back to our questions around renewable energy, wouldn't it be nice, for instance, that the next high school be built and not need an electrical tie-in for electricity, but in fact would be able to produce all of its own, as well as in many cases reducing 50% of its potable water demand and using all of its stormwater to maintain its property. We've had for a few years that vision of being Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity. My question is, isn't it about time that we actually took that vision to heart and began to build that community that we all aspire to be? Now, I've listed a number of recommendations, and I won't go through those, so I'll conclude at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Councillor Stadnichuk.
Hello, Jim. Thanks for coming. I have a question regarding a point you made under roadway and sidewalk master plan. You talk about that it would help sidewalk use and active transportation by eliminating the beg buttons or crosswalk request buttons. So I don't completely understand what you're suggesting. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Well, I guess the first point I'll make is that most of them, or at least the ones that I've used, don't work, or at least they don't trigger enough of a switch to get there. The other thing that also happens is that if you don't happen to get to the button soon enough and get to that intersection where it does turn green, most times, at least as far as I'm aware, it gives you less time to get across the street than, in fact, if you had the walk button. And I guess the basic reason why I was making that recommendation was that I think we need to be putting a higher priority on walking and active transportation, and one way to eliminate a barrier from getting across the street essentially would be to take those buttons out and make it so that when you show up at an intersection, you automatically get a walk light and not have to go over and push a button that, as I said, most of the time it doesn't work. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stednicek. Councillor Mole.
Thanks for speaking to us today, Mr. Elliott. Just on one of your points there, you're talking about the Renewable Regina 2050 goal. It's right in the 36-page agenda that 500,000 in 2021 is committed to establish energy and sustainable solutions. And then in 2022 budget, there's 820,000 investment to support electrification and reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, moving Regina toward the 2050 goal. And then one further before I ask my question, solar panels were added to the new addition to the police station, which will result in most of their power being provided, if not all of it, from the solar panels. Are you aware of these investments?
As to the police station, I guess anticipated that would be there, just because it's a new build as compared to replacement. I guess my sense is that amount of money isn't sufficient to properly move us in the direction. It may get us going in those directions, but as I said, most of what I was recommending, or what generally has been recommended, for instance, giving free bus passes to any children under 18 would set up a much stronger behavioral pattern, as well as
turning that off?
Building to in fact get things moving. I don't think the money, the amounts that you quoted are sufficient to get us going.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. I see no further questions from Council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Dylan Morin. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good morning.
Good morning, my masters, and thank you, City Council, for your patience. I was having trouble getting into Teams. As my master said, my name is Dylan Morin. I am calling on behalf of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And my presentation is, I first off want to thank Councillor Zikniak for her call the other night. I would like to start off by saying that I would like to see Council put more money into recreation centers. I know from talking with the former executive director of the Heritage Community Association, Shayna Stock, that she wanted to hire more recreation program staff, but had no extra funding to hire those staff. Many, not just me, but many others think that's partly because the RPS budget is so high. I want to talk about transit. I have sent in an email asking for council to put in an extension, not just a paratransit, and Sunday to extend Sunday service the same as Saturday service. I think this is needed. I want to see this change before the transit master plan is put in place. I think it's desperately needed because there are folks that want to go out for Sunday dinner. They could get there on transit but they can't get home, and they do not want to pay an arm and a leg for taxi service. I also would like to see, I know this wasn't mentioned in my letter to council, but I would like to see some money put into Mayor Masters' transit, provincial transit proposal. I would like to, because of the loss of SDC, a provincial transit system is desperately needed. I know it's up to the province, but I think it's time for the cities to step up. I also would like to see the charter rates for out-of-town service for paratransit dropped for community-based organizations. The charter rate now is too much money for them to take out-of-town trips to, just to name a few destinations, the Pumpkin Patch at Happy Hollow in Regina Beach. If they were to do trips, that's not in the operational budget for the community-based organization. Thank you for your time, and I'll take further questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morin. I see
You're
no
welcome,
questions.
Mayor Masters.
I see no questions from council, so I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning and ask that you please leave the meeting.
You bet. Thank you so much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Ryan Pollock. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, for providing me the opportunity to speak here today. I'm sure it's been a long couple of days here for all of Council, so I really appreciate you providing the time and attention during this process. My name is Ryan Pollock, and I'm the General Manager of the Royal Regina Golf Club. As you'll likely be aware, I'm here with great concern over the amendment that was passed to eliminate the golf course subclass as a qualification for property tax relief. The tax exemption in question was implemented over a decade ago to create an equitable operational opportunity when compared to City of Regina-run facilities that do not pay any property taxes, or in two cases, significantly less property taxes. The basis of this remains unchanged. I get the impression that this was an attempt to quickly pass this change through at the October 29th City Council meeting, as there appeared to be limited research or investigation into the matter before it was voted upon and amended by a 6-4 result. In fact, had it not been covered by our local media, it would have never been brought to my or our club's attention. There was a comment made that evening by a council member that there will be a time for any of the affected parties to come forward and speak. While I don't agree that citizens and businesses should be forced into operating in a reactive manner, I'm here and I again appreciate being given the floor. Here's what we know about the amendment and the basis of how it was passed on October 29th. The amendment was brought forth to address what was referred to as a tax loophole for private golf clubs. The Royal Regina is not a private golf club and never has been for the 122 years it has existed. By fact, as my submission report states, over 4,200 total rounds in 2021 were played by non-members. There were further references to the Royal Regina's lucrative fees, which has been clearly stated as an inaccurate assessment. We have identified the need to stay within a competitive price bracket for customers in order for the club to have a strong membership numbers. And as my submission states, in cases of individuals aged 19 to 36, the Royal Regina is actually significantly less expensive than the city-operated courses. It was suggested by council that we absorb the tax hike and pass it along to our members through increased fees. Not only is this a bad business practice, but it would only widen the gap between ourselves and other local golf facilities thus removing us as a desirable option. We believe we run one of, if not the best, junior programs in this province, with over 100 active junior members at the club and growing each year. As a club, we have further identified a need to create an option for female members to participate with less commitment than that of a full membership. Female participation in golf across Canada is decreasing, so we have created said programming. Increasing fees, as suggested, would only hurt these types of programs and potentially eliminate these opportunities. Directly considering the financial impacts, the additional tax would in fact be a hardship on our club. During regular operations prior to COVID-19, the club recorded modest revenues in 2018 and 2019, as were documented in my submission. Like many other businesses, we've had to adjust our operating plan to absorb a significant increase to the cost of goods caused by the current pandemic. Plus, a recent increase to the Saskatchewan minimum wage will already have an impact on our club. As a registered not-for-profit, any excess revenues at the end of the year are put right back into maintaining the property. An additional expense like this means we have less of a chance to maintain our expansive grounds. As we discussed, and it was included in my submission, the club works on a deferred maintenance plan. We are diligent on making best use of the land we are on, at times a floodplain for Wascana Creek. The century-old course and our aging facilities can only be maintained with the reasonable revenues that are obtained. We take great pride in the history of our club and the fact that we're only one of 6 clubs in all of Canada to carry the Royal designation. The Royal Regina is known throughout our province and country and is a source of tourism and is a destination for many visitors to our city. And we look forward to maintaining this for many, many more years to come. Again, I sincerely appreciate you reviewing this information, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Councillor Shaw.
Hi, Ryan. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it. I know how this came to council before. I was also a member at your golf course, so I have a little bit of familiarity with it. What I do want to know, because I do believe there was some misinformation to myself in my vote, and I'd like to clear something up here. You say here with the 16 and under, the members are free. Can you explain, so like any 16-year-old can have a membership for free through the chair?
No, thank you for the question. A member 16 and under that have a family member or parent, I should say, that are members have a free membership. They're granted a free membership. If you don't have, so we call that an attached member. If you don't have a parent or that is a member, then we refer to you as an unattached junior, and there is a fee with that of $460 to be able to play for the entire summer.
Okay, sorry. Now I understand it. No, that $460 fee for the kids, what does that include through the chair?
It includes playing privileges throughout the summer, so you can play any one of 7 days a week and have the opportunity to play as many rounds as you'd like at our course throughout the summer.
That is what I was wondering. So these kids, for $460 a season, under 16, they can play any time throughout the season. It's not specific hours or days or anything through the chair?
There is specific hours. They can play any day after 2 o'clock.
Oh, after 2, okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much for that, Ryan. I really appreciate you taking the time, and thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stevens.
Mr. Pollock, thank you very much for the presentation. Would it be fair to say that your business model isn't sustainable without this tax subsidy?
Would it not be sustainable? I would find a way to make it sustainable. That's the truth answer, because that's what we would find a way to do. Would it impact us significantly? Absolutely it would. And it would hurt us in a short term and in a long term. And I refer right back to the deferred maintenance plan that I mentioned earlier. It would take a significant amount of our potential revenue away. In 2021, our taxes as is are near $78,000, substantially more than our competitors that are city-owned courses. Again, as I mentioned, an increase like this would force us to adjust either our fees or the way we operate through our maintenance plan and through things that we can do to offer our members and customers and others coming through the building, and then in the long run that would impact our club. So is it non-sustainable? No, we wouldn't force us to close our doors, but it would impact us significantly.
Thank you. You've mentioned you've been affected by COVID. Mm-hmm. There's two courses that are unique in the tax system here. What should I say to other recreation facilities, private recreation facilities? What should I say to the rugby club and other clubs that have had to adjust, hold fundraisers without this kind of tax benefit? Why should I privilege golf courses over all sorts of other private recreation facilities that have been hurt?
It's a good question. I'll just correct you there. You keep referring to us as a private. We're not a private club. So we want to make sure that that's correct, Councillor Stevens. And the basis of this tax was introduced because we're in direct competition with city-owned courses. An increase to our fees takes us out of competition with the city. As I stated, our fees, we're conscious on keeping our fees in a competitive, so we are an option within the community. And that was the basis of this tax break, and that's why I believe it should continue. So again, we're not a private club as some other private recreational facilities are. We are in direct competition with city and city-operated facilities.
Thank you. So just to be clear, you're a private establishment. You're not publicly owned, correct?
We are member operated. We are governed by a board. We are not for profit. We are not privately owned. We do not have anyone that takes a private share or a revenue out of our club. We are a member operated governance, board governance, and not registered, not for profit.
Okay, thank you. I think we're splitting hairs here with the words. The other question, the point you had raised about the fees, you said they're lower than the city fees or higher?
Our intermediate fees are lower than what a member that's between 19 to 36. Our fees are lower than a city-operated, if they went to a city-operated course. The Tor Hill or Murray golf courses as comparables.
Can I ask then, why should we be subsidizing lower fees?
Yeah, because we believe that it's an important time in people's lives to, we consciously have an intermediate program in order to allow participants to be in here. That time between 19 and 36 is a very, very impactful time in people's lives. They're in university, they're starting new jobs, they're buying houses, and it's important that we believe that people can participate in recreation activities, and we don't want to eliminate that age group from our membership. That's an important way in order to make any business successful, is to have a varied customer base, and if we price them out or it's deemed as too expensive to have a membership anywhere, then that's not good. And we feel like it's a great way to be part of our club through that time. And as they get older and are more well established in life, they're connected to our club, and then with the goal of becoming lifelong participants.
And without your club, there would be no other opportunities for young golfers and others?
There would be more expensive opportunities. and the problem then we're creating this age gap, and like any business, if we can't get them in and dedicated, then it makes it very difficult for us to have a successful and well-rounded membership.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. You mentioned that your organization is a non-profit. I wonder, are you a charitable non-profit or a membership non-profit entity?
We're a membership nonprofit, so any of our revenues we put right back into our into the grounds here, into our back into the facilities. And as mentioned in my report, working on a deferred maintenance plan that a lot of our projects can only go ahead to improve our facilities, maintain our facilities based on the marginal revenues that we do create.
Thank you. And maybe just to highlight the implications of that, if I wrote your club a check for $100, would I get a tax receipt for that or no?
No, you would not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. I want to follow up with Mr. Pollock on the idea of profit and a non-profit. Mr. Pollock, does anybody make any money in terms of profit from your golf course?
Nobody.
I want to ask a few questions, Mr. Pollock, about your competitive position with respect to the city golf courses. Do the city golf courses pay any taxes to the city?
No, they do not.
Again, what taxes have you paid in the last year to the city?
Our 2021 tax assessment was $77,860.39.
So that $77,000 is an expense that you have that your competitors don't have. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I want to talk a bit about maintenance. Can you describe to me what the unique situation is with maintenance on your golf course?
Yep. As mentioned on the surface, we've been operating for 122 years on these grounds, which obviously comes with its own challenges. We have aging facilities like many places, but the most unique thing we have is we're essentially a floodplain for Wascana Lake and Wascana Creek. Happened a couple of times even this past summer, happens every summer, where when we get any weather, whether it's a spring thaw, whether it's a heavy rain, Wascana Lake is, the weirs are opened at Wascana Lake to keep water from cresting over those banks, moves down Wascana Creek, and the purpose is to release over the banks around our area, as well as the adjacent dog park across 13th Avenue there. And we become the overrun of water to help the banks for other places. So again, last year we had one of our holes over 180 yards long was completely out of play and filled with water. When it does recede within a few days, we're left to clean that up and return our grounds back to the expectation and playing conditions that we take a ton of pride in. So with that becomes a cost. There's a cost to that, and again happened last summer twice. I can only speak to that as I've only been in the chair since June 1, but I experienced it myself.
And does this kind of flooding maintenance cost, is it unique to your course? Do other courses in the city have this problem?
Not that I can speak accurately to, but when we did get a heavy rain in early June, I believe, and I watch quite closely to understand what's happening around comparables, I believe we were the only one that were closed for a day and a half in order to allow the water to recede.
In terms of maintenance and your other operations, can you say anything about the sustainability measures you adopt, about the environmental approach that you take to maintenance of these lands and your other operations?
Yeah, we take great pride in being environmentally friendly. We have a new superintendent here again. Last year was his first year, and moving forward, we've already discussed and are putting into action placing ideas, things like beehives on our property. We've increased our increased and changed the way we approach things like plants, flowers, all that to help and give back to the environment and become a more positive footprint. We take pride in using environmental friendly sprays. Again, our superintendent is going through the process right now of getting a license or certification based out of the United States on being environmentally friendly and having our club be known as an environmentally friendly operation. That has just started the process to that, but we anticipate it being concluded into 2022.
How well is known across Canada is your golf course?
We're very well known. As I stated, we're one of only 6 clubs in the country that carry the Royal designation. That is significant status. It means that our club has to be 100 years old and at some point had to have had a link to the royal family, which we check both of those boxes. And golfers, participants, visitors from across the country visit our club throughout the summer. The nice thing about the Royal designation is when you're a member at a Royal club, you have the opportunity to play at the other Royal clubs. So we have visitors from Montreal and Ottawa and Victoria and Edmonton come through here frequently as they're coming through the city and visit our course.
Does your club ever host tournaments provincially that have provincial and national draw?
Absolutely. And in fact, next summer we're hosting the Saskatchewan Junior Championships here, which will bring in upwards of 144 participants, meaning increased visitors to our city. These will be participants throughout the entirety of our province. And then in 2024, which is going to be our 125th anniversary as a club, we'll be hosting the Provincial Amateur Championships, men's and ladies, and again, we'll bring upwards of 144 participants in for that multi-day event as well.
Your club neighbors, the RCMP depot, do you have any connection with the RCMP? Do you host RCMP members? Do you host visitors to the RCMP depot?
Yeah, we've had a long-standing relationship with the RCMP. In fact, these grounds were originally granted to become a golf club. They were the RCMP grounds, and way back in history, the course took shape and expanded and changed its layout because of the relationship with the RCMP, and that continues to this day. It's frequently visited, mainly due to its proximity, obviously, by cadets and employees, and that'll come over and enjoy our facilities, whether that's for lunch or whether that's an after-hours beverage, if you will. We're frequently visited by them. We have RCMP employees that are playing members here, and openly enjoy the fact that they can leave work and be at the club, in a very short time, and be able to go from a work day to a social situation very quickly. But long-standing history with the Royal Regina and the RCMP, and part of our 125th celebrations will hopefully involve them as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pollock, for your answers. You provided a great deal of information to council that we didn't have previously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Thanks for coming, and I do have some questions. My son was involved in soccer as a young man, and we did a lot of fundraisers for the soccer team. Do you do fundraisers? I've had to work bingos for daycare. I've had to do all kinds of fundraisers for soccer. What kind of fundraisers do you guys do?
Well, as a business, our fundraisers are a little bit different. We host events. We think of ways in order to increase our revenues through events and socials, and not only through golf, but through social events like weddings, birthday parties, anniversaries, to members and non-members. We have frequent weddings here throughout the summers, and that. So I would say our fundraising is diversifying the way we operate, is an important part for us. And on the counter side, we do, when we talk about fundraising or charitable recognition, we host tournaments that raise funds for charities as well. So we're a way for other businesses and community organizations to come and use our facilities, whether that be golf or just using the dining facilities to create an opportunity for funding and revenues to give back to charities or their own organizations.
So, through the mayor, how much, can you say a percentage or any kind of indication of what kind of revenues your fundraising raises for the club?
I'm not totally sure on your question. The way I hear it is we have 40% of our yearly revenues come outside of our membership.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. The exemption that was in place was 0.81197. It was a subclass under commercial industrial, and so it was significantly lower than the normal rate for commercial industrial, but it's also lower than residential mill rate factor. Do you believe that you are deserving of a mill rate factor that's even lower than what residential property owners are paying in this city?
Yeah, that's I feel like that's an on-the-spot question. I believe we're making best use. I believe we're making best use of grounds that the city currently owns. I don't foresee this land being put to any better use than it currently is. There's other factors that go within that. Why I make that comment? The neighboring CP rail and how much land around here is actually theirs. The floodplain, that sort of thing. I think we're making absolute best use of this property and keeping it, as I mentioned, as an important part of our community and as a well-known part of our community. And so that's where that rate has been set, and that's how we've operated forward. I think we pay a substantial amount of taxes, and increasing that by what was projected as over $17,000 increase should this amendment continue to move forward. It puts a burden on us and puts a burden on an organization and a recreational destination that is in direct conflict with city-operated competition. That has been well stated. Doesn't pay the same tax at all, but yet we're being asked to stay within that competitive market.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate, through the mayor, I appreciate the sport of golf. I know people who play it. I don't play it because I...
Councillor Stadenchuk, do you have a question in here?
Yeah, sorry, no, but would you say, though, when you think about your clientele or people who come there, I'm just sort of, from our perspective, how difficult it might be to defend this because it's seen as an elite sport.
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that question, actually, because I think that's a big absolute misperception, and I think it needs to be one that's absolutely cleared. We take huge pride in our membership being everyday working citizens. We are not an elite club. We don't claim to be an elite club. We don't pretend to be an elite club. We are a club that wants to be open to anybody, and that's why we take pride, and that's why I talk about there being over 4,200 rounds of non-members coming through here. And it's not, you can eliminate what the sport is. We're a recreation destination in our city that we should be taking great pride in, and incredible following in our city and throughout our country. So it's while it can be perceived as an elite sport, we're not that. We don't claim to be, and we have many members here that are all our members are citizens just like everyone else, and I apologize, I'm stumbling over words because it's an inaccurate statement when to say that, and I understand where the perception comes from, but it is a completely inaccurate statement to move forward or make a decision based on that judgment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichek. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pollock, for coming forward today. I would agree that some of the judgments that are made on golf, it's unfortunate, but I golf in all of the golf courses, and the Regina Club, I'm going to ask you about seniors. It's located right in the heart of our city. Do you have seniors that appreciate the opportunity they don't have to drive out to Tor Hill or out to the Murray so they can golf if they don't drive any longer?
Yes, we are heavily senior-based, and if I can explain that, we are heavily senior-based, which relates back to an earlier question, which is why it's an important factor that we have an intermediate program in order to ensure that we have two sides, if you will, to our membership, a part of our membership that's coming up, and then a large majority of our membership that would be nearing or at that senior status.
Thank you. I appreciate you've indicated also about the youth and that they are able to join for free, obviously. But you made a point, you said 19 to 36 are less expensive if they golf at the Regina than city courses, but there are some of the passes that aren't less expensive. Is that not right? Than the city course?
Yeah. So our full membership beyond 36, we are $600 more than the comparables at the Tor Hill and Murray.
Thank you for that clarification.
So if that was clear, when you age out of our intermediate program, a regular full unrestricted membership would be $600 more than getting a full equivalent membership at Tor Hill or Murray, the city-operated golf courses.
Right, thank you for that. So people do have to pay a bit more to cover the cost to golf out there compared to a city course. I want to ask about, you've talked about the money that you've had to put back in that goes right back directly in. I know there was a bridge out there and there was other things that you had to fix up. And I guess the other question, is there anybody, when the course does flood, do you ever get any money from the city to help you with that? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Not that I'm aware of. Not when it happened this past summer when we were displaced twice.
Thank you. You've indicated the royal designation, and I know to host these larger tournaments, does it not take an accurate or a type of I'm going to say detail to the work that has to go into maintaining the course? It has to be at a certain level, the greens and all that, to be able to host some of these tournaments rather than just a regular course?
Yeah, 100%. That's one of the very first, one of, if not the very first qualification. I don't know if that's the right word, but there's no doubt as they're assessing and as we're applying, and that's what's interesting to this, is we apply for those to host those events. We want to host those events, so we take pride in carrying that standard and want to give back to the junior programs and the other competition programs, because we feel we owe that to to those golfers. And yeah, so it does take a commitment to ensuring that our grounds are the best quality they can possibly be.
Last question I have for you is not just the economic piece that spin off when people come to golf for the tournaments, but also the commitment for a golf course to run a business 5 months of the year when you can operate. So you've got a massive land there, you're charged the $75,000. When the question was asked compared to residential, I mean, you've got a mass land there base. The question that I have is, when you look at all that massive land that it is to care for, maintain, you're only open 5 months. You give back to the community by hosting tournaments. Your other revenue is 40%. You get 40% from other revenue from the community, but also giving back to the community. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's completely accurate. Right now, we pay the full what we are a part of that $77,000 that we pay in taxes. We pay our 1/12 of that each month right now, as our grounds are covered in snow and covered with tarps, and in order to protect it and ensure that we offer that best quality for the 5, hopefully 6 months next year. But yeah, for sure, we operate out there on a limited basis.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for appearing today, Ryan. I appreciate all the information you've brought. I have a question about your youth programs. I do find golf to be a rather elite sport. Clubs are not cheap. I did golf some when I was a child. My grandpa took me. I did buy clubs. I don't think my son could have at one point, but he can now. How are these lessons provided to kids, and how do kids take advantage of your course with the cost of getting into the sport?
Yeah, great question, and that's where in my report, and then when I said I believe we run one of, if not the best junior program in our entire province. So not only are these kids welcome to be around and participate on their own or with their parent or with their friends or whatever, once a week, Tuesdays throughout the summer, we run a full day junior golf program. So the kids can be dropped off at sometime between 8:30 and 9. Typically, they get to go out and play 18 holes, just them. They take over the course that morning. So we send out 4 juniors together at a time, and they get to go out and they get to play. We say 18, they're young. Sometimes they get 7, 9, 12, however many they want to play, and get to go out and experience it. We have a CPGA professional follow them around and help them out and give them tips and pointers and ensure that they're enjoying their time out there. After they're done playing, they come in, the club provides them a lunch. It is a great feeling when we walk out around lunchtime and see our dining room full of 40, 50, 60 juniors on any given day. It's a nice buzz. It provides the club life. And our members have even taken to it and have really enjoyed that part of it as well. The day doesn't end there. They get fed their lunch, and then actually 1 or 2 of our professionals takes them all out, either to the range, the putting green, our chipping area, practice area, and gives them an actual lesson for the rest of the afternoon. So typically this could take place, the full day runs typically sometime around 9 a.m. to 3 or 3:30 in the afternoon, and as I said, that happens once a week. I can speak from personal experience, and since I've started this position this summer, both of my sons have joined the junior program, and one more than the other, to be truthful, has absolutely taken to it, and a huge part of it has been because of this opportunity and an introduction to other juniors that he didn't know coming in. And getting to know them here, and then making a connection to the club, to golf, and being able to participate and learn and get better.
Thanks. What's the cost for this junior program? What's the cost for participation?
It's $5.
Oh, that's good.
So any of our junior members, it's $5 in order to in order to participate in the junior day, and that $5 is designated towards lunch. And I can tell you in all certainty, and I'm sure you guys can appreciate that the lunch costs more than $5 per person.
Totally. What about clubs and all the wraparounds to get this off the ground? Is that something the kids have to bring, or is this open to the whole public? Any of the children from our city can come out and take part in this?
It's to the junior members, and there's in most cases, in the majority of cases, kids have a form of clubs. My son started to learn with literally 3 clubs in his bag. And the nice part about our club and ways to give back is as these children grow or even full members, if they upgrade their clubs or move on or have excess things, clubs, balls, gloves, bags, we have a donation program that actually things get donated right back to the junior program. And we have excess equipment around to help these kids through it. So parents aren't burdened with their child growing 3 inches over a summer and having to go and buy a whole new set of clubs. They can transition with some available equipment around the club.
Okay, and just so I absorb that, the parent would have to have a membership to your establishment, and then the kid would qualify for the junior program, correct?
No, the parent doesn't have to have a membership here. They just have to have a junior membership. So as I had mentioned before, if a parent has a membership, then the child gets to join for free. If a parent doesn't have a membership, then that's where there is a $460 charge to be a member for a junior.
Mm-hmm.
Just of note with that, because I kind of have a feeling where people view this. We had 44 attached juniors, so that means juniors that a parent has a membership, and we have 70 unattached juniors, which means no parent has a membership.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
Sometimes this is a tough seat to be in. When we hand out grants to nonprofits to help some of our most needed in Regina, sometimes they get as little as $30,000 a year to help literally tens of thousands of people. This is a very tight budget year. We're here to talk about $17,000. When I look at the other not-for-profits and things like ethnic groups, take the Italian Club not too far from you, receiving no tax mitigation from the city, how would I answer to give tax mitigation to your club over them, even for a smaller amount like this, when it can make such a difference to the community? We have our grant funding fighting dollar for dollar. Every dollar counts. Do you have any kind of a reply that, this gives a value to our city beyond any, and it helps out with? I know you have a great institution, 100 years old, it's got the royal designation. Your junior program's well thought out and great for your sport. I'm just kind of looking for how I answer to the people from the city for what it brings to the city that way.
Yeah, I think you touched on what it brings to the city. I think it brings notoriety. I think it brings it as a well-known spot throughout our country, and I think we also touched on why this has been established. We talked about why, for me, as a business, we're in direct competition with the city and already carrying a substantial fee that our competitors don't have to face. As well as we just touched on earlier about how we have a limited usage. We're essentially paying a significant tax portion for an area that we can only use for half the year. Obviously, our clubhouse and some other facilities sit on that land and are used throughout the year, so there would be a portion of that would be identified as a different way. But I think we're using using this land as the best as it can possibly used, and not only is it being used, but it's being used in a positive manner and being used as a promotional manner for our city. And as we talked about tourism, and not only is I don't want to glance over the spot too, where not only are we running a good junior program for the sport, but anytime you can get children and youth involved in in sport and activity, we are doing a good thing for our city, and it's giving them outlets and it's giving them opportunities to learn different skills. And one of the nicest and unique things about golf as a sport is you do learn lots of life lessons about honesty and integrity and how to operate. And being here independently as part of our junior program and the expectations around the clubhouse, like no hats and ensuring you're being respectful, and those are all important things when we talk about activities and community impact. So again, that's how I view it, and at the root of it, I go back to the basis of why this was implemented, and from my understanding and all the history and documents that I've read and looked into, it was based on to include a level playing field between our club, not a private facility, our club, and in competition with a city-owned facility.
What are your membership levels around?
Our membership levels?
Yeah, how many members do you have?
Our membership levels are really good. We have I've got the sheet right. We have 528 what we call shareholders, so full members. We have 528 of those. We max out at 530. So we are essentially full. And part of the reason we are full is because we're a competitive price. We are a competitive option in the market, and offer a quality course. And so that's important to us. And as I stated previously, as it was suggested in our information meeting, could we just absorb the tax and shift that down to our members? I think that's a really bad business plan. I think we're successful right now because we are competitive from a cost standpoint. When you break down, if you want to be a member at a golf course, there's limited options in our city. And there's varying price points, and we're competitive, and some others are much more expensive, but nobody can say they're a lot less expensive than us, and that's why we're having success, and we take great pride in that.
Thank you. Just thinking out loud, basically this comes down to a $30 increase for a membership fee would cover this off. When I look at the sport, what's the price of a club or the price of a sleeve of balls? Like, is this that unsurmountable amount for a sport I perceive as expensive? When I hear golf, I think sometimes a set of clubs can be upwards of $15,000 to $20,000. Am I misunderstanding the sport?
You're a heck of a golfer if you're spending $15,000 on a set of clubs. I'd suggest you come down and visit our pro shop, because we'll give you a much better deal than $15,000. You can walk into a golf place right now. A youth set of clubs is under $200. You can buy I've got golf clubs sitting 4 feet from me right now. They were $700, and I pride myself on being a pretty decent golfer. So I think those are the perceptions that are really, really wrong right now around this whole thing. I think this whole movement has been based on misperception. And it was rooted in calling us a private golf club, and that was the very first step towards it, and it's wrong. And these misconceptions are what keeps motivating this forward, and it's wrong. And again, there's different price points for everything. You asked me what a sleeve of balls is. For 3 golf balls, you could pay $20 or you could pay $4. It all depends on what you desire. No one's forcing someone's hand to pay, as you say, $15,000 in order to participate in this sport. That's wrong.
Understood. And here again, I'm not a good golfer. I just know that I have stepped up beside some people who are, and hearing the price of some of the clubs that make that fancy little noise when it hits the ball just dropped my jaw. So that's why I was repeating the information. I've actually been kicked out of 2 golf clubs. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation and your responses to the number of questions this morning, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Sophia Young. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sophia Young. I will be representing myself as long as Miller for Nature and Regina Energy Transition. And I'm calling from Regina.
Please proceed. Sophia Young, you have muted yourself. Could you press *6 and we'll be able to hear you?
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can. Please go ahead.
With my speech or with the beginning portion of my name?
Okay, that sounds good.
So begin?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mayor, Master, and Council. I'm Sophia Young, a 16-year-old student at Miller Comprehensive Catholic High School, speaking as the leader of Miller for Nature and co-chair of Regina Energy Transition. I wish to acknowledge that I'm calling from Treaty 4 territory, the land of the Saulteaux, Cree, Dakota, Lakota, and Nakota peoples, and the homeland of the Métis. First, I would like to thank Mayor, Masters, and Council for your diligent work and continuous effort towards Regina's 100% renewable goal. Seeing the city's investment in energy and sustainability makes me proud to call Regina my home. It brings me great joy to see that you all see the importance of climate action and are willing to work towards it. Hence, we urge you to put placeholder money for the energy and sustainability framework into the 2022 budget. The two groups I am representing align with you all by being highly committed to the energy and sustainability framework. We have received a special invitation to join the Community Advisory Group and have interacted with many people from the city and almost everyone on City Council, including Councillor Zakiniak, Councillor Fendora, Councillor Hawkins, Project Manager Greg Kuntz, and many more. Therefore, you can see that we are more similar than we are different. With that being said, we are disappointed that placeholder money for the energy and sustainability framework is missing from the 2022 budget update. If one subtracts the cost of the Green Bin program for the money budgeted to advance initiatives to support the city's target of being 100% renewable by 2050, there is $800,000 left. If only 0.01% of the budget will go towards the environmental and sustainability framework in 2022, then that is concerning. After taking out the cost of producing the framework, there is barely any money left to implement it. We do not want the framework's implementation to stall until 2023. It is counterproductive. Time is of the essence. We can see the effects of climate change clearly here in Saskatchewan. The drought caused many farmers to claim hundreds of thousands in crop insurance this summer. But even if you are not a farmer, you can still feel the effects of climate change. According to CTV, natural weather disasters have contributed to the price of food rising by 8 to 20% for produce and 12 to 30% for meat. Even this winter has been abnormally warm, with today being one of the first cold days. With all the city's work in creating the framework swiftly, there is no time to wait another year before funding the project into action. I am 16 and I'm scared. The earth is warming and will reach a point of no return. If this happens, life as we know it will change permanently. Natural weather disasters, mass extinctions, millions of dollars in damages, and the most vulnerable suffering at higher rates than what we are already experiencing. Just this past year, this was clearly exemplified, with the United Nations declaring that the right to a healthy environment is a fundamental human right. Hence, you must protect that right. We, the youth, are young, but we look up to you. Right now, we do not have the power to fund the framework in action, but you do. So do what is right and ensure that the proper funds are available to implement the framework within the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia Young. I have a question from Councillor Statichuk for you.
Thank you, Sophia, for speaking today. Sorry, I just have something in my throat. What would you think would be the two most important actions that the city could take to address climate change?
Well, I know that the city has been making those 7 big moves, and I know the home retrofits is, of course, one very big part of that. Homes do contribute quite a lot to it, and that's a portion that helps quite a bit, as well as, of course, the transportation sector. If we can help get people onto public transit and onto active transit and using personal vehicles less, that would also help. But I really think the biggest thing is working with industry to try and reduce emissions that way. But of course, I know the city has less jurisdiction and influence in that sector.
Thank you very much. I have no more questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Sophia Young, I see no further questions from council for you this morning. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning and wish you luck in your next class.
Great, thank you so much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Jamie McKenzie. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Good morning.
I, Jamie McKenzie, would like to speak to council about, on behalf of myself, I'm calling from Regina, about funding, about additional paratransit bus service, and for new paratransit buses to ensure paratransit users access to recreation facilities and leisure activities. But I do support the City of Regina in their funding requests for Regina Paratransit Service, but I have been around a long time. The Transit Assistance for People with Disabilities, TAPT, that all participating municipalities report the numbers of trips to the ministry every year before they could consider for funding. The province of Saskatchewan do funding different than the City of Regina. But I have been speaking about paratransit service since 1998 when I was living in Saskatoon, and transit assistance people with disability TAPT program did not change since I was a member of the Saskatoon Accessibility Advisory Committee from 2008 until I moved to Regina. I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie McKenzie. Do any members of council have a question for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much again for your presentation this morning and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon Delegation Carla Harris. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. This is Carla Harris. I am a local resident and a disabled entrepreneur in Regina, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. So, as a local resident and a disabled person, I have learned that I have a lot of overlapping concerns with environmental issues. And so I would like today to put forth a couple of suggestions for what should be our primary concerns taking precedent in Regina's budget deliberation this year. The cost of people's everyday living expenses continues to climb, particularly during COVID right now. At this time, we're also seeing the price of purchasing houses climb, even in our community. Housing rentals are rising, and the cost of food is expected to go sky high this winter. It's already on a climb. So these things will not change in the near future, and we need to find ways to encourage property owners to start making adaptations to reuse space as affordable housing and include it in every area of our city. I've seen another plan up on the docket recently for opening a new suburb in Regina, and I would like to remind all city councilors that by opening a new suburb, you are creating a new accessibility barrier intentionally, which makes the exclusive region that would be added another non-transit accessible area. And this makes not only the employment that goes up in those suburbs not accessible, but those potential places to live for a lot of low-income bracket families. So I would like us to try and find ways to focus on having affordable housing in unused regions where transit currently exists. I'm very concerned about climate change as well in Saskatchewan. And so research over the last 5 years has repeatedly shown that marginalized groups of people are negatively affected by climate change most severely. For example, when the rising cost of places that they have as affordable houses to live, those are commonly not the ones that have insurance protection costs. And especially when we look at BC and the whole process of what is protected in environmental scenarios is really changing, even for the homeowners. I am not only talking about people that rent property. At the same time, what I'm concerned that we are really overlooking in Regina is people's access to healthy lifestyles when we are seniors. So 60% of seniors will have a health condition in their lifetime. And now it's a much smaller percent. It's only 12% of people have a disability at birth. 67% of the seniors, though. And the percentage of how many seniors are now low-income seniors and do not have a house of their own, affordable housing to manage that. One of the other things that comes into it is how climate change has a larger effect on people who are renting from slumlords and irresponsible property owners. So lower income folks can't afford to spend that money on maintaining personal comforts, but at the same time, we already see this from the whole new areas that are added to the city where excessive amounts of huge properties are built to be lived in the most spread out formats with the fewest number of people in these houses commonly. So we need to focus on reducing carbon emissions to protect marginalized members who will not be protected by their landlords. And so we really need to be thinking about this to provide an actually prosperous, resilient, and sustainable city that is also equitable to its residents. I believe the smartest way for Regina to really focus and make this change immediately, start making this change, is to, with this budget, expand public transit, started doing so. I've been really fortunate to see the upcoming maps for Regina's future transit map, but we have no timeline on that yet. And it also does not discuss the whole new areas, the new regions that are being considered, new suburbs, I mean. So part-time workers in Regina tend to have shifts on evenings and weekends, and we are not ever having transit access those low-income jobs, those low-experienced service industry roles.
Carla Harris.
Currently,
Yep. Harris, I'll let you know that your 5 minutes has passed, so if you could conclude, that would be appreciated.
You bet. So I believe the best way to expand our transit user base will be to focus on the kids 18 and younger and let their experience grow to become the future leaders that will make this a sustainable city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll look to members of council. I see no questions from council, so I'll thank you very much for both your written and oral presentation today and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon delegation Joanne Havelock. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Oh, this is Joanne Havelock speaking. I am chair of the Friends of the Regina Public Library, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The Regina Public Library is asking for a 2.46% increase in the mill rate, and we are certainly not opposed to that. During COVID, the RPL made exemplary efforts to maintain services to the public with new innovations and great efforts by staff. Now it continues by offering space for delivery of vaccinations at several library branches. The RPL has undertaken many activities and collected resources providing programming related to Indigenous issues, supporting reconciliation. Other initiatives have addressed the important needs of newcomers to Regina. Outreach Services Office was closed in Central Library. They needed the space for books. The homebound services continued. Readjusting the equipment out into the main areas, requiring some adjustment by patrons who use the equipment, and that's ongoing. A good innovation is that they're adding equipment to other library branches, and that way people with visual impairments and so forth can access that equipment in other branches in addition to Central Library. The Dunlop Gallery, Film Theatre, and Prairie History Rooms still operate, and we always have to mention that we are pleased with that. Some major expenses will be involved with some branches, such as Sherwood and Connaught, in the coming year, and in doing some things with their building. Another change this year we wanted to note was that in January 2021, the RPL had 16 management positions listed, and that's now 14 positions. So they've restructured somewhat, but the number of positions is not that different. Friends of the Library, we continue to emphasize the need for full public input into decisions regarding the future of Central Library. The public over the years have raised a number of options for the building, which are noted in our letter. We think it is really important that these be addressed in some way so that the public is satisfied that these ideas have received some attention. And finally, I wanted to comment that the provincial government just released its report, Provincial Public Library Sector Plan, and that is very good that they've released it. It's rather lacking in detail at this point in time. So I know City Council and the citizens of Regina support the Regina Public Library, and it's a great city for that, and we hope that the good work of the library continues.
Thank you. I'll look to members of council for any questions. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Joanne, for coming to speak today. Through the mayor, just a question. Have you had the opportunity or an invitation from the board or, I can't remember what the title is, CEO of the library, to actually have a tour of the buildings, some of the issues that they're having with the building?
I guess there's two aspects to that. I'm familiar with the upper levels. Other people in our group have had some tours of the basement, but no, I wouldn't say we've had an invitation. Another part of that is a heritage tour, and we did do a walking tour, Jane's Walk, a number of years ago. Friends of the Library did with the cooperation of the RPL, of course, highlighting the heritage value. And I think that's another side of looking at the building condition.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. There appears to be no further questions from council. I'll thank you again very much for your presentation this morning and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Okay, thanks for having me today. Bye.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Chris Garrett. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Chris Garrett, CEO of the Saskatchewan Realtors Association.
Please proceed.
Hi, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with you today. I represent the Saskatchewan Realtors Association, which is the newly formed association serving the real estate industry following the amalgamation of our 3 legacy associations. We represent over 1,500 realtors across the province who trade in residential, commercial, and farm, and approximately 400 of those work directly in Regina. The real estate industry, as you likely know, is the second largest industry in Saskatchewan. But first, I just want to acknowledge that these are incredibly challenging times in the policy and governing world, and thank you for your commitment to our city during this pandemic. There's no playbook for this, but there are certainly very good people working very hard, doing their very best during this trying and divisive time, so thank you. Our association operates the multiple listing service systems across Saskatchewan. The real estate activity that the residential sector alone had in Regina was over $1.1 billion this year. That's exchange properties going through the system. On average, every home sold in the province is responsible for an additional $53,000 in economic activity, meaning that residential real estate is critical to the health of the province and this local economy. I'm also not sharing anything new, that you see some challenges coming down in 2022 in terms of affordability in our country, in our province, and it's going to take a hit. And I'm here today to remind you that as we deliberate on this topic, that property tax has a very real impact on affordability. You know that mortgage lenders consider property tax when approving financing. The higher the level of the taxation, the less financing there's available to purchase a home or commercial space. Homes are already the most taxed investment in our country. The more taken in tax, the less there is available for mortgage principal and other uses. The pandemic has created a significant shift in housing markets across the country, and Regina is no exception. Home sales soared in 2020, and in 2021 is on pace to reach record levels. This is an abrupt shift from the struggles the market faced prior to the pandemic. Unlike some parts of the country, Regina's housing market entered the pandemic with excess supply, which made it easier to absorb the sudden spike in housing demand. This helped shift the market into a more balanced condition in 2020, supporting modest price growth. As we moved into 2021, strong housing demand persisted relative to the supply, causing steeper price growth this year. While prices have trended down over the past 3 months, they remain over 6% higher than last year's levels. Lending rates are expected to rise in 2022. Once you then add inflationary pressures, supply chain disruptions, chronic labor shortages, as well as this global pandemic that just won't go away, you now have an impressive list of housing challenges. All governments are responsible for keeping a sharp eye on housing affordability. Yes, housing is a provincial responsibility, but housing is a very local issue. Municipal governments actually have a significant impact on its affordability. You as a city government are experts at managing infrastructure. Housing is actually no different. While it's not owned by the city, it's still a city infrastructure. So while collectively put together, it functions like one, and it needs to be healthy for the city to rely on it for growth. And our city will only be successful if we manage it properly, meaning a healthy housing continuum and affordability is top of mind. Property tax is a crucial factor in consumers when home buying and moving into that housing continuum. We do agree with the general direction of the proposed budget as it is transparent, and the approach is solid when considering the release of your recent efficiency report last month. We certainly support the 0.5% dedicated to recreational infrastructure as it helps in building attractive residential communities that benefit all residents. Finally, the pandemic has shifted the way people live and where they live, where they live and where they work. People work from home more and are very willing to move to lower cost areas where prices are even slightly more affordable. Research actually shows that people will drive farther out for a more affordable home. An RBC poll done in January found that 39% of people in Saskatchewan and Manitoba felt that they would have to move out to the city they're in if they wanted to own a larger home. We have an opportunity as a community and city to do everything we can to be fiercely competitive in a post-COVID market. I urge Council to take that into consideration as you deliberate this budget, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Moll.
I'm just curious, you're saying there's been an increase in housing prices. I suppose that's good to hear. Have we caught up to the boom time several years ago of those peak house prices? Because I know it dropped since then.
Yeah, it's just slightly before then. Our concern, however, would be for 2022. House prices have various factors. They have labor prices to consider, taxes, supplies, and the supply in the market as well. And so we are having a concern that the supply across the country is actually being impacted. Our MLS service will, for the first time this year, go below 100,000 units or homes across the country. That's never been seen in our system. Of course, that's influenced by larger centers like Vancouver and Montreal, et cetera, but we're seeing that same trend in Saskatchewan. And so as soon as you have some inventories that are getting too low, that will put pressures on pricing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. I see no further questions from Council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Oni Oluwanifemi. Could you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from? You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good morning.
My name is Nefemi Oni, and I'm representing Miller High School as well as myself.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, dear Mayor, Masters, and Council. My name is Oni Olufemi, a grade 10 student at Miller Comprehensive Catholic High School. I stand here today as an advocate for the City of Regina workers who are paid the minimum wage of $16.95 per hour, to persuade you to vote up the increase of the minimum wage to $20.20 per hour. Foremost, I would like to acknowledge the current minimum wage of $16.95 per hour being paid to about 86% of city workers. It is a demonstration of how good an employer the City of Regina is. This is an achievement that could not be accomplished without the effort and endeavors of the government. But I bring forth a bold and controversial statement. Is this enough? The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives calculated the rental wage of Canadians and defined it as the hourly wage needed to afford an average apartment without spending more than 30% of one's earnings. The research showed that an average wage of $20.20 per hour is needed to afford a one-bedroom apartment and only in 9% of the 795 Canadian neighborhoods can a full-time minimum wage worker afford a warm apartment bedroom. As of 2 months ago, Saskatchewan had the lowest minimum wage in Canada, with $11.45 per hour. In Regina, the average monthly rent for one-bedroom apartment is $949 per hour. This indicates that minimum wage earners cannot afford Regina rent. These stats show how the minimum wage can drive homelessness, poverty, and income inequality. An increase in the province's minimum wage would be a step in moving forward and a way to work towards solving these issues. Before acting, we must ask ourselves, what are the benefits of increasing the minimum wage? How will it impact the society we live in today? These are three vital advantages that I would like to bring to the table. Firstly, the improvement in productivity of workers. An increase in the minimum wage reduces absence, as workers with a higher wage will be less absent from work. Employees will be more driven to work if they feel the wage is fair. Secondly, a boost in the economy. As opposed to popular opinion, raising the minimum wage does not reduce the number of jobs available. Instead, it increases consumer spending and boosts the economy. Lastly, a reduction in income inequality. This is not to say that it would significantly reduce the gap between the wealthy and non-wealthy, but it can help bring those who are on the verge of poverty or in poverty to greener pastures. Given this, Mayor Masters and Council, I propose an increase in the minimum wage of city workers to $20.20 per hour. Reaching a minimum wage of $20.20 per hour is a goal I believe we should work towards. Gradually increasing the values is further ways to start to achieve this goal. I thank you for your time and hope I have convinced you as you consider and reflect on the words I have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation this morning. There are no questions coming from council, so I will thank you again and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon the delegations Tim Reed, Wayne Morski, and Roberta Engel. Could you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from? You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Masters and Council, for the opportunity. Wanted to introduce myself, Tim Reed, President and CEO with the Regina Exhibition Association, and I believe Roberta Engel is on the line as well. Wayne Morski, our board chair, is listening, but is not dialing in this morning. We are calling from Regina, Saskatchewan, just up the road from you, from the exhibition lands off Elphinstone. We want to thank you for the opportunity. We'll be brief today as we have the opportunity to present our detailed budget to you for your consideration. But as a reminder, we are a not-for-profit organization with a sole shareholder, which is yourselves, as the City of Regina. Our job and our task is to operate the 100 acres of land and the assets on those lands at the site formerly known as Evraz Place. And we have been in our community since 1884. We operate our facilities to the very best of our abilities, including the capital, the maintenance, and the day-to-day operations of our business. From an organizational standpoint, we've certainly had a complicated few years. The impacts of COVID-19 may have impacted our business perhaps as much or equal to or more than most in our city. Our business is contingent upon people coming together. And for much of the past year, we had a public health order that restricted that ability for people to gather. As we look towards the future, we are more optimistic. But I will remind Council that our budget submission is generally presented to you in August. And so the timing, obviously, particularly with COVID-19, is somewhat challenging. In general, 2021 was a unique year for us. We wanted to highlight some components that are within our budget submission to you. And I think the biggest ones that we want to acknowledge are the fact that our revenue was significantly impacted by the public health order. Our traditional operations would have us sit somewhere around $44 to $45 million in revenue, generating a small earnings from operations. We're forecasting somewhere around $26 million in 2021, but we are optimistic around where 2022 will look. Overall, 2021 was a very different year. We relied heavily upon grant opportunities, not only from SUES, but also unique opportunities from things like hosting the Saskatchewan Health Authority vaccination site and testing clinics. Our grant revenue was a bigger component of our budget than ever before, but recognizing that that revenue wasn't directly related to the City of Regina. Our business model changed in 2019, where we delivered about 350,000 vaccinations and tests, something that we've never done before. Although the utilization of the ITC set record numbers, it certainly wasn't what we love to do. Had an opportunity to highlight the fact that we did convert Mosaic Stadium into wintry use last year with Iceville, with over 21,000 guests, and hopefully this year coming we'll see more. Had an opportunity to host the WHL Hub, where we had over 84 games, 7 teams, and 2,000 COVID tests without any positives. We did manage to host Canada's Farm Show in a virtual environment, and we were able to host a successful Queen City exhibition. Events such as Trick or Treat and kids camps continued to go forward, and they were incredibly popular within our community. We're very fortunate to see our summer activities turn on, including the bulk of the Saskatchewan Rough Rider season and our recreational activities on campus. As we look to 2022, we've presented a budget that is very similar to what we would suggest is 2019. We believe our revenue will return, and we believe our opportunities to host will once again come back. In terms of some of the opportunities we see in the budget in 2019 that's presented to you, Iceville, Frost, Branch Center concerts, Canadian Farm Shows, Queen City X, Grey Cup, and the continuum of our commercial development on site, which we believe will include somewhere between $40 and $60 million in capital investment. In terms of risks and items that we should be aware of, the rising cost of inflation and the rising cost of goods that we sell is something that we must highlight with you and will be difficult to pass along to the consumer quickly. Supply chain is a constant struggle, as it is for others in our market, and the labor market and the availability of labor in our industry is particularly challenging at these times. Overall, I think the greatest risk that we see going into the budget that is prepared for you is the unknowns around COVID. I will draw your attention that we did highlight a $500,000 COVID contingency within the budget for unknown costs associated with operations. In general, what we found in 2021 was the cost of operations and management around COVID had about a 15% increase to our cost structure. Much of that was related to labor cost as well as cleaning and time of cleaning. Overall, in terms of what we're asking from you from the city, we're asking that we return to our traditional grant investment of $400,000 with the commitment that we will step that down by 50% and eventually return that to zero as we recover from the challenges of COVID-19. Present this budget for your consideration with thanks for the opportunity to present. We'd be delighted to take any questions.
All time, sir. Do any members of council have questions? Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you about a matter adjacent to your budget, if you'll put up with it, which is the 2022 Grey Cup, which we secured. Was Riel involved in negotiating that, or was that the riders directly with the CFL?
Thank you, through the chair. We partner with the riders. So actually, I sit on the executive committee with Craig Reynolds from the riders and a number of his board members, as well as Mr. Holden sits on it. So our organization and the Saskatchewan Rough Riders built out the bid package. We're part of developing the presentation materials and hosting the site tours. So although the Saskatchewan Rough Riders own the rights to that in partnership with the CFL, this was a unique opportunity where we were presenting to the CFL to host all of the festival events on one site here at Everest Place.
Thank you. And as much as you're willing to say in public, can you describe a bit what the city and Riel had to provide to make hosting the Grey Cup here attractive? What was involved in securing it for next year?
Absolutely, through the chair, a wonderful question. I want to start with, I actually think the assembly of assets that City Council have put together on this site was probably the number one driver. Obviously, the commitment to the development of new Mosaic Stadium, but as well as the International Trade Center, the Cooperative Center, and the Affinity Plex, just provide an opportunity to host an incredible Grey Cup experience in one location that will fill our city. So our commitment was really the rental of assets. and the willingness to rent the assets on our site to the Saskatchewan Rough Riders for the period that they needed. I also want to recognize we needed to work with our key partner in the Canadian Western Agribition, who had to move their dates for the ability to host Grey Cup. And Chris Lane and his team, in conjunction with the work with Saskatchewan Rough Riders and Craig Reynolds, all agreed to do so. So our commitment essentially was very similar to what we would do with anybody else, no different from CWA, for example. We had to have the willingness to rent our assets to them. But I think as a commitment on behalf of the City of Regina, there was a commitment to build the assets that we have. And I will also recognize there was an investment of, I believe it was $1 million, but I can't remember, from a tourism economic impact investment.
Thank you. And in terms of the commitments which we and Riel made to secure the Grey Cup, is that fully costed? Have we done what's needed to be done already to secure the event and it's locked in?
Through the chair, I believe we have, unless anything has changed with the CFL. And so you'll notice that there is a revenue line in our budget associated with Grey Cup that will be revenue for us as Riel and a city-owned asset. But I believe that the CFL has committed that the Grey Cup will be here next year. Riders are selling tickets, and we're certainly preparing to host.
Thank you. And then the last, I see there's a proposal in the draft budget to take $1 million from our general fund reserve to help fund the 2022 Grey Cup. Do you know anything about what those funds would go towards, or would Riel be involved in spending those funds?
Through the chair, we would not be involved in spending those. I think that is an investment between the City of Regina and the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Now, that being said, I do believe one of the commitments that the Saskatchewan Rough Riders have to us is obviously to pay us a market rent for the rental of our assets. So there is a flow through that happens between the city's investment of $1 million to the Saskatchewan Rough Riders and the ability to host the Grey Cup and rent the assets that we have here on site.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any other members of council have any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for the presentation this morning and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, council, just prior to the legislative break at 11:15, we do have a communication on item CM 21-23 from Alan G. Wallish of the National Affordable Housing Corporation. Could I have someone move a motion to receive and file communication CP 21-38? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichak, with seconder from Councillor Stevens. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, we are a few minutes early, but rather than get into it, we'll take 15 minutes, and I'll see you back here just shortly after 25 after. Welcome back, Council. Let you get back to your seat. So the format, just so we're all clear, is going to be, we'll consider operating first. And as we did last year and yesterday, we'll do 2 rounds of questioning for operating. Then we'll move on to capital. Then we'll move on to utility. If amendments are going to be made, it'll be while we're considering operating, while we're considering capital, while we're considering utility. As we go through this, amendments, of course, reset the clock for 3 minutes in terms of questions as they come forward. So, we'll now consider CM 21-23, 2022 General and Utility Operating Budget, and the 2022 to 2026 General and Utility Capital Plan. I would ask Deputy Mayor to make a motion to put the report on the floor.
Okay, I move that the 28 recommendations contained in the report CM 21-23 be concurred in, and that the operating, capital, and utility budgets be considered separately.
Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I will now ask Mr. Holden if you would introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So good morning. Today we're here to seek Council's deliberation and approval of the proposed 2022 General and Utility Operating Budget, along with the 5-year General and Utility Capital Plans. So we've previously briefed Council on the 2022 proposed budget, and we have provided the media with a technical briefing describing the details of the budget when it was released. Therefore, I'll keep my comments relatively brief. But in developing the 2022 budget, we as administration set for ourselves 5 overarching budget goals. And those are that the 2022 budget should support the sustainable delivery of city services and infrastructure that reflects our community's priorities. So this goal recognizes as the need to ensure long-term sustainable funding of services and infrastructure, while recognizing that in some challenging financial times and a financial environment, that those resources need to be allocated to community priorities. The other is that our budget processes are transparent and accountable, and that we provide the public with opportunities to share their priorities for investment. Also, the budget needs to demonstrate effective and efficient management of the city's financial resources, and where the opportunity exists, we look to effectively leverage third-party funding. Primarily those are from federal and provincial grant and funding opportunities. And of course, we do focus on making sure that the proposed budget is affordable to Regina residents. While Council ultimately will decide on the city's 2022 budget and its affordability, we as administration believe that we've achieved these goals in the development of our proposed budget. COVID-19 is not going away in terms of what we see in the most recent news and announcement. So we anticipate that it's continued to have an impact on our city finances in 2022, with an estimated negative impact of $6.7 million. That includes the projected $2.1 million decrease in the 2022 municipal revenue sharing grant that we get from the province. What we're proposing in this budget is that $6.7 million that impact is covered by a one-time draw on city reserves. So despite the financial challenges and the uncertainty going into 2022 and the continued effort and the costs involved in responding to the pandemic, the proposed 2022 general operating budget will maintain the services that residents depend on each day. The 2022 budget also reflects what we heard from residents in our pre-budget consultations as being important. And specifically, those items are better roads, maintaining infrastructure spending, enhancing recreational and cultural facilities, and improving safety and well-being. Our 2022 general operating budget proposes a mill rate increase of 3.49%. That mill rate increase can be broken into 3 buckets. And Mr. Lacey's spoken to you many times about how the budget is made up, and it really is focused in 3 areas. So there's 1.22% for civic operations to maintain the existing services and service levels, while also providing some new investments to enhance city priorities and strategic initiatives. There's 0.95% for previously approved dedicated mill rate increases that include 0.45% for Mosaic Stadium and 0.5% for recreation infrastructure program. And finally, 1.32% with the mill rate increase for the Regina Police Service budget that you discussed yesterday. Some of the key investments that are included in this budget in terms of advancing city priorities include $1.4 million for initiatives that will enhance community safety and well-being, $1.2 million to create safer sidewalks by addressing a backlog in sidewalk maintenance, $1 million to make recreation and leisure activities more accessible for people with disabilities, and more than $820,000 to support the goal to be renewable by 2050, and $450,000 to advance Regina's Winter City strategy. So what does that mean? It means for the average household valued at $315,000, and that's an assessed value, that the impact of a 3.49% mill rate increase is $6.31 a month. Yesterday, you discussed the Regina Police Service and heard that their capital requirements from the City of Regina had decreased by $243,000 from their original budget due to some additional funding that they received from SGI in the province. As the city's funding of the Regina Police Services capital budget comes out of our general fund operating budget through the current contributions to capital, this presents an opportunity for council to reduce the operating budget by $243,000, which could result in a mill rate reduction of 0.09%. So the mill rate could be reduced to 3.4%, or alternately, council could choose to fund items that are not in the proposed 2022 budget, obviously to the value of $243,000. And with respect to the city's water utility, the 2022 utility operating budget proposes a 5% utility rate increase. That's made up of two components: 2% rate increase to cover the costs related to the lead service connection management program, which has been approved by council, and a 3% increase to fund the base operations, maintenance, and the long-term capital plan for the utility. And again, for the average homeowner, that means an increase of $7.25 per month. So just before I turn it back to the mayor, I just want to thank Mr. Lacey and his budget team for working across our organization to put together the budget that is in front of you today. And just also in terms of, we have all of our directors, some of our key senior experts in various program and service areas online today to make sure that we can provide council with any of the information that you need to make your decisions. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. I will start this morning with Councillor Stadnichuk. You're queued up for 5 minutes of talking. Like to keep it interesting.
Sorry, I am caught a little bit unaware. So this can be questions to any of the three areas?
Operating. We're dealing
All
with
three
operating
areas?
now. Which does, just to confirm with Mr. Holden, does include the operating partners' budgets as well.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, just, I had asked a question in advance about the area of maintenance of our easements. A lot of neighborhoods don't have back lanes, and they just have an easement. And I just want to confirm the response I received back was that we spend about $90,000 for all the easements in the city, 30 from under the roadways budget and 60,000 in the parks maintenance budget. So I'm just wondering how many easements are maintained per year with that low budget? Do we have any information on that? Sorry if I've caught you unawares.
So through your masters, maybe I'll start. Obviously, easements are behind people's homes. Sometimes they are border the edges of our park spaces. Those easements are obviously accessed by Sask Power, Sask Energy, and by the city. So, you know, there's times when heavy equipment is in those easements, there's damage done. The city then works with the utility companies to make sure that those restorations are made. But I may ask Mr. Onright just to speak to, you know, the amount of easements that we're able to maintain. Obviously, we maintain easements in terms of cutting on a cycle through our parks. But in terms of a response to damage, that's probably where the majority of the investment goes from Mr. Onright's area.
Through you, Mayor Masters. I don't have the number of easements. I can get that. We do maintain easements 3 times a year over the period of a summer season.
And that is, through the mayor, that is cutting grass.
And that would also include, as Mr. Holden indicated, if utility goes in, or more so if we go in and had to do some work, our roadways division would go in and do repair work, usually through our landscape trades area, if there was damage to that. Litter pickup, mowing, those types of things are also included in the maintenance.
If there are easements that are uneven, that need to be leveled, if they're not properly drained, how far does that budget go in terms of addressing those kinds of issues?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that would come to our water department, and they would have a look. They would have a look at that and then determine that through their budget as to what work would be needed to repair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a question regarding the revenue generated from methane to the energy unit at the landfill. The amount of revenue has gone down over the last number of years, and I'm just curious why that the amount of revenue has gone down from, it was 459,000 in 2017 and it's 216,000 in 2021.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I believe Mr. Kuntz is online, and I know Mr. Kuntz would be more than happy to speak about the landfill gas energy.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yeah, that's correct. The revenue has gone down from the landfill gas to energy system. There's a few reasons for that. One of the reasons is we needed to install a pretreatment system on the gas to the engine itself. So while that was happening, any gas that we would produce or that we were pumping out of the hill, essentially we would flare instead of run through there. It was critical to keep the engine in good shape and running the way it was supposed to. Another reason for that is we recently undertook an expansion of the gas well system. We added approximately 30, maybe a little bit more wells to the system so we could increase our gas production and get a bit more reliable flow to the engine, but also get a lot more reduction on our greenhouse gas emissions from the landfill. And thirdly, strangely enough, due to the dry conditions as a result of climate change, the cap on the landfill is drying out, and it's just getting harder to get the gas out of the hill. And that's also another reason why we're expanding the gas system so that we can get a more reliable flow of gas out of the landfill. We anticipate the revenue will rise once we get the new system on, and the run rates will be much higher than they are right now.
Okay, thank you for that. Under the utility budget, there are intermunicipal expenses of $25.6 million. Can that be explained in terms of what those expenses are, why we have those expenses?
So through your Masters, I'll start and then I'll have Mr. Lacey provide some additional detail. Our utility obviously is not, it's a standalone model, but it does rely on resources such as human resources, our legal system, our finance system. Fleet comes from our fleet services. So there's a charge that is put into our operating budget in terms of if the utility operated on its own as an independent, it would require additional resources that it is not having to fund because the city is providing those. But Mr. Lacey can give you some more detail in terms of the numbers.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So as Mr. Holden has indicated, these relate to basically costs or charges that those charges or expenses that are received in the general fund budget. And so there's three kind of key buckets as I think about it. One is what's called an access fee. And so because the utility model makes the assumption that it's a standalone entity, so to speak, if it was a standalone entity, there would be property tax fees for where those utility assets are located. There would be access fees if they were having to access city land to access the lines and the infrastructure of the utility. And so there's a formula in place that we use that determines what that access fee is. And so the overall intermunicipal expense is $25.6 million for 2022. The access fee represents $11.5 million of that amount. And I would mention the access fee is something fairly common in other municipalities as well that have a water utility, that there's a formula then that results in that access fee. Council might remember when we brought the utility affordability report forward, we did look at that access fee and what if you just didn't charge it and it just went into the property tax base. And generally it didn't really, it was pretty much a wash with respect to property owners, and we hadn't recommended that it be pulled out of the utility and paid out of the property tax. So I would just mention that. The second component's called an administrative fee, and there's $7.1 million in there, and that's just basically a general allocation for overhead costs. So it just recognizes, for example, for individuals, and as an individual I'll use myself, that I do spend time, for example, on utility finance matters, etc., but my time isn't charged for the utility. So there's a fee that's determined around that piece as well. And if I recall correctly, that's just based on a certain percentage based on past year revenues from the utility. And then the third component is direct fees. So for example, if roadways needs to go in and do a cut, or roadways, for example, after work has been done, goes back in and has to repave the area or re-cement the area, there's some direct charges then that are charged back to the utility. So those three components in total result in that intermunicipal expense, and that's really basically funding from the utility being paid to the general revenue fund.
Great, thank you. The annual utility rate has gone up significantly in the last number of years, and I do understand that there's this...
Councillor Stanachek, we're not on the utility. That'll be covered third today.
Oh, okay.
So we're on operating.
All right. Then I will, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I propose to use my time to offer two amendments. The deputy clerk has the wording of both amendments. The first one I'd like to put on the table is the one dealing with the Royal Regina Golf Club, and the second one to follow will be one dealing with an outdoor skating rink. So while the clerk is doing that, if I might proceed, but I need a seconder on the, first of all, on the Royal Regina amendment.
Councillor
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Let me say this about both amendments. The first thing I want to say is that neither of the amendments I'm proposing will change the mill rate that's being proposed by the administration, and indeed neither will affect any project scheduled to go ahead in this coming year. So there'll be no disruption to the planned projects coming ahead next year. Both enhance recreation facilities, and we've just heard the city manager say that is one of the priorities that the public signaled in response to the surveying done in connection with this budget. And the third thing I want to say is both deal with community health and wellness, and I think it's very important that while we don't always talk about recreational activities when we're talking about community health and wellness, it's an absolutely critical aspect. The amendment now for the rink is, or for the golf course, sorry, is up on the board. The background to this is quite simple. The Royal Regina Golf Club had a subclass categorization, which council removed earlier this fall. The Royal Regina Golf Course had no notice of that. They couldn't make submissions to it. As a result, Mr. Pollock came today and presented us with more information, and it's on the strength of that information that I propose that the subclass be restored. And I'm just going to make a couple of points on this, and others will have more to say. The first thing is stand back and look at what's happening here. Basically what's going on is the Royal Regina Golf Club has taken what is really swampland and turned it into a productive piece of recreational land and done it in an environmentally friendly manner. That is a very significant contribution to Regina, and one that we should be careful not to disrupt. And Mr. Pollock indicated that if the subclass is removed, there will be less money for deferred maintenance indefinitely, and deferred maintenance which runs on indefinitely ultimately destroys the asset. So valuable asset here, turning swampland into recreational land. The second thing is, this is not a free ride for the Royal Regina Golf Club. They're paying $77,000 a year in municipal taxes to the city, and it was pointed out that it is a seasonal business, and so that is an especially significant contribution. The third thing is that they compete against the city golf courses, basically, and the city golf courses don't pay city taxes, so that there is a fairness aspect to this subclass designation which has been there from the beginning, and that shouldn't be overlooked. And moreover, in terms of the fairness, Mr. Pollock pointed out that golfers up to 36 years of age pay less golfing at Royal Regina than they do at the city courses. On the other hand, after 36 years, golfers at Royal Regina pay slightly more, $600 a year more, for a membership. The fourth thing I want to say is we heard outlined here a very impressive young golfers program. Not a young golfers program restricted in any way. Young golfers who have family members get to play unaffected. Those who are unattached get to play for a very reasonable fee, and part of this is you included significant time on the course together with a $5 luncheon. This is taking young people in the summer and giving them something constructive to do, and we should not be overlooking that at a time when community wellness and other kinds of activities which aren't so healthy are tempting young people. I want to deal next with the question of whether it's a private or a non-private course. This is not splitting hairs. This is a non-profit organization. Every penny they get, they plug back into the asset itself. We know about other nonprofit organizations. Riel is a nonprofit organization. If miraculously this golf course starts to make a profit, that is, if it starts hoarding money, the Canada Revenue Agency will come after them and will revoke the nonprofit designation. So that's really what this is. It's a nonprofit organization. And that's something that deserves some consideration as you're contemplating this. Finally, I want to talk about the stereotypic aspect of this. I understand that golf has an image of being a rich person's sport. It's not an image that corresponds with any reality. This, in fact, is a golf course that's providing golf to those who are interested at a reasonable fee, in some cases at a very reasonable fee, for anybody who wants to play. There may be a few rich people that play at that club, but there are lots and lots and lots of people who aren't especially wealthy, who do have a recreational opportunity here. I also bristle a bit at the status, this claim that it's an elite sport, and I do it because I bristle when I see a stereotype. I don't think anybody in this city would say that junior hockey is an elite sport. But every parent in this city knows that if you've got a kid or 2 or 3 in junior hockey, you're paying a fortune in membership fees, you're paying a fortune in equipment. It's a really tough go. This is a golf course that is offering to let kids play on their golf course and learn a game which will be healthy for them for the rest of their lives at a very reasonable fee, and the equipment expense is nothing like the equipment expense in any other sports. And finally, on this point, the question is, well, why should the city subsidize a golf course? Well, the city subsidizes every public ice rink in this town. I mean, we're not doing anything here that we don't do for many sports. And we do it because it's useful for our citizens, because it makes them healthy, because it gives them some fun in life, especially these days. That is worth something. So I think that Mr. Pollock made a very compelling presentation. I think he presented us with facts we didn't have before. I'd ask you to vote to restore the subclass on the golf course, not to mention the tourism, but I'll leave that for other people.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. On the amendment, any members wishing to speak? Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. Through the chair to administration, can you comment on where golf places in the recreation master plan in terms of priorities?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, I'm just going to get the document, unless Ms. Shaley knows right offhand.
I could ask another question in advance if you prefer. I apologize, I did just throw that on your lap. Do you want me to ask another question instead?
Yeah.
And you can look for that? For sure. I guess my question through the chair to administration, do we have other subclasses for daycares, recreation facilities, cooperatives, not-for-profits? Are there any subclasses currently in our tax inventory that covers any kind of organization like this?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we do not.
Through the chair, has any member of this council or administration looked at the financials of the Royal Regina to confirm and to substantiate points around their economic well-being?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, we have not.
No. Did we afford the downtown bid, the Hotels Association, or the warehouse bid their requests for some kind of tax relief or deferral as a consequence of COVID?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have not, although there is a request in that we will be bringing a report back in the new year for council's review and decision.
Thank you. I should state that this was discussed at the Recovery Task Force. The report is before council. One of the thoughts was that we shouldn't choose favorites, but rather have blanket support. I'm not seeing a blanket support in this subclass. I see it for 2 organizations. One is a privileged private club. The other is a private organization that functions as a not-for-profit, is a private organization one way or the other.
On a procedural point, that is just an incorrect statement.
Administration, is the Royal Regina a publicly owned facility?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, it's a non-profit organization with membership.
Ms. Howerlich, you have an answer ready for Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, Mayor Masters, I do. So at this point in the Rec Master Plan, it isn't set as a priority for future development or expansion within our facilities. Our role is to provide affordable opportunities at our golf courses for a self-sustaining manner, which we do.
Okay, thank you. Another point I'll make is we charge the North Central Family Center, Street Culture Project, the Y. I could provide the Mackenzie Science Center, 100% taxes. All serve a great function. No separate mill rate category. We do, however, develop policies to allow these organizations to apply because they have some recognition in terms of the importance to our community. Could the Royal Regina apply, since we're using this not-for-profit statement, could they apply for tax relief through our existing not-for-profit policy?
Through you, Mayor Masters, they would apply through our sport and recreation stream, but they'd have to meet the criteria of that stream for the grants.
Okay, thank you. I would argue that one of the best cases then to not reinstate this is to leave it as it is, remove the subclass, and then we can test these positions on their not-for-profit and community status by asking them to apply for existing grants. That has actually been a standing position of Councillor Hawkins in the past, and one of the reasons the Mackenzie has a fee structure in place is because we believe that they should generate their own revenue to be entitled to some kind of support. I'm applying the same principle here to one particular golf course. I think this is a special deal. I recognize that there's been hardship. There's been hardship by a number of different private, not-for-profit, however you want to categorize them, recreation outlets. They have not received relief. And I'm totally not sold that the hardship is as significant as displayed. We heard an organization that recruits people internationally, that has Royal in its designation, that has private clubs and other revenue-generating opportunities, great service to the community. I saw a lot of disconnect between these claims of financial hardship, minimum wage, and the need for a special subclass. So I know this isn't a lot of money, but it is a principle. We should be very sparing with how we're using this particular tax lever.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Moll.
Councillor Stevens brought up some points here that made me think of a question. So through you, Madam Mayor, North Regina Little League on Pasqua Street, Louvain and 4th Avenue area there. What is the structure on that site? Does North Regina Little League pay taxes?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So at the end of the day, that is a city-owned facility. So obviously, the city does not pay taxes. We have partnership agreements in place with organizations such as the North Regina Little League in terms of their contributions and their maintenance for that site. But no, they do not pay taxes. That is a city-owned facility.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against this for two primary reasons. One is the nature of the legal entity we're talking about. So it's a non-profit corporation, but there are two types of those. One is charitable. They provide services to the public and so on. The other is membership driven, where they exist to serve their own members. That's non-charitable. That's what this one is. That's why I wouldn't get a tax receipt if I donated to them, because they exist to serve their members rather than to the public. The 11 of us in the Horseshoe could create a membership-based organization by next week. We could buy a set of dumbbells to finance it through fees and be one of those. I would suggest that would be improper for us to be looking to get better tax rates than other fitness-based facilities. I think a second reason here is it's difficult to draw the line between a golf course which claims to compete against city facilities and, say, a weight room which claims to compete against fitness facilities. So we run gyms. People can do that. There are a lot of private gyms downtown. It's not obvious to me why those gyms, on whatever legal model they're using, wouldn't get the same discounted tax rate under this. So I think that's broadly to say I agree with Councillor Stevens' position that this very narrow designation is quite arbitrary and may well not align with our recreation plan. The third is to respond to the suggestion that it's a stereotype to say the Royal Golf and Country Club caters to wealthier folks. So on their website, they indicate a drop-in fee for a public non-member player, $110. And then a golf cart, $22 a seat. So two people go golf. On my math, that's $250 for an afternoon. Those aren't paupers who are paying those fees. Similarly, they indicated a yearly fee, which is to say a seasonal membership at the course is $3,000. On my math, that's $500 or $600 a month. Again, I think that's not the sort of thing where we're talking about accessible recreation. It's simply not an accessible sport. And we're not going to make it more accessible by knocking $17,000 off their tax fee. So I think they're providing a good service to their members. That's what they ought to do, but they should be on a level playing field with gyms, the Lakeview Tennis Club, the rugby club, other entities doing the same thing, so I'll be opposed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just a question. When this subclass was first created, why that particular number 0.81197? I was just, is there any background in terms of why that was established at that rate? And I guess it kind of has to do with my question. I know it was under commercial and commercial's higher, but that rate is even lower than the residential rate. So why was 0.8? Is there any history on that?
Through your Mayor Masters, we'll ask Ms. Bryden to speak to that. I believe.
Sorry, having trouble hitting my buttons. Through you, Mayor Masters. So that mill rate factor was originally established at the time to set that mill rate factor similar to what it would have been as vacant land, so as a comparable.
Okay, thank you for that. And a question through the mayor. In terms of using different tools to achieve a goal, I guess I'm trying to understand why we would use subclass to reach a particular goal. It's in the report that we had before. I think Moose Jaw was the only other city that did something like this. It's not very common. Subclasses are often used for other things in other cities. So, is this the most appropriate way to address request from a particular property owner? What are the objectives of using subclasses, I guess, is what I'm asking.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start and then I'll ask Ms. Bryden to add some further background. So this original request came from the Regina Golf Club years ago after they had a fairly significant flood that damaged the course. They came in front of City Council, and of course, their position is, we're not on a level playing field with municipal courses. Even the other, private course in Regina, they have land which is in the RM and some that's in the city. And the council of the day was looking for an opportunity to provide them some support. The really only way to do that was to lower their taxes. So that was the decision of the day. If this was to occur today, this may not be the solution that we would recommend as an administration. But we don't have a lot of levers to support this organization. Yes, I think they can apply through our, community and sport stream of our grant funds. They may or may not be successful. So that's always an option. So maybe just ask Ms. Bryden to add any additional comment as to the relevance of whether or not, subclasses is the ideal tool.
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if I'm even on.
You are, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay. So, subclasses are a tool for council to They're used to differentiate properties according to certain characteristics for the purpose of distributing the tax levy among different properties. And as Mr. Holden described, there are other options available for council to provide these kinds of supports, either through grant programs or property tax exemptions. At the time, the subclasses, I think, were proposed as a way to create some stability, longer-term stability for the golf courses, and keep them at that level playing field with other city golf courses that operate in our community. And that's about all I can add.
Okay, thank you. I am not going to support this motion. And again, I think it has more to do with the principle of reducing the costs for a particular sport when I know that there are a lot of parents in lots of other sports that have to attend a lot of fundraising so that their kids can participate in those sports. And I'm also opposed because it's, there are some seniors that are living on just their CPP and OAS pension checks that are going to be receiving an increase in taxes this year. And I don't think it would be fair that they would see that the mill rate factor applied to their property is going to be higher than a proposed subclass for golf courses. So I am not going to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, a couple questions for administration. 4 golf courses that we do own, are they money makers? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so our golf courses are on a cost recovery. So our fees pay for our operating costs, they pay for our capital costs, and there is actually an overhead charge as well. So, Ms. Harlech, Ms. Shaley, time for administration is also included in that. So they do pay for, the fees that we collect pay for the operations, the maintenance, and the capital reinvestment.
And what is that fee, and what do we pay the organization that runs those, Western Golf Management? Through you, Madam Mayor.
So I may ask Ms. Harlech to just speak to that in terms of Western Golf Management is the operator in terms of booking rounds of golf. We do the maintenance ourselves and the capital investment.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd ask that Ms. Shaley provide those details.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we have an arrangement with Western Golf Management whereby the city collects the 100% of the fees and we retain that. Western Golf Management generates its profit by keeping the revenue for golf rentals, alcohol sales, restaurant sales, and any other kinds of revenues.
Thank you. What is that? What is the cost? I'd like to know what is the actual cost? What do we end up paying the WGM in this past year? It's not, I've looked in the budget book, it's not there. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to defer the question to our manager of golf courses, Mr. Irick, to talk about the structure of the agreement.
Three-year Mayor Masters. 3-year Mayor Masters, sorry for that. Our cost sharing agreement is such that we take 100% of the golf course fees, so we have preset rates. Illustratively, this year we've brought in a revenue of approximately 3.9 million. Our expenses were 2.4 million, so we're going to probably be turning into the reserve roughly 1.3 million by the time our year is finished so far.
Thank you. when I see in the budget book,
It needs to turn their speakers on.
through you, it says 2.9 million. The budget project revenues, now that's just a generic, that covers all the bases, 2.9 million? And it's the
I'm
same as
sorry,
2021.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up on me.
So I just see here, under golf course fees, it says the 22 budget project revenue of 2.9 million is the same as 2021. So there's been, in here, it indicates that there's been no, there has been nothing made.
No, sorry, we are going to be having a profit of approximately $1.3 million this year. These are new numbers that are being processed currently. Our fees have not been increased for the past 3 years, but the reason we're seeing such a rapid increase is because our attendance at the golf course has increased by approximately 50%.
Okay. I guess I'm going to ask administration, though, that's not in our budget book. I would like just an explanation as to that.
What is she looking at?
That is, through you, Mayor Masters, that is because it goes into the reserve portion, but also this is because we're coming up to our year end at this point and we're actually getting the real sales reports now.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I believe the councillor is referring to the numbers on page 29 of the budget book. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And so the numbers on page 29 of the budget book are the gross revenue. So it's not the net revenue number that's being referred to here, which is the amount that's transferred to the reserve. So this is the gross revenue.
Thank
And
you.
then the expenses would be in the expenditure side of the budget in Parks and Rec.
Thank you, okay. So I guess I'm just trying to qualify, because in the past, I've understood that these golf courses have not been a revenue generator and have been, cost us more than what we're getting out, but it's a service that we provide. Can I ask administration to comment on that?
Go ahead, Barry. So through you, Mayor Master, so as Mr. Ayerks indicated, so we collect the revenue from the rounds of golf, and we predict that 2.9 million is the amount that we're going to collect, and then anything additional goes into the reserve. The reserve is what funds our capital program. So the golf courses, as we operate them today, pay all of their costs. And I know we get asked that many, many times. Are the golf courses at the City of Regina costing the taxpayer money? And the golf courses are operated and maintained, and the capital reinvestments come from the fees, which generate revenue for the city, and any surplus goes into the capital for reinvestment into capital.
So the question I'm going to ask is if we had if the city had to pay taxes, like the Regina Golf Club does, would we be in a positive?
So if we were to pay taxes similar to other golf courses, then obviously we would pay those taxes. That would be less money would be transferred to the reserve. So it may or may not have an impact on capital. It might impact the timing of capital projects. It might push some out.
Or it could be in the negative?
Yes, just by, Cities Act, we do not pay taxes on facilities that we operate.
Thank you. I guess that was the reason that this was brought in, was the fact that we have competition. We have a golf club that is trying to run a business, just like the cities do. And you can see by the collection of fees, they're only about $600 over, and they have to pay the taxes compared to the city. Now, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is I've heard from councillors here today that feel that this is an elite and would not be fair. I guess the question I'm going to ask is, are we in a situation to take over another golf course if this goes under?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I would say the answer is the city right now has no interest in taking on another golf course. Part of the challenge always is, rather the question, why is the city in the golf course business?
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
So at the end of the day, it is a recreation service. Obviously, the city courses, for a number of reasons, their fees are lowered. They are public courses. The fact that the city is in the golf course business somewhat impacts the rates that, whether it's a nonprofit, semi-private, private, the city's operations impact their ability in terms of what they can charge because they need to be competitive. So we're in the business because we got into the business a number of years ago, but we would not at this current time, as per our recreation master plan, look at taking on additional golf or adding to our inventory.
Thank you. I'll just make a comment that with the Regina Golf Course, I think a few years ago, they actually built a new clubhouse or made an addition, I think. And they had, to stay alive, they had offered to do then weddings. They had to expand to do weddings. They had to do Sunday brunches. To keep alive, that's what some of the things they had to do. But they had to also put that into the building to do it. So to Councillor Stadnichuk's question, some people do bingos and all this. That's what they had to do to stay alive, to offset, because they're only open 5 months of the year. So what they make that revenue, 5 months, they have to expand it over 12 months to keep alive, is what I'm trying to say. No difference when we ran a dinner theater. Dinner theater was super busy, Christmas time, maybe Valentine's, that had to carry us through the year. It's no different than a golf course or any seasonal type of, but the last point I would just like to say is that when we look at, this is the poorest timing ever. In a pandemic, in the last 2 years, where people couldn't even gather, so they couldn't even, I mean, you saw the hotel industry is no different. You can't have events, you can't do that. So you have to stay alive. So how this came about, I don't appreciate. If we want to go out and ask administration to have a conversation, and with industry, that's different. But on the fly of council to say that we're going to take this and now it's going to be another $17,000 that you have to find in your bottom line, to me is unacceptable as a city. They're operating in our city. So I will not, I will be supporting this as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw.
Just kind of following up on this, and obviously the one question, does the city own hotels, daycares, or any art galleries in Regina? Through the chair.
Through Mayor Masters, no, we do not.
We don't. And so we're correct, we don't pay taxes. The taxes from the golf courses, they don't pay, the city doesn't pay the taxes. Is that correct, through the chair?
That's correct. The city do not pay the taxes. And, when we have a facility, the Neil Bockwell Civic Arts Center, for example, there's an art gallery in that space, but it's run by a nonprofit organization, and they enter into a lease arrangement with the city.
So here's kind of where I'm going with this. This golf course brings in revenue for the city. I mean, I know the answer, but can you please give me that answer through the chair?
So yes, the golf course brings in revenue for the city. That's the the $2.9 million that Mr. Eyrick indicated, and then of course anything above that goes into the reserve for capital. So that's where these are really cost recovery centers from our perspective. They are paying for themselves to provide a service to the public.
So here's kind of what I'm thinking too. So we have the Royal Regina Golf Tournament, and they talked about the golf course, and we talked about all the tournaments that they host, and that there's only a couple that have that designation. I'm looking at it going, with all these tournaments that they provide and weddings that they do out there, that's turned it into money making for them, or to somehow make some money. That revenue, and that brings revenue back into our city through hotels, visits from people, restaurants, so on and so forth. Is that not a huge revenue to the city and to our tax base through these golf tournaments that the Royal Regina hosts, through the chair?
So through Mayor Masters, I think that is a question for the Royal Regina Golf Club, but obviously, yes, when they host activities that are beyond, I would say, what their normal membership is in terms of rounds of golf, they do try, obviously, to, attract that type of activity, meals, bar service, et cetera, in their own facility, which is why they built an expanded clubhouse. But obviously, businesses in Regina, definitely, I would say, they contribute indirectly to economic activity, whether it's people staying in a hotel or choosing to dine in another restaurant within our community. But it's again, it's hard to quantify that.
Mhm. Correct. I just want to go back to the fact of the gyms. The gyms aren't bringing in money into restaurants and hotels to stay and work out in that gym in Regina, just to Councillor Andrews' point. And I'd just like to apologize. I was very misinformed when this came forward before. Speaking with Mr. Pollock and the youth program that they have, I know what it costs to go golfing. I spent $20 on my first set of golf clubs at a garage sale. I go in my running shoes, they cost me $5. Can be an expensive sport, but if you do it the way I do it, you pick up golf clubs at a garage sale and you go golfing, and it's okay. So I apologize for my previous vote, and I appreciate your input into this. Thank you, administration. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just like to have a clarification on the mover of the motion, Councillor Hawkins, in his introduction mentioned that they'll, with this move with the lowering the or changing their fee, is not going to increase or change or do anything to our mill rate or of any kind. So it's neutral. Am I correct to understand that?
So through Mayor Masters, so the property subclasses, if they change, there is no revenue impact on our budget. What happens is if the golf course itself was to pay less, then others within that commercial subclass would pay more. And if they pay more, then the others pay less. It's revenue neutral for the city of Regina.
Mayor Masters, could I add to that? I'm going to read a sentence that Mr. Lacey provided to us all, and this is relevant to the question of whether this will cost seniors more money. It won't. Reintroducing the property subclasses has no revenue impact on the budget, as the mill rate factors are adjusted for all, and these are the critical words, non-residential property class categories, ensuring revenue neutrality. I don't know whether Mr. Lacey wants to add to that, but that's the information he's provided us.
So maybe just through you, Mayor Masters, to follow up on Mr. Holden's comments and Councillor Hawkins' comments. So what the mill rate factors do is it just, you said how much property taxes you're going to collect from the non-residential property tax category. What the mill rate factors then do is just determine how that tax load is going to be allocated amongst the property classes within the non-residential property tax classes. And so as a result, just like Mr. Holden said, if the golf courses pay more, the other property owners in the non-residential property classes pay less. And if the golf courses pay less property tax because you adjust the mill rate factor to allow for that, that means the other property class holders in the non-residential property classes pay slightly more. So it's just how you distribute the tax load is what there's due.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions from council, I do have a couple. Thank you, Councillor Shaw, for asking the question about does the city compete with the Science Centre? That's fascinating. I don't believe it does it? Excellent. In terms of the idea of property tax subclasses, essentially it allows cities to tax different types of property in a non-uniform manner, right? If I got this right. And the most common form differentiate types of property at different percentages of value, generally based on use or ownership. Is that what Ms. Bryden answered in terms of property?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so yes, it is properties of the same characteristics, fall
Thank
within
you.
a single subclass.
Much ado has been made about the form of the organization running this. So the Goulet, Lakeview, Tor Hill, and the Murray we have a contract with Western Gulf Management. Okay. We have according to page 30, we have a golf course reserve which is self-sustaining. So all fees that we collect, whatever we don't spend, we put in a golf course reserve. So I guess my real question is, Western Gulf Management a nonprofit?
Through Mayor Masters, so Western Gulf Management obviously are in the business of operating golf courses. They do that for profit. You know, they provide services to the city, and then they benefit obviously from, as Mr. Irick indicated, through food and beverage sales, through golf lessons, through golf cart rentals. That is the revenue that they generate that makes them profitable. They operate a number of golf courses across the country. So this is a business for them.
So off of city property that does not pay taxes, we have a self-sustaining golf course reserve, and the organization that's contracted makes a profit, just to be perfectly clear.
Yeah, and I might just ask if Ms. Harlock or Mr. Irick actually, you know, without disclosing, you know, details of the agreement, can provide any comment just on the revenue expense structure at a very high level related to Western Gulf.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Irick to go through those details.
Through you, Mayor Masters, at a very high level, council sets the rate for the green fees for our golf courses and for all of the golf courses. The city then gets the 100% of the green fees, and Western Gulf Management collects those green fees for us and then pays us those green fees at the end of the fiscal year. Western Gulf Management then has the liquor sales, has the golf cart rentals, has the driving ranges, and that's how they generate their revenues from that.
Thank you very much for that answer, sir. What strikes me here, and I believe in terms of principles, the principle of fairness, not to put words in your mouth, Councillor Hawkins, but I believe there's a principle of fairness, and a principle of fairness that was applied when the original subclass was created. Also on page 30 happens to be community services and operating revenue, and there's a line that struck me which says, where other service providers exist in Regina, rates reflect the market value for the services. So the city subsidizes and then charges user fees. Ensures the city's provision of services at subsidized rates does not discourage other entrepreneurs from providing similar services in the marketplace. Would not having to pay property taxes be deemed essentially subsidizing a golf course? Compared to being in the competition in terms of the playing field when we have a not-for-profit organization having to pay property taxes.
So through your masters, you know, I think that is the debate that always comes forward when the city is in the business of providing something that's in direct competition with the private sector. So the discussion about golf, the establishment of fees, you know, does the fact that the city operates golf courses and we are unique and that we do not have to pay taxes. So that's a principle that that you described on page 30 that we strive to achieve, but it does take us into conflict at times because it does create an unlevel playing field for sure.
Thank you. I think for me, the unlevel playing field would be that we have a not-for-profit who we've attempted to level a playing field with, and a for-profit organization who we contract with who then makes a profit, and as they should, in terms of being in business. I think this is a unique situation and the subclass is warranted. Councillor Hawkins, no further councillors want to speak. Would you like to close off debate?
I'll be very brief. There was some question about whether or not we'd reviewed their financials. They are a nonprofit status under the CRA. The CRA will review their financials yearly, and if there was any question about that, the CRA would deal with it. Mayor, I agree with you. This is an entirely unique situation, and that is why the subclass is warranted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. City Clerk, could you please call the vote on the amendment?
Need a mic. Yeah. Mayor Masters, with respect to the amendment, it is carried in a vote of 6 to 5. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Vindura, Mole, as well as yourself. Those councillors voting against the motion were Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mancinelli.
Thank you. Council, it is 12:40. Lunch has been here for a little bit. Councillor Hawkins, with your indulgence, I would ask for a recess for 45 minutes for lunch. I'm going to ask you to make the motion then. Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mole. We'll recess for 45 minutes, which brings us back, I believe, at, I'm going to do really quick math, but not really well, 25 after 1. Welcome back, Council. Councillor Hawkins, we are still on your turn to ask questions of administration and talk. I believe you have an amendment that will be going forward in capital.
Mayor, that's correct. This amendment probably belongs in capital, and I have nothing further.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Start by thanking administration for the very detailed responses. It certainly will cut back my Q&A. Because for folks paying attention, there's about 16 pages of questions and answers that administration crafted for us based on the budget, so we don't have to get into the weeds ideally. I guess I have two big picture questions, and I'll see if this particular amendment is fitting for the operating discussion. We've had a lot of discussion around the crafting of a land development strategy and perhaps corporation. High level, is this somewhere in the budget, given the budgets are also strategy documents?
So through you, Mayor Masters, the administration intends to bring a report on the establishment of a land development corporation in February, March. So it's not included in the proposed 2022 budget at this point.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, to indulge some of the delegates and to reaffirm our commitment to some social priorities, there is money in this budget for supportive housing, approximately $1 million. Can administration walk through how that money is going to be awarded in this budget in the year ahead?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Horlick to provide comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so through our housing incentive program, which we have is $2.5 million. $1 million has been allocated directly to support supportive housing, and that $1 million is dedicated to right now through the RHI project, and that will be for operating. And then the other 1.5 will go through the process, through our application process to reallocate those monies in terms of our policy. Excuse me. As we're actually reviewing our comprehensive housing strategy this year, and so we'll make sure that it is aligned with the community safety and well-being plan and the plan to end homelessness as we move forward.
Great, thank you. This might be where this is perhaps more appropriate for the capital budget, but I just want to double check through the chair. I had some questions in a potential amendment around increasing money dedicated to sidewalk repairs. There's $1.15 million assigned in this budget. Is that a capital issue or an ongoing maintenance and operations issue?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So there's $2.3 million. It was broken into 2 years now, 1.15 million in each year. And that is to catch up the backlog of sidewalk repairs. So it actually helps having it broken into 2 years in terms of lining that work up with potential road work at the same time and trying to get those a little more synergistic when it comes to doing the work in both areas.
Okay. Before I follow up, is that a capital question or a maintenance or an operational question?
I believe, I'll just check with Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is in the operating budget, the additional funding that we're dedicating to catch up on the backlog of repairs. It's in
Okay, thank
operating.
you. So in terms of the backlog, can you provide me with a scope of how much work is required, and is this money stretched over 2 years sufficient to advance that commitment?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment on the detail of the work.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So as of 2020 in this report, the Safe Sidewalk report as it was brought forward earlier this year, the backlog of distresses in our concrete sidewalk network was around 619. So we believe with the combination of additional funding to support the backlog, as well as with our annual operating budget to perform those maintenance tasks, as well as the work that we do with our residential road and street infrastructure programs, and the work we do with our cut repairs when we repair utility underground maintenance issues. We believe that over the next 2 years, that we could reduce that backlog and catch up in our distress program.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start just with a couple generic questions. So can I just ask, where in the budget is the money for beautification to our city? That's something that I know we had talked about in our strat plan and looking at, you know, how do we bring back the beautification type of, I know we took out some flower pots, we put some back in. Over looking at our parks, where do I find this in our budget?
Mr. Honor, you couldn't hear the question?
Please. No, I was just indicating that I wasn't sure if Councillor Bresciani's mic was on.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it is. Should I speak up? Should I take my mask off? Sorry, so my question is that in the budget, where are the pieces that focus on the beautification of our city?
So through you, Mayor Masters, the budget through operating and capital has a number of initiatives in it where we invest in, you know, if we use the words, beautification of our city. So whether it is park improvements through our capital programs, you know, I know Mr. Onright is allocating about $1 million a year to our downtown to make sure that we're making investments, to make sure that, you know, the paving stones and, you know, trees, et cetera, are all in a good state of repair. We've talked about, if you walk downtown Regina right now, we have some uneven, unlevel sidewalks. We've got a mixture of sidewalks and paving stones. So we've prioritized that, but in terms of exactly where you find it in the budget, I think you find it throughout the budget in terms of the programs and services that we have in capital and our operating investments.
Okay. Every year we host an event called Light the Lights, and we've talked about getting lights on our city hall. Like most other cities can light up their city hall for mental health, and if it be blue, or cancer, it'd be pink. This year I would say that we've increased some lights around City Hall, not City Hall, but on the trees. This event, I understood, did not have a budget. Where is it going to be found in this budget coming up for 2022 to be when we're asked to host that city event? And is there anything in the budget for lights for City Hall?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so when we do Light the Lights, if we have additional costs in terms of improving lighting, et cetera, that is funding that we find within the existing operating budget. When we move to participate in things like, you know, frost, or we look at the winter strategy, those are initiatives that we need to make sure that we have some funding in place for. I may just ask Ms. Harlock just to speak to those two items in particular.
Through you, Mayor Masters, as Mr. Holden indicated, there isn't a budget line, so for next year for frost, we are looking at doing a display, and then as we move into the 2023 budget process, we'll be making an official ask. So for this year, we'll be working within our existing operating budgets. There is no specific ask, but myself and the Deputy City Clerk have been working together for the frost, and then you'll see the ask in 2023.
Okay, thank you for that. We've talked about parks. Let's just see here. We, I've got a lot of papers here. Well, before we, one of the questions is that, what do we have in case our COVID changes and we go back to kind of where we were, what kind of numbers do we have put away for dollars if we are impacted again? Do we have anything for, in a reserve for COVID, through the chair?
So, oh, there we go. So, through you, Madam Mayor. So in the budget overall, we anticipated the impact of COVID to be 6.7 million. We include the 2.1 million reduction in the revenue sharing grant from the province as part of that COVID impact. So if you disclude that, we have in the budget calculated $4.6 million of impact due to COVID. And the primary areas that we're forecasting to be impacted relate to transit fare revenues. Transit fare ridership continues to be down, so we are continuing to collect less in transit fares. And then the other big piece of that relates to our recreation programming fees when people go to our recreational facilities. And so we have projected a 4.6 million impact related to those items. And we are recommending that that be covered from one-time funds, use up the remaining COVID-19 recovery reserve we have, and then the remainder coming out of the general fund reserve. And we base that projection on the trends that we were seeing up until now, and projecting that we will continue to see reduced ridership through to reduced fees through to the end of 2022, hopefully seeing that improve over time. You might recall in the 2021 budget, we set aside 12 million. So we are setting aside less money this year, but it is because of what we've seen as a trend line and people starting to return to those services.
Thank you. Now, can you refresh my memory? Did we not get 13 million from the federal government?
So through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. We did get some COVID recovery funding from the federal government, and that is in part, so that funding was used primarily for three purposes. One, the Regina Economic Grant Recovery Program of $2 million. We used part of that funding to cover off the 12 million from last year that I referred to. And then as well, we had a reserve, a little bit remaining, which we put into a COVID-19 reserve, and we're using that then to cover off part of this $4.6 million impact in 2022 that I referred to. So we'll essentially have used up that entire 13 million that was provided to us in this year's budget.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to ask about parks. The operational costs for maintaining the 1,600 hectares of open space, including the 330 parks, 108 sports fields, 150 ball diamonds, and 159 playgrounds, 220,000 trees, and 120 kilometers of pathways. It's on page 128 of the budget. I guess the question I'm going to ask is parks was also part of the efficiency review. And I'd like to know what efficiencies are we finding in the 22 budget for parks? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Masters. I'll start and then I'll ask Ms. Harlock to add some detail. So in the last number of years, there has been some concerns raised in terms of the quality and maintenance of our parks and open space. So, you know, there's been a concerted effort by administration to take a look at some of our maintenance practices. Through the efficiency review, we heard about a week ago that obviously parks needs to be prioritized in terms of looking at how we schedule and allocate those resources. So there has been some preliminary work done, but really as we move into 2022 and we start to prioritize the recommendations out of the efficiency review, that's where I think the real opportunity is. to make some fairly, I think, significant strides, but I will let Ms. Harlick speak to some of the work that has been done as the efficiency review is underway, and some of the plans that her and Ms. Shaley have for April as we approach spring, hopefully, in 2022.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So as an example of an efficiency that we're moving forward with is the forestry unit did a test pilot project for 7-day service rather than the traditional 5-day this year. And it involves scheduling staff and vehicles for 70 hours per week, which is up from the traditional 40 hours per week. So that savings over that 10-week period was about $50,000. So that pilot is going to be expanded into 2022, which is going to result in significant long-term savings. We've done a number of things with respect to the operations, as Mr. Holden said, and we've had many conversations about the park maintenance of new parks and the park level standards. So this year we did a level of service review for all of our parks. And we've developed a new strategy with regards to enhanced levels of service for our new parks and recognizing the need to provide just that extra higher level of service until the park is established. So we have that going forward in 2022 to start to see changes that we need in that over that time period. We've also looked at our internal service levels, so the metrics. So we've put clear expectations. We're going to be doing visual inspections 2 to 3 times per year per park. There'll be an audit process with regards to our park systems that we've put in place. And then looking at daily supervision and oversight of parks maintenance, again, more of the supervision. So what we heard from the parks review that came through the efficiency review. So as we move forward, as Mr. Holden said, we'll be creating our official KPIs as we move forward, but there is many metrics that we have. It's just improving upon those. In addition, because of the review, we are taking an additional 13.24 additional hectares of land, including the 357 new trees, 2,000 square foot of shrubs, 2 playgrounds, 2 athletic fields, and 2 additional outdoor rinks. Typically, we would have asked for $252,000 in order to sustain that from a growth factor, but looking at the efficiency review, we actually reduced the budget request to just 150 because of the savings that we anticipate we'll see in 2022.
Thank you. So with those savings that you found, it will not cut the service though to parks, which is
Yep. So that is
it's an efficiency within.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. So looking at what we're doing with forestry and then what we've seen, and then we haven't had a chance to put in fully the levels of service review that we did last year. And then with the work that's done with the efficiency review, we anticipate seeing even more efficiencies as we move forward without reducing our service levels.
Thank you. Just on that with staff, there was a conversation as to from Deloitte to looking at the schedule and the deploying of knowing where staff are, and is there any technology that is needed to get that going, and is that part of this?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we do have some telematics that we use, but it's not fully. So as part of the efficiency review, that Parks is going to be the pilot for the scheduling software, so that was in the review. So that'll be coming forward, and we'll be working with the transformation office regarding that scheduling. So, but we do have our processes that we'll continue to look at and advance, but the full software would need to be purchased, and as through the efficiency review in the transformation office, the idea is to get a scheduling software in place that can be piloted in parks, and then it can be brought out into Mr. Onwright's area and other operating areas. I'm not sure if Ms. Folk has anything more to add on that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, in terms of implementation plan for the efficiency review, our commitment based on what Council approved 2 weeks ago was to bring a report forward in January that would actually outline in detail all of the implementation and the sequencing of that. So in terms of timing and cost impact, scheduled to come forward in January.
Thank you. I appreciate that when we got that. I guess the concern that I have, and I really think that, how long we've been working on this for about 6 months, I understand, with Deloitte. And the question that I ask is, when we look at the parks and all of the top things that came forward, city administration was working with Deloitte at that time. And that's for parks. Another key one is procurement. Procurement, out of that 17 million, I think 13 million is the findings in that procurement. I guess I question as to, this has been an ongoing conversation. Parks and procurement has been an ongoing conversation for years. So I guess I'm wondering, why do we have to wait for this office to dictate where we gotta go and what we gotta do? I guess, we know that procurement has been a problem. We know we have to do better at procurement. So I'm wondering, I would have liked to have seen some of this stuff in the budget already. And so I guess I just would like to know, administration's response on that. I understand that the budget book was crafted in the same time the efficiency review came forward. But, what is the city doing for procurement? Anything, or are we still waiting for that transition office? Through you, Madam Mayor.
So with you, Mayor Masters, so yes, Deloitte was hired, and, we were in the process of working alongside Deloitte in terms of providing them a lot of data and information. So conversations, first of all, so they could establish a baseline in terms of our operations, budgets, et cetera. And then we went through a number of workshops where they identified, opportunities, and then we basically validated those opportunities. As a city manager, I'll say we're an organization that is focused on continuous improvement. Deloitte acknowledged that a number of the things that they recommended, there was work underway. There was some progress being made. For me, the efficiency review really is about, council now seeing the opportunities, accepting those recommendations, and, directing the administration to say, make that a priority. We only have so many resources and capacity, and that, that's not, to suggest that we should not be an organization that's focused on efficiency. To Ms. Horlick's point, there was work being undertaken in parks to look at our systems, how we schedule, but we're still doing that on a manual basis, and of course Deloitte has said, go to a scheduling system. You can cascade it across your whole organization. You will make yourself much more effective in terms of, maximizing routes and achieving efficiency that way. Procurement is an area that, and I'll have Mr. Lacey speak about it in more detail, but there has been a significant amount of work done to improve our procurement practices over the time that Mr. Lacey has been here in his position. We've moved to negotiated RFPs, for example, which when Deloitte talks about savings, and if the number's $10+ million, those may not be hard savings. Those may be savings that allow us to achieve more investment into a capital project. So for example, at the current time with supply shortages and et cetera, when you go to an RFP, the projects are coming in much higher than what our projected budgets are, and everyone is experiencing that. So our negotiated RFP process allows us to then work with the contractor to really make sure that we can leverage and get the most in terms of the original project that we had scoped and were aiming to construct. So yes, we have more work to do, but administration has been working on a lot of the areas that in the efficiency review, but I believe that it does allow us to reposition those, reprioritize those, and having the transformation office is going to really focus us on a transformation culture, and it is going to make sure that we have tools in place to support the individuals that will be tasked to do that work. And we do need additional resources because the individuals that are often involved in some of the more strategic work or some of the more transformational work where we really need to look at our systems and our processes are the very people that have the responsibility to lead and supervise and direct our workforce. So the efficiency report will provide high-level direction to administration and allows us to prioritize it. I'm not sure if you want Mr. No? Okay.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just to that point, though, is there money in this budget so when it comes time to have this transformation office to say, this is the money we need to get going this year, like next year in 2023. We don't have to say, well, we have to wait for the budget to get started in 2024. I want to make sure that this can be started at, you said it's already been started, but what is in the budget right now for next year to get the transition office going, to do some of the things that they said we need to go? And procurement is one of the biggest savings.
Correct.
So what does that entail?
So, through you, Member Masters, clearly we heard council say that there is urgency to this and that we do not want to be waiting. So we have, I'll let Mr. Lacey speak to specifics of the budget, but we do have some funding in the area of the transformation office, some positions, and then if we're going to prioritize, for example, we talked about the customer relationship management system. We have that in our capital budget out in about 2023, 2024. When we bring a report, we're going to have to reassign some of the prioritization and timing of capital so that we can advance these sooner. So it's our intention to not wait until things show up in the capital budget 3 years from now. If transformation office is a priority and the customer relationship management is a priority, we'll have enough money to start that work in 2022, and then we would adjust our next 5-year capital plan so those things are happening in 2023. So as soon as we can possibly scope, for example, the CRM software that we need and put that out to tender, then we'll make sure that in 2023 we have the funding to start to move and implement those types of processes.
Okay, so in regards to the budget, and this is my last question, I'll let Councillor Findura ask, and I've got more after this, but the city is asking for 25 resources. 25 resources, new staff. When we've just come out of an efficiency review that says that we could find a savings potentially of 17 million, but why wouldn't we get the transition going and then see, because we've made it very clear that this is not about laying people off, but my worry is if we hire 25 and then we find that there's all of a sudden 25 jobs that maybe now aren't needed, that's the worry, because that was never the intent of the efficiency review. The efficiency review is to empower staff, but if we're going to go and hire 25 now, and then next year we're going to say, well, geez, now we get lay off, I can see the sentiment around this council I've already heard, is this about laying off people? So wouldn't it be better to hold off on those 25 until we start into the work of the efficiency review and then decide which positions are needed? Through you, Madam Mayor.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so the efficiency review, the 14 recommendations that Deloitte has suggested, there is an opportunity to achieve savings potentially of in excess of 17 million. Yes. Obviously, there's a cost to achieve that in terms of, some costs related to technology, software programs, etc. The challenge becomes, as we look at efficiency opportunities and we look at opportunities in fleet, we look at opportunities in parks, there might be opportunities in procurement. It is going to take us a little while to determine exactly what the savings are, and are they hard savings? Are they opportunities for us to reinvest? So, for example, if we want to make investments to beautify our city, and we want to strengthen the investments in, the list of park assets that you just listed, it's about then reinvesting those dollars, which would then require an investment in, potentially materials, people, etc. The 25 new positions that are in this budget are new positions that are focused on moving forward with some of the priorities that we have, been in discussion with council, been in discussion with the community. So it's investments around community safety and well-being. It's investments in our energy and sustainability. There was a number of items that were passed by council in terms of looking at drainage and lot grading, and let's put some resources to that. There's taking on new parks open space. There's an increase in staff for that. The lead pipe service connection. So when we talk about 25 FDs, it's 25 FDs across the entire then it's our operating budget, it's our capital budgets and our utility budgets. So I don't disagree that as we find efficiency, there may be an opportunity to reduce future mill rate asks. The other thing with the staffing piece is, if we find efficiency in one area, obviously we make a commitment to our unions to look at, can we retrain folks? Can we make sure people have the skill set so they're, transferable skills to move to another area? The reality is sometimes that can't necessarily happen because the skill set is a technical certification or a professional designation. So, our discussions internally at our executive table were, releasing a budget and having an efficiency review come at the same time puts council in a very difficult position. In one breath, we have a consultant that's saying, you know what, you need to be better. And there's opportunities to find savings and make yourself more efficient. And the other side, we have been an organization that has been focused on, I'll say status quo from a people capacity side of things. So we did a manager review in 2018. We looked at our staffing levels from 2012 to 2018. They were more or less identical. We did not increase our staffing complement. Now, part of that is we introduced technology. We found, improved ways of doing things. So we've basically been able to maintain service levels and not have to increase our staff. I think over our last 5 budgets, there's been 14 positions added to, the staff complement of the city. So the commitment that we as an executive team will make to you is as we go through the efficiency review and we start to achieve those savings, if there's opportunities to, look at future reducing some of the asks in terms of needing a mill rate increase, then I think that's a very real and live conversation that we'll need to have. But if we don't move forward with the FTEs that have been presented in this budget, it just means that we need to slow down that work until such time that the efficiency review potentially catches up and provides the funding to do those things.
Were we ever given what those 25 people positions are? Like, I didn't see that in the report. Was it somewhere in the report? Did I miss that? Is it in the budget book? Because I can look it up myself.
I'll ask Mr. Lacey to speak to that.
So through you, Mayor Masters, throughout the narrative, there will be discussions where there's additional positions that have been in, but we have not provided a one-page summary or a table that summarizes the entire 25. Certainly have that information here if you wish that level of detail, but if you go through the budget, for example, you will find references to the additional positions. So for example, under my office, it refers to a business support service desk and 2 additional FTE being brought into the executive director of financial strategy and sustainability's office. You'll see an increase in funding there and an increase in FTE. So you need to go through the budget book to go through that, and they may not all specifically jump out. Okay. So there's not a summary. You will not find a summary in the budget book.
Okay. If I could just add, it would probably be helpful for all of council to know those 25 positions, so we don't have to go through the book. It would be easier if you could just read them out. That would be appreciated.
So through you, Mayor Masters.
Can you turn up the
I'll
volume?
do that.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing him.
I might take, just to help council with this piece, those of you that have your budget book in front of you here, if you go to page 16 of the budget book, you'll see basically the summary of the FTEs, and you'll see that there's, for the civic total, there's 25.6 FTE for a 1.1% increase. And then underneath that, it speaks to 3 categories of FTEs. 13 FTEs that relate to supporting what we've said are city priorities and strategic initiatives. 4 FTE that relate to supporting the status quo, which is really addressing service level pressures or risks that we see in the organization. And then the final one relates to 9 FTE that don't relate to property, that aren't directly linked or funded by property taxes. So I'm going to walk through them under that those categories. So under the 13 FTE related to city priorities, and I'll just go through this slowly, there is 1 FTE associated with the implementation of the Community Safety and Well-Being Plan. There's 1.15 FTE related to when the Municipal Justice Building opens, providing programming operational support to that facility, which is expected to open in 2022. There's 2 FTE related to the establishment of a business response team to advance economic and business development opportunities. There's 1.8 FTE related to the implementation and the initiation of the Winter City Strategy. There is 2 FTE in the budget related to drainage and lot grading. And this comes out of conversations and direction Council provided administration with respect to taking a more active role in that area. There's 1.5 FTE related to heritage conservation. And this relates to some of the discussions that we've had at Council when heritage buildings have come forward with the desire to us to take a more proactive approach with respect to that program. There's 1.5 FTE related to adapted recreation. So this is, we've touched on this already with respect to enhanced recreational programming for individuals with disabilities. There is 1 FTE related to the Transformation Office related to implementing the efficiency review recommendations, and there's been a reallocation of a position internally as well to bring that office to 2. And then there's 1 FTE that is in the budget with respect to communications engagement, with respect to being more active with respect to public engagement. With respect to the what I refer to as status quo positions, and when I call it status quo, it's really about addressing service level issues or matters of what I would consider risk. And so there is 1 FTE with respect to financial reporting, and this just relates to some of the pressures that we're seeing with respect to ensuring that we have accurate financial information and are recording things appropriately. There's 1.3 FTE related to expanding bus service in the Aurora subdivision. And then there's 1 FTE with respect to additional new park space that we anticipate to take on as developers transfer park space to us. The request was actually for 2 FTE internally, given the amount of park space being transferred, but we've only come forward with a request of 1, knowing that we need to work to find efficiencies around that piece. And then with respect to the last category, there are positions that aren't funded through the tax base. There is 1 position that's a financial analyst position at Buffalo Pound. We provide financial services to Buffalo Pound. They pay for those services, so Mr. Johnson has asked for a full-time dedicated FTE to support the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation operations that they will fully fund, 1 FTE there. There's 1 FTE with respect to advancing serviceability study, so it's an engineering position with respect to moving forward with serviceability studies around infill and being more proactive in planning around where we need to do additional infrastructure work. And then there's 1 FTE related to, we've identified a need with respect to brownfield and contaminated sites. So being more proactive with respect to having action plans in place and dealing and addressing with environmental issues on contaminated sites that we own and where we might be doing work. And so we've brought forward 1 FTE with respect to that. And then the other 2 areas relate to 3 FTE with respect to the lead pipe service connection program. So as council knows, we're advancing that program, and so we do need more resources around planning and project managing that additional work. And 3 FTE related to an our oil and grit separator program. And so this is where we go out and we undertake regulatory work to ensure that the effluent that's being discharged into our systems are meeting our standards. And that is important to ensure the protection of our wastewater infrastructure. That's the 25.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very helpful. I'll leave it to others to ask questions next, but I do appreciate that information. Thank you very much. It's very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundura.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I will start first with a question about the alley levy. And the question is, I see in the report that we are not increasing the fees. And they're saying that proposes at 3,483,000, whatever that, and it's staying the same, both alley paved and alley gravel alleys. But in the report book, I notice this paved gravel alley levy for 2022 change, it goes 0.8%. Just and I know that the alleys are all the levies that are collected, that goes right back into the alley. So I'll ask that question after. But I just would like to know, there's no change in what we charge. When I see levies and licenses and fees, there's a change of 0.8%.
So through you, Mayor Masters, you will see a slight increase in the overall revenue collected, and that just as more alleys are built, there's more levy collected, even though the fee hasn't changed. If there's more alleys, more properties backing onto those alleys, as new alleys get built and homes get built, you'll see that revenue line increase.
Okay. And then I'll follow up with it too, Mayor Master. The question on how, for gravel alleys, how often do we do major capital renewal on that? And then how often per year do we do maintenance, like grading and catch basins, clean out and things like that? Mayor Masters?
I'll refer that question to Mr. Onright with respect to that operational question.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So under our alley reconstruction program, the gravel alleys are refreshed about approximately once every 10 years is the target. And then residents can expect to see alley maintenance approximately 3 times per year.
Thank you. Okay, I'll continue. On the cemeteries and the expense in the operating fund and the activities, I see an increase of 2.4%. The question is, cemeteries, we charge fees, and I'm just curious what this 2.4 is allocated for in the cemetery business.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might start and then ask Mr. Morgan to answer. So the projected balance, sorry, could you just repeat your question just so I make sure I answer it?
The 2.4% that shows in the on page 76 of the book. It says cemeteries, and it's got for 22 change a percentage of 2.4. So I'm asking, what's that 2.4 for?
Oh, okay. I'll ask Mr. Morgan to go through the details of that increase. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lacey.
So, sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, I'm just going to ask Mr. Smith to confirm it. But that amount would relate to salary increases primarily around cost of living, increases as well as any step increases in the budget, as well as any allocation of benefit costs such as the increased CPP contributions. And Mr. Smith is affirming that that is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Mayor Masters, I'm going to continue into the expenses by activity in the departments. So first one would be on the property tax administration. you have an increase for 2022 to 25.5%. That's under the book of page 60.
Through you, Mayor Masters, could you just reference that page? This might make it quicker for me to find the page. Page 60?
60?
Page 60, thank you.
Page 60, sorry.
And sorry, that's the property tax and administration you referred to?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me a quick second. So, you will notice in the line above it, the property assessment city assessor position is going down by $265,000. So part of that increase in the property tax and administration line is just a reallocation of 2 FTE between 2 areas of that work unit. And then the remainder, part of it as well relates to just, once again, COLA and step increases. And I know there was some reorganization done within that department that resulted in some reclassifications. And so those salary increases would have been reflected in there as well.
Okay, so then, Mayor Master, Mr. Lacy, I'm going to stay with you then. On page 58 of the book, accounts payable, it shows 46.4% increase for 2022. If you can tell me...
Yeah. Just give me one quick second.
Because I mean, in the description, table 41 just says, sorry, it talks about payment of vendors, and it's a very small description of what that is. So I'd like to know more.
So that's the 206,046% increase. And I'm just going through here. So this again is a reallocation of 1.5 FTE. There's a budget line above it called financial analysis and support. There was 1.5 FTE allocated out of there and transferred to the accounts payable line. So the majority of that increase is just a reallocation between those 2 units.
Okay. And then Mayor Masters, to you, Citizen Services Executive Director's Office, it shows me 82.3% for 2022. Can I have an answer? Can I have a comment on that, please? Page 864.
Kim, want to take it? Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, so that is a change in reporting structure. I have a business support manager reports directly to me for the division. We had 2 different groups in 2 different areas, admin support and business support in both our roadways department and our water utilities department. And we brought those 2 groups together under my business support manager. What we were seeing is not being real efficient in terms of pulling data together for the directors. This was consuming directors' time, which is better spent on other things. So this is now under Sean Rayson. He looks after this group. So no additional FTEs, is just a reporting structure change.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Onright. I'm going to stay with the expenses on the departments. In general, just a general question about, because they look at all the departments have increases. So I think probably you got people, organizations, culture, you've got communication engagement, you've got increases. So if I could just generally get a general comment on that, Mayor Masters, please.
So through Mayor Masters, so you know, you've asked some great questions, Councilor Findura. At the end of the day, we are always looking to look at our structures. How are our staff allocated? How are they assigned? You know, to Mr. Onright's point, there are times when we will, you know, consolidate resources to strengthen our ability to, you know, provide support to leaders in our organization. And then you'll see increases across the board as staff in positions move through their pay steps. So we have staff in management positions that are participating in a 5-step progression through their pay. We have others in our unionized positions in Local 21 that change after a certain number of hours. So you'll see steps through that. And then, of course, you'll just see increases due to our contract negotiations and general wage increases. So you will see increases every time you see the budget because we are obviously making those adjustments in the overall calculations of expense.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Holden. So, okay, we'll leave that be. Transit and paratransit, as Mr. McKenzie did speak, that Sundays and things that he would like to increase. So if I, to you, Mayor Master, if I can ask Mr. Onright, I know that we in capital we have replacement of fleet and all that. If Mr. Onright can give me replacing fleet, paratransit fleet, where are we at, please?
Through your Mayor Masters, Councillor, just so I understand the question, are you referring to existing replacement?
Addition or adding.
Additional fleet?
If we adding an extra fleet, I mean, it doesn't show exactly on that capital side to see if it's replacing existing that we have that running its life, or is it both or either or either? Thank you.
Through your Mayor Masters, so you will see in the budget for paratransit, there's both operating and capital additional, and that's in reference to supporting Miss Howard area on the recreation programming. There are 2 paratransit buses. I believe the price is $280,000, and then I believe there's about $365,000 in operating. That will add approximately 6,000 hours to paratransit to support the additional recreation programming out of Miss Howard area.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Masters, if I may, I stay with Mr. Onright, please. So the question would be then, you talked about adding extra of 6,000 some hours. Refusal rate, where are we at right now? Or where we could, well, I mean, could be, it's a loaded question, but where are we at the refusal rate right now? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Master, so I'll maybe start. Our utilization rate right now in conventional transit is 60%, and our utilization rate on paratransit is 65%. The reason for that is directly related to COVID and the reduction of services required. On the paratransit side, we've seen a lot of the business programs reduced or shut down, so the dependency on paratransit for those programs is much less today than it was in, say, 2019. I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment on your other question around utilization or refusal rate.
The paratransit.
Through you, Mayor Masters, currently our paratransit refusal rate is basically down to nothing right now. Again, adding to Mr. Onright's comment that user rates are only at 65% of the 2019 rates right now. So basically down to nothing right now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Master. So because of COVID and reduction, all that, I think this budget today, I think it's not the right time to probably discuss that or really trying to figure it out, but knowing the history, where we were to where we're going to go, those are my questions in the direction of, you're talking about 2 extra paratransit buses are coming, adding 6,000 hours. We can estimate that we're going to be in a fairly good position. So in that, I will ask one question here. I think it was a year or 2 ago, we added the $30,000, I think it was $30,000 to accessible taxi. Was that a one-time ad for that year? Was that an ongoing? And if we know, I mean, COVID last 2 years was not going to tell me or tell you how well we did, but was that the first question, ongoing, one time, please, thank you.
Was added to what was already there, and I believe there was about $22,000 previously that was used for accessible taxi service. So with the addition of the 30, it was not one time, it was ongoing. So there's a total in that budget right now of $52,000. I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment on the utilization of that service today, seeing that we've had a reduction in utilization on our regular paratransit service.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Through Mayor Masters, Mr. Onright is correct. Our current ongoing budget is $52,000 for accessible taxis. The program's working very well to fill our gaps in our service, to do the one-off trips to make the buses more efficient in managing all the trips. So again, the program's working very well right now, and we are using that funding on an annual basis, even this year as well.
Okay, thank you, because Mayor Masters, if I make a quick little comment on that, I was going to maybe make an additional motion for funding, but I think this year probably it's not the right thing to do, so thank you for the answers. That probably will leave it for next year. The comments were made about the paratransit and paratransit buses, extra low floor buses. We're doing good. I might ask one more question about, just so Mr. McKenzie can hear it, his questions about the extra hours, going longer or going Sundays longer, or can I get a little bit of that? Where are we at? We are extending. You're going to our Aurora. You go in places. You've adapted and changed routes. You have a master plan, transit master plan, right? So can you give it a little bit of a summary, please?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the Transit Master Plan, which will be coming to committee and council, I believe scheduled right now for April. There has been a review of the routing system. There is discussion about expansion of service, express routes, better utilization of the service. As you were aware, about a year and a half ago, we implemented a on-demand conventional service, which is brought into the Transit Master Plan discussion and will be a part of the service moving forward. You know, the extension out to Aurora will start, if this budget is approved, would start in the latter part of 2022. Once the routing and scheduling is all redesigned in that area on the east side of the city to be able to accommodate that.
Great. Okay, that's Mr. Honor. Thank you very much for that. Mayor Master, thank you. I'm good for this round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. We've spoken about some 2022 money to continue the downtown community support program. Wonder if administration has any reflections on how well that program went in 2021 and if we can expect similar things in 22.
So, Mayor Masters, I'll start, and then I know that Ms. Harlech can provide some detail on the success of the program. You know, the program was introduced as a pilot, obviously in 2021, and now, of course, we're in the budget saying we want to continue that program for another year in 2022. So the money for that is in the budget. I'll let Ms. Harlech speak to you know, the success of the program, and then I know there's been interest in terms of maybe an extension for the warehouse district, and we can give you some background on that and some numbers if you pursue that line of questioning.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the community support program was successful. The objectives were to provide a presence to improve the perception and experience of safety and security in the downtown area. And the report does indicate the preliminary findings that we were able to do that, to respond to a variety of non-emergent safety and security complaints for the citizens in the downtown. So from what we hear from the members, I sit on the downtown board, the RD bid, that is something being proactive, and we've seen that in the numbers that you've heard from the police services. And then to facilitate positive partnerships with businesses, citizens, and community agencies, definitely the group, the community support officers, really have done that, and you heard that yesterday from the, Chief Bray. And so working with the different service providers. So working all together, we see a benefit in this program, and as Mr. Holden said, we are going to be expanding it to a second year. I think at the end of next year, there's going to have to be some decisions on where it's housed, but it's definitely met the outcomes that we need and what we were looking for in the program. With Camp Hope in the Warehouse District, there has been conversations with expansion of that program with the executive director of the warehouse bid, and administration can provide details if you wish on what they're looking for to expand those programs.
Thank you. I would appreciate that detail. Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so there was some discussions looking at how we could partner with the RD bid, with the downtown, with the warehouse bid. And so what would be proposed is staffing to operate from Tuesdays to Saturdays. That would be 3 FTEs at $136,500, cell phones at 2,160, uniforms at $1,500, and training at $7,500. And then office space, food, and supplies would be provided in kind by the RW bid. So that would be a total funding needed of $147,660,000 to expand that program into the warehouse bid. There was originally, I think, some thoughts of 4 staffing. The program is scalable. That's what we found with the RD bid. So it could be scalable. If it went up, like an additional staff member would be, we'd have to include additional training and all of those extras that would be needed. That would be $209,240.
Thank you. I just want to ask about the 3 staff as opposed to 4. My understanding is the members of the downtown program go out in pairs, and if that's true, 3 is only about as much use as 2, whereas 4 allows 2 sets of pairs. Do you folks have any conversation with the warehouse bid about what arises out of those staffing numbers?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Ms. Shaley to go through the details with regards to that specifically. I know there is security things that we need to look at, but this was looked at that it would be a partnership with the bid, so it would be expanding their numbers. So I might ask Ms. Shaley to answer that specifically about the number of people that need to be out.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so the numbers that Ms. Harlech has shared were based on conversations with the warehouse bid. I would anticipate that the 3 staff would need to work quite closely together because, as you've mentioned, in the downtown area, they do send the staff out in pairs to help support the safety of the workers. So the warehouse bid did propose this as a scalable program, and funding for staff is certainly an option.
Thank you. So with that, I'd like to propose an amendment. And, oh, perfect, you have it. That's beautiful. So I'll ask Madam Clerk to pull that up on the screen. And maybe one point of order or clarification for Mr. Clerk or Mr. Lacey is, if this is to pass, it will have implications for the 1 sub A gross expenditures number at the beginning. Do you want that incorporated into the amendment, or as it might be a moving target, we can sort of clean that up at the end of all the debate?
Mr. Clerk, do you wish to speak to that?
Actually, through your Mayor
Mary,
Masters.
you?
Chris. So if there are motions made today, obviously they're going to increase the mill rate, then I think, between Mr. Lacey and myself, we'll keep track of those and kind of tell you what the impact on the mill rate is. As I indicated at the start of the presentation today, there is some flexibility that was created yesterday from the RPS budget, so that there is $243,000, which could be either used to reduce the mill rate by 0.9, or that could be allocated to additional items that come forward. Of course, that's a decision of council. So adding this, yes, it either increases mill rate, draws out of the flexibility that was created from RPS yesterday, or there would have to be a trade-off. As a- In addition, Mayor, Mr. Lacey's indicating that we should indicate the funding source in the motion.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, I think council got that, but if there's additional motions coming forward looking at introducing new initiatives that have an incremental spend, the manner in which that spend will be funded should be identified. And as Mr. Holt has indicated, you know, I would say, speaking generally, there's three sources. Increase the mill rate, reduce something somewhere else in the budget, or coming out of yesterday's discussions, we did identify there is less capital funding required out of our operating budget of $243,000 from the police budget. But we should be identifying the funding source so it's clear to administration how that will be funded.
Sure. So I might propose then a second sentence following this, which indicates these monies will be paid pursuant to the property tax levy.
So basically, these pull it down to 0.09, this puts it up by 0.07, the overall will be down 0.02. If I have my numbers.
Not yet. Mr. Lacey, when it's done, because then I just have to ask the seconder all the time for the final versions. Mr. Lacey, 209,240 is not quite 0.1% of a mill rate increase. Is that correct? Have you got the math on that?
Yeah. So through you, Mayor Masters, so the amount shown in the motion here is equivalent to a 0.08 of a mill rate increase. Yesterday, to give you a running total, yesterday the Regina Police Service requires 240,000 less, which would have been a decrease of the mill rate of 0.09. So if this motion is passed, the overall proposed mill rate will go down by 0.01. So the net difference between yesterday and today is 0.01.
One moment, seconder. They're revising the motion.
It is.
That's it. Councillor LeBlanc, are you satisfied with that?
I am.
Can he have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. So I think what we heard from Chief Bray yesterday quite loud and clear is that the community support program downtown was quite effective, continues to be. He framed it as complementary rather than competing with what the Regina Police Service does. And so on my read, the downtown program at least has the backing of the Regina Police Service. And I think from what we heard from the downtown bid of the downtown business community, they also support it. You've seen in the email I circulated from the executive directors of the downtown and the warehouse bid that the warehouse bid and their members would also like to see an extension of the program there. And I heard Chief Bray yesterday to say that he would support that extension. That would make some sense and may go some way to assisting with some of the concerns that businesses are having. So we've all received emails since Camp Hope was dismantled in November, and 40 of those individuals moved to the warehouse area. Those many of the businesses there are trying their best to be good neighbors to the new neighbors who frankly they weren't expecting. And those can be complicated people to share their lives with. So I think we all received the pretty heart-wrenching email from a local business owner who had to respond to an overdose in progress outside of his retail business on Broad Street. Thankfully had taken naloxone training, able to intervene. I think that's the sort of thing that is maybe asking too much of local business leaders. And so what I'm proposing here is that we provide similar support to businesses in the warehouse district that we currently and have successfully provided to those downtown. The suggestion here is for 4 staff positions. And the reason I came up with that number was December 9th conversation with the ED of the warehouse district. Her central pitch was, we send these folks out in pairs, so if we do 4, we get 2 pairs, and that's a fair amount more effective than 3 who would go out in one group of 3. One other efficiency point to note, I think, is because the downtown program has worked quite well and is up and running, that organization has generously agreed to provide oversight to the workers who will end up in the warehouse bid. So their current manager of the program will supervise these 4 new spots. And so I think it's quite likely that these people can hit the ground running rather than us having to start from scratch. You've also seen the email from the downtown bid ED that they're willing and quite happy to do that work. So I think it's good collaboration between our bids, and the city should do what we can to support them in it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I also really strongly support this motion. I've had conversations as well with the members of the warehouse bid board. They want support. They recognize that some of the issues that they're seeing now have been in existence for a while. It's not like there hasn't been any needle use or any other issues in the area, but it's kind of grown a bit since the new shelter has been put in place, and they just need support. And as Councillor LeBlanc has said, it's not fair to put all of the responsibility on business owners and residents to deal with some of the issues they're dealing with. When I met with the officers that work in PACT, they said they're in daily contact with the community support program in the downtown, and the people who are working in the downtown community support program get to know people who are in the downtown on a first name basis. They get to know a lot about them. We've heard stories how they've been able to get ID for them. They've been able to secure housing. I know that the officer in PACT often takes people to social services. She sometimes has to try to get ID. So this would actually take a lot of pressure off our police services, or it actually helps them as well because they're working in cooperation with our police services. They often said that if they're looking for somebody because they know they've got an appointment with a psychiatrist, they've got an appointment somewhere, and they don't know where this person is, they've contacted the people in the downtown community support program, and they say, oh yeah, I know where that person is. So it is a very, very helpful program. I think it would, the Regina warehouse bid does not have a big budget, so for us to support this is really, really important. And I think it is it's another an example of trying to find some community support approaches to safety in our community. So I strongly support this.
Thank you, Councillors Stadnicek. I'm going to turn up all your volumes. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I support the resolution. This model has proven to succeed in this city with the pilot. It's been demonstrated in Saskatoon as well. I don't want to overreach with this statement, but preliminary evidence from the RPS, namely the Communication Center, suggests that the community support program has reduced calls for service where this program exists, and that's actually quite important. And the RPS is involved, as Councillor Stadnicek suggested. By every measure, it works. As the seconder, I would kindly request that we change the source of funding for a couple of reasons. One, this is less likely to succeed. Second, there's a perfect amount of money on the table for us to draw from. I believe Mr. Lacey had suggested there's about $240,000 remaining that doesn't have to go to the RPS. I would recommend that's what we use. One of the reasons for that is we should start this as a pilot in this neighborhood. If that Ritz's facility moves, perhaps doesn't need to be ongoing. Would you accept that amendment?
Thank you. The mover accepts the amendment to not do a property tax levy increase, but however to replace it with capital spend.
Yeah.
Mr. Lacey, does that work?
Insert what Barry said.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't mean to make things complicated.
Oh, please, go ahead.
But I am.
Go ahead.
So, that $243,000 that the Regina Police Service has reduced their capital budget by, I just might remind council, because it's likely not clear, that the Regina Police Service's capital budget is paid through the mill rate, and it's paid out of the city's operating fund. And so if you look at the budget line, it's paid out of current contributions to capital. So either way, it is being paid out of property taxes. And so I guess the point I'm making here is the motion here accomplishes basically the same thing. There might be a desire on the part of council from maybe a description perspective to kind of explain it, but it is coming out of the same source of money, which is the property tax base. I hope I didn't complicate it too much, Mayor Masters.
Yep, just so we're all clear about that, yeah. So the mill rate is made whole. Okay, that's all I have. We need this in this end.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay, so I have a couple of thoughts about this. Number one, the police had indicated that there was a possibility that they would be willing to support funding this pilot project. I wonder if that could be if that could be, that an addition could be made, an amendment to say that we would work in collaboration with the police. I'm not sure the wording of it, but that we would plan this program in collaboration with the police, or request support from them.
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Mayor Masters. So yes, Chief Bray made the comment yesterday that, he would be open to looking at an opportunity to participate. When the first program was put in place, it was jointly funded by the city with some support from RPS. So I think if the motion was just to suggest then that administration have a conversation with RPS and see if there's an opportunity to contribute some funding, then that allows us to go and have that conversation. Chief Bray did indicate that he felt that he would be able to provide some contribution.
Okay, so do you need suggested wording from me or Amber, or?
Mr. Holden, would this be something you would take forward in any event to the police commission, or the RPS? It would just be essentially an undertaking to Mr. Holden to do that. If there was a budget ask from the police, I can tell you that it'll go back to the commission. The commission comes back to council and says, can we have an increase? So it's a little bit of a game here because it wasn't contemplated in the police budget.
And then, so what I might request, though, is that we say up to 209, 240. And part of the reason for that is the police
potentially also funding the program. And I also wonder, though, we have two different numbers, one from the warehouse district. So administration had noted 147,660, and then Councillor LeBlanc had a conversation that indicated this number. So I think we would need to confirm the final request with the warehouse business improvement district.
So through you, Mayor Masters. So just to be clear, the conversations that our staff had with Lisa and Judith from downtown was for 3 staff. That's where the 147,660 comes in. The conversations that Councillor LeBlanc has had in terms of, Ms. Gibbons saying that we send people out in 2s, that's where the 209 comes in because it adds a 4 staff person. So in terms of the budget, I think it should say that you're approving 209,240, and we will undertake as administration to go and have a conversation with the RPS, and if there's an opportunity to find a savings of, throw a number out between 30 and 50,000, then that's obviously funding that we would look to work with council to invest in community safety and well-being as a part of our plan.
Okay. And so, for the sake of clarity, so with the 243 that was not utilized for the police request yesterday, and then with this new request, there is a 0.01%. Can you just go over that one more time, please?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So basically, when we walked in here today, we had 0.9 flexibility because the police reduced their capital, which again reduced our operating. If this passes, to the mayor's previous point, there's basically 0.01% left, which is, if you do the math on this, from 243 to 209, you're at about, 30-some thousand, 27,000. So that's what's left.
Okay. Without an additional mill rate increase.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So, has anyone been in contact with Camp Hope, or actually, more importantly, with Ritzis, to find out even if they're going to be there and how long? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Mayor Masters. So the temporary shelter is leased by the city, and it's in place until the end of April. So the conversations that have occurred between Ritzis, the city, various ministries of the province around social services, SHA, et cetera, the plan is that that facility would close at the end of April, and there are some conversations about what a longer-term solution would look like.
Okay. So that means that it is going to remain for 4 more months, from January to April. What happens with this 200,000 in that time? If it closes in April, where does it go? What happens to these funds? Because if it's moving, would they then move with the camp?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so when we introduced the community support program for the downtown bid, there was an interest that potentially we put similar programs into other areas of the city. So obviously we have dealt with the downtown as a pilot. The fact that, the emergency shelter was put in the warehouse, and, the recent, I'll call it a town hall conversation between the mayor and the police chief and some of our fire personnel and the business community clearly indicated that there was concerns related to, obviously, the activities in the community as a result of putting an emergency shelter in place, but that there is a need for that type of a program, and whether that program continues in the warehouse district or whether there's an opportunity to look at using some of those resources in another community, say Heritage, that $209,000 will definitely be utilized to continue to pilot the community support program in the areas that have the greatest need in our community right now for that type of service.
Councillor Bresciani, if I could, I did meet with Chief Bray and the businesses from the warehouse district. There was talk about when that goes away. The local business owners that were gathered there did say that there were ongoing issues relative to addictions and housing insecure and criminal activity, frankly, as the case may be, just based upon some transient individuals. So I think if you're going to tie it to the pilot of the downtown bid, we'd get data back at the end of the year to determine success levels and go from there. That's probably what I would suggest.
Thank you for that clarification. The question I'm really trying to figure out is if Camp Hope moves to another area in May, does this follow the camp? Because we're going to probably see similar activity in those areas. So I want to make sure that it moves into another area. Well, now we got to bring in another security. So does this funding follow Camp Hope? Through you, Madam Mayor.
So through you, Mayor Masters, at the end of the day, we now have a program in downtown. We'll have a program in the warehouse. I think we have some flexibility to take a look at in this pilot, where do these resources need to be allocated? So depending on where another facility is located or what that would look like, if it's not in the warehouse district, I think we're hearing there's a need to maintain some level of service in the warehouse district, and then we may have to look at an expansion. At the end of the pilot project, to Ms. Harlock's point earlier, we do need to take a look at a community support program. Where does it fit best? Who has the responsibility to fund it within the community? Does it get run by nonprofit organizations such as the BIDS? Or does it transfer to another entity? So that's really why the pilot is being extended for another year, and I think expanding the pilot to include the warehouse will give us better data and better information to make those future decisions.
When the pilot started, it was $50,000 from, I think, the mayor, the city manager's budget and police. 100,000 is what it took. Now we're up to 200,000. I need to know why now 200,000. So, and I understand the need. I can see it. I absolutely support that. I'm going to be frugal though. I want to make sure that when we're asking for the dollars, I would see the warehouse and I would see the downtown working together collaboratively. I understood 3 people as well, not 4. I understood 3 and 1 almost supervisor to work with the group. So if it was 1 supervisor, would that mean 6 more people on top of that? Is that 3 and 3 and a supervisor, or because I think Councillor LeBlanc, you're saying 4 people here, and then is there, how many are in the downtown right now? Do we know?
So through my masters, I'll start, and then Ms. Harlock has the detail of exactly what the cost of the program was in the previous year.
Okay.
At the end of the day, the current arrangement in terms of adding the program into the warehouse district, the downtown bid is going to provide the supervision and oversight for that program through the supervisor that they have in place to lead their program. They are also going to provide, office space and associated supplies to the warehouse group out of, out of their office space, etc. So the money, the 209, is really about staffing, cell phones, uniforms, and training. I can tell you that in the pilot project, I know that through my office, we did provide 100,000, and I believe that the police provided 50, and there were some other contributions from the bid. So maybe just have Ms. Horlock speak to what that total cost was.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Master. So the total cost was $267,000, and that included the supervisor and 4 positions. So this 209 is in line with that because this, as Councillor LeBlanc said, the supervisor is staying with the RD bid, and they're having 4 positions also. So as I just want to reiterate what Mr. Holden said, we really need the data for this next year, and then we need to bring a report forward to council on the longer-term program and where it needs to lie and to continue.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll just add on the amendment that in addition to some commitment that we'd figure this out, the police did offer with the downtown warehouse bid and its director to provide naloxone training as and when requested and needed. There is, we did have some chat about it. Mr. Holden, do you want to speak to your and my conversation about this relative to community safety patrol in the warehouse bid, the idea that we had in terms of funding community safety and well-being? You want to bring that up?
So Humor Masters, I got to admit, I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to Ms. Horlick, so.
Ms. Horlick, do you want to answer the question? Just kidding. I was assuming she was maybe not, she was listening and you weren't. Anyways, go ahead.
So the question, sorry.
Question was, in terms of the funding for the Community Safety Patrol program in the warehouse bid, we had a conversation about potential sources of funding that didn't involve a mill rate increase, community safety and well-being.
Absolutely. So in the budget, there is, I think, $840,000 for our community safety and well-being plan. So we had a conversation about governance. We had a conversation about staffing. There is probably some flexibility in that plan as well to look at providing some of that funding. We are not going to, on January 1st, have staff in place and have some of the, I guess the governance or the staffing in place to be able to move on that on day one. So, I think there is some flexibility. Exactly what that is, it's hard to identify, but there is some flexibility that we could use to fund some of that program as well.
In any event, yeah, the notion being that it will take several months, if not half the year, in order to hire an executive director and set up an office, which may not come until you have the board in place and all the rest of it. And so in an effort, you could take $209,000 out of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, which is frankly the name of the funding, which would prevent the need for an increase. You know what, Councillor Blanc, I'll just throw that in your direction and see your thoughts on it if you want.
Yeah, I appreciate what that's aimed at. I think for now, I'll keep the proposed amendment as is, that it be funded off, but I think that's worth considering rolling in if the pilot goes well for future years, because those might be folks who are well positioned to think about where to put that money.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's all. Councillor LeBlanc, you want to close off debate? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Shaw.
Sorry, just to go further on that, the $800,000 for the community safety and well-being, would this not be a community safety and well-being initiative? Like, I don't understand why we couldn't use that money for this.
Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
I think there's no reason we couldn't. I think it would fit within it. Yeah. I think, my position is there are other things we could do with that allocated money this year, and we could spend it in ways that also further community safety and well-being. And so I would rather have the 800 plus the 209 go to community safety and well-being than a cumulative 800 go to community safety and well-being.
But we all agreed that $800,000 would go to community safety and well-being. Since this is a community and safety well-being initiative, I don't understand why we wouldn't use this money if that's what we allocated for the community safety. I mean, through the chair.
I suppose my response would be, I'm suggesting to my colleagues that in addition to the 800 we put in toward community safety and well-being, we put some of the 243 we saved yesterday into this program. So I agree, both this and the community and safety well-being plan will further community safety and well-being, but I think it's entirely appropriate to provide additional funds rather than sort of beginning to chip away at the funds we've allocated. So I will leave the proposed amendment as is and look for support, but I appreciate the suggestion for future years. I think we should have a robust discussion about funding streams.
Okay, all right.
Councillor Shaw, you can continue if you want.
I just don't understand, that whole initiative was to promote community safety. Now we don't want to use that money for an actual initiative that we know is a good thing, and I support this. I mean, we heard Chief Ray yesterday say this is a great thing, the money it saves to our police and what they're doing in the downtown. It would be reckless of us. I don't understand why we want to come up with another $200,000 when we allocated that amount of money in our budget to say this is what it's for. And that, I'm just struggling with that, and I can't support it if it's that way, because it doesn't make sense to myself as a taxpayer and to everybody else. If that money that we allocated for community safety doesn't go to community safety, it's like me asking for the money for my disability recreation, and then plus I want more because I want more. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I can't support it if it is that way, so.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. So let's just do a scenario. If this fails, the motion, can we go back and take some money from the day 800?
Councillor, I will have the city clerk respond to this one. Or,
Well, there are a number, through you, Mayor, there are a number, I guess there's a couple of options you can do here. Typically, when you move a motion and it's defeated, you consider it defeated for the period of discussion. I mean, having said that, I mean, Councillor Fundura, you could propose an amendment to the amendment, which is starting to get complicated, whereby you would be moving an amendment to potentially identify a different funding source. Then you would be looking at that, and then you'd have to go back to the original amendment. It's getting a bit twisted. Again, I'm not entering the debate. I guess it'd be interesting to hear from you what you were thinking of doing, so we might be able to come up with an appropriate response.
Well, Master, the conversation is, I mean, it's we've been hearing from the taxpayer to say that, I mean, the taxes are very high, utility are high, and all that. And if we have an opportunity to maybe take some of that and reduce that mill rate increase, and then use something that's sitting here already, that we could use that's already there, and we can have a little bit of better discussion on. We always talked about on the floor that we maybe see what we can do to help that, bring that increase, the mill rate down, and this would be the chance to do that. We've got that 0.9%. To me, it makes sense to do that, and there's already money there. So if I'm correct, if I'm wrong on something, please inform me, please.
Mr. Holden, one moment, sorry, Councillor Fundura. Mr. Holden?
So through my masters, and I think this is where you were asking me to provide some clarification, and maybe I confused it. So at the end of the day, we have money in our community safety and well-being plan. What we're saying is that if we utilize the community safety and well-being plan, we would be able to variance that $209,000 this year, because we know we're not going to be able to get the office set up and things fully staffed. So it is intended to extend the pilot that we currently have in the downtown and add that to the warehouse. So if we use the money that, if it's approved as a part of community safety and well-being plan, we can fund that $209,000 this year. If we use the flexibility of the 0.9 that's created by police, we are adding that into our base budget. So respectfully hearing the conversation, I think it makes sense for council to say use the flexibility from the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for 2022, and then that directs us to variance that amount so we can fund the pilot. And then when we bring a report as to the future of that program, that's when we would need to decide on adding to our base budget a program on a go-forward basis. So that would leave council with the flexibility of the 0.9 that was identified at the start of the meeting today.
I keep suggesting 0.09. I don't want the
Yeah,
public
sorry,
to be
0.09,
confused.
yes.
Sorry.
Big difference.
So Mayor, I have the floor still, right?
You do, sir.
Okay, so with that explanation, that's what I was leading towards, that's what I was looking at, is then I will put an amendment to take the dollars from the community safety wellness. Need a seconder on that, or? Is there a seconder on the floor already, right? So can we do amendment to amendment?
One moment, Councillor Friend.
That's what that is, amendment to amendment.
Councillor LeBlanc, considering what you've just heard and the notion of an amendment to an amendment, which we'll deal with in a second, would you be willing to a friendly amendment to the funding source to your motion? Okay. City Clerk, would you like to explain to Councillor Fundura and the council their options?
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor by Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Fundura is now looking to amend that amendment in sync with what the city manager described, whereby that money would be reallocated from funding that's provided in 2022 on the understanding that it can't all be expended anyways. So, provided that the deputy clerk is catching my musings on that, you would need a seconder, Councillor Fundura, and it would be, the amendment would then read that this funding of the 209,000 would be from that, from the variance of the community wellness funding of 880,000 that was approved last week or elsewhere in the budget. We can work on that. I mean, I think we have the intent of what you need. I'm trying to make this up on the fly.
Does Councillor Fundura have a seconder? Councillor Mole, thank you.
So now Councillor
Go ahead.
Fundura can speak again.
No, he said he
No.
would not.
He would not accept it.
So then, are we going to be,
So it's not you. He gets to speak now. He's the mover of this.
So this is
This is essentially to fund up to $209,000. The funding source has been amended. Councillor Fundura, you're speaking to your amendment.
okay, so that's exactly, after all this wrangling and twisting and moving and confusing, that's exactly what I would like to do with that amendment, is to take the 209 point something from the community safety wellness for the pilot project in the warehouse district.
Councillor Fundura will note it as 2022, not on an ongoing basis.
2022, correct, yes.
Yeah, let's make this tight.
Councillor Fundura, did you wish to speak any further to your amendment? You're good? Let it stand? Open it to
I'm good. I
council?
we just want to make sure
Okay,
what
one
we're
moment.
voting on, 1, 2, whatever, right? So get that explained. So we're voting on.
They get to speak, actually.
Okay. I'm comfortable with it.
You want to speak further to it?
No, I'm good.
Okay, we're now speaking to the amended amendment. Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay, so I oppose funding this from the community safety and well-being funding source. The reason is, even if it takes time for us to set up the Office of Executive Director, We know the investments that need to be made into community safety and well-being. We can make additional investments. If we have leftover money in that budget, there's all kinds of investments that have been identified in that plan. $800,000 is not a lot. I don't think we need to be chipping away at that. That plan was created, and that money, that investment was, when we made that investment, this was not part of what that was included in that plan. This is something additional. While I think the savings that we found yesterday, we were prepared. The ask was initially $243,000 more. I suspect it would have been approved yesterday had it been needed by the police. So this is money, unexpected savings that have resulted from them having a different funding source. I think it's appropriate to funnel it into additional community safety and well-being. So we have a new proposal, and we have these savings from the police. I think this is exactly an appropriate use of it. And I really, $800,000 for community safety and well-being is not a lot. Even if it takes time to set up the office, we do not need to chip away at that money. There's lots of priorities in that plan we can invest in. So I don't support this amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Shaw.
I'm very offended when we say $800,000 for community safety and well-being. We spend so much more. Tax breaks, cheaper this, cheaper that. Like, it's not that we're just spending $800,000 on our community wellness and that we don't spend any other money on anything else to help our people in our nonprofit sector. So, no, this $800,000 will be, this is what we intended it to be used for, so let's use it for it. That's exactly fits in this realm of community safety. We heard from the police yesterday that that's what it does. And yes, I'm very offended when we say $800,000 for community safety. Seriously, like, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. To administration, how did the $800,000 number to set up the external community safety organization get reached? Did you anticipate that we could spend $800,000 on that line item in 2022?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we needed to put a budget into for the budget, and so this is the money that we need. The CSWB office and project funding is broken down to $655. There's a one-time funding for overdose prevention strategy of $75,000. There's harm reduction funding worth $500,000 in the budget, and then there's the one FTE that we were talking about to coordinate from our end, from the city's end, of $145,000. So the office and the project funding, depending on when we got approvals, we didn't know if we were going to get approvals ahead of time to start that process, so we put it in the budget. But where we're at now, we do see that there would be opportunities for variance, potentially, as the mayor has indicated, and Mr. Holden, that we probably won't have it all set up as quickly, but we will need that funding for sure in 2023. So council does have the option to take it from variance to ensure that the mill rate stays lower, but we will need that money going forward. And just to remind everybody, as I said, the community support program, we need to bring a report back because it is a pilot, and we need to figure out what the long-term plan is for that program and how it's funded.
Thank you. Before today's meeting, when we started discussing diverting some of those funds to community support program, did administration have an estimate of the likely variance of this $800,000 line item, and how does that compare to the 209 being discussed here?
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so, you know, the 600 and some thousand that Ms. Horlick has indicated, we have some flexibility to make sure that, you know, the timing of hiring, et cetera, that we can achieve that variance. Did we have an exact number? No, but we knew that obviously there would be some variance available. We'll make sure that we time it so that, we make sure that there's $209,000. I do not believe it'll have an impact on our recruitment efforts or the timing of starting staff, but if it did, we can manage that.
I wonder if you can just expand on, if it did, we can manage that. Like, what might those implications be, and what might administration do to manage it?
So through you, Mayor Masters, it may mean that we hold off on bringing one position for 6 weeks. That's how we would manage it.
Thank you. So I'm going to predictably speak against the amendment to the amendment, and that's because I say these funds are already spoken for. So last week we passed CR 21-169 that approved 2 pots of money. The largest is number 9, funding of $800,000 through 2022 operating budget to create an external support structure as described in option 2. So I say that money's spoken for. And then point 6, one-time funding of 75 through the 2022 budget process for an overdose prevention strategy. I think it is unwise on our part to start unwinding decisions we've already made about how we're going to spend $875,000. I think Councillor Zahidniak's right. We sort of have found money that we had previously thought about attributing to public safety. And I think rather than chipping away at what I would call the meager funds we've allocated so far, we should take that opportunity to expand public safety and frankly to support the businesses in Warehouse who are going to benefit both from this community support program as well as through our other initiatives with the 875, including the external organization. So I'll speak against.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So we approved the CSWB and want to move that forward. I think it's vitally important. One of the pillars in that is violence, domestic violence, and intimate partner violence, food insecurity, problematic substance use, racism and discrimination, safety. This is about safety. Safety to our community, safety to the individuals, safety to the businesses. I don't think we should be choosing as to who should be provided safety. I think we all are entitled to safety. The safety and well-being is there to protect everybody. It's safety in our community. The safety refers to the presence of limited or no risk which reduces or eliminates individuals' or communities' experience of harm. That's what this is. As we heard yesterday, Chief Bray. So I worry about adding more money to the budget when we've already got designated funds for that. And again, this is going to be a pilot. This may be easier to do because we're going to go back to police and say, are you going to pitch in something? This way then we can actually take this fund and maybe they will pitch in half. So only half of this is used. But I think it would be easier to do it this way rather than an actual number of an ask. This way it comes out of a fund that we've already designated. We also will go back and review it next year. This will come back, as Ms. Howerlich said. The pilot project will come back and then we will be able to decide whether and look at that. Was this enough? Wasn't it enough? And what happens to this community as well when it moves to another area that will be decided as well. So I am more comfortable with it coming out of this fund because that's what it was designed for. I start worrying when we say, we want this pot of money, but let's get extra money over here just in case, because that's not what it was designated for. We have to be very, very careful. We've got 120 services across this city that we have to serve. Pots of money like this that we have to make sure that we are utilizing on behalf of the taxpayer. So I support this and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Just looking at the debate and what's gone on today, I think we have eaten up more money than the tax exemption we talked about this morning with the fees in the room that we were taking up for our debates today. Along with that, this here is another example of penny smart and dollar stupid, the way the conversation's going in my eyes. This is a program that's probably needed for some time to come. We've gone through a year where everyone's talked about everything from defund the police to anti-vax to all kinds of stuff. People want to find alternative ways than police to, provide safety in our neighborhoods and in our city. Through the grace of God yesterday, our police found a little bit of extra money in the budget and gave it back to us. I think it would be a smart move to use the money found to fund a non-police entity to help out with the safety in our city. The other community safety and well-being plan is a new initiative that has been probably due for quite some time because of the amount of people in trouble in our community. And now to stop and shake that up before it's got off the ground makes me nervous. And one last thing is, if this is successful and it does provide some type of mitigation and safety for people in the area, if we don't fund this with a source that comes year to year repetitively, we'll be in the same problem next year if it does have success trying to find a funding source. If we allow this to go through the mill rate avenue that was discussed when this first came on the floor today, next year that same available money will be able to run this program again, and we won't have to go through this difficulty trying to figure out how we're going to find money for it, is my understanding. So I can't back this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Sorry. Seeing no further questions, I'll ask the question of Ms. Haralick. You pointed out that the community safety program, patrol program, is a pilot. You're going to come back with a report at the end of the year. Do you have assumptions already about how that report goes?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we are seeing success in it, so it is something that we would most likely recommend. As I indicated, it'll be more about who takes over the program. We already know that the RD bid, they've been managing it, but I think from their perspective, is that really their role? And so there'll need to be conversations larger about who should be running the program, probably not whether or not the program is needed.
Thank you. I've heard from Ms. Haralick, or we've heard from Ms. Haralick, we've heard from Mr. Holden. Mr. Lacey? You have a pilot project in place that you're looking at expanding midstream. You're going to add to the tax base, or you're going to fund out of variance for the pilot project. Do you have financial advice on this? You're the expert in the room.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Now you're asking me to enter the debate. So my advice around this piece would be, if we have the ability to fund a pilot, which is not ongoing funding, if we have the ability to do it without going to the tax base, I think that would be something advisable to take a serious look at. If we make a decision that that pilot should turn into ongoing permanent funding, then I think looking at the tax base and mill rate to match up an ongoing program with an ongoing funding source would be appropriate.
Thank you, King Solomon. We're going to vote on the amendment. I'll let Councillor Findura close off debate.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, King Solomon, great. So my thoughts are that we're showing restraints to our tax base. One thing, we have funds to do something with the pilot project. So I feel that for this time, both sides are getting support. And as the administration explained, is that this program probably half the year is not going to see anything. So, and then that way we can, and reports coming, we can see from a higher elevation to actually really see what's needed and how we can fund that. And that's what I'm looking at. We've started, this is the first year that we've brought, second year that we've brought talking about wellness. It's great. We've never done that before. So it's already a good thing on council to do this. So I'm saying is I'm showing restraint on both sides, both of us working together to get to the goal line and score a goal, and so missing. So that's my basis to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vendura. City Clerk, could you please call the vote on the amendment before council? Correction, amendment on the amendment. You're voting on the funding model presented by Councillor Vendura to take the funding for the safety patrol program in the warehouse from the variance on the community safety and well-being.
Mayor Masters, the amendment to the amendment passes in a vote of 7-4. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself. Those voting against are Councillors Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
City Clerk, just for clarification, this essentially passes the amendment created by Councillor LeBlanc, just amended in terms of funding source. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor LeBlanc's original amendment is gone.
Councillor LeBlanc, you have at least 4 minutes left on your speaking time. Would you like to continue?
Pardon me, just point of order to the clerk. So we are no longer discussing my proposed amendment as amended. Is that accurate?
That is true, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I want to direct to page 42 of the budget book. That has expenses by department, and it indicates near the middle of the page, total funding Mayor's Office 2021 budget 612, 2021 forecast 667. And just looking for an explanation of why there was $55,000 additionally spent in that office.
Mr. Holden?
So through Mayor Masters, you're talking about the actual 2021 budget of 612 and the
and then to forecast 667.
Do you have that? Mr. Lacey?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know, we don't have this information specifically here, but I'll see if Ms. Schultz has any information with respect to that forecast difference here. I would note, and so I'm just making a generalization here, that that there would have been a transition, right, between the former mayor's office and the new mayor's office. So there might be some costs that kind of fell over into the new year with respect to that transitionary piece, but I'm not certain. So I will see if Ms. Schultz has any additional information. I just don't know if we'll have that variance of 55,000 handy here, but I will ask Ms. Schultz if she has any additional information.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank
Hawkins.
you. I don't understand how this is...
One moment, Ms. Schultz.
I don't understand how this is relevant. We're talking about the Community Safety and Wellbeing Program. So, okay, so it's my misunderstanding. So
Councillor LeBlanc has time left in his questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the full part of that.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, apologies, Ms. Schultz. Please proceed.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Masters, I do not just offhand have that, and so I will look into it and provide that information if I can find it.
So we'll provide that to council members, Mayor Masters, under separate cover.
Thank you. And then this is maybe a question of more general application, but given that the mayor's office, we can say, spent $55,000 more than budget in the previous year, when we're budgeting for 2022, do we assume that inflated amount looking forward to 2022? And does that account at all for the proposed 27.3% increase in funding to that office?
So through you, Mayor Masters. So, you know, Mr. Lacey's indicated that we don't have the detail in terms of from budget to forecast. Obviously, with the change in mayor, there were some change in staff in that office, and there would have been some severance for those employees. So we'll provide the detail, but I'm going to safely say that that's probably where the increase came from. The other piece in terms of the change from 2021 to 2022, so if you look at the bottom of that table, the mayor's office in 2021 had 4 staff, and it has 5 in 2022. And if you move to page 34, you'll see the city manager's office had 5 staff in 2021 and has 4 staff in 2022. So, you know, you've heard earlier today that we move staff around within budgets in terms of allocated FTEs to make sure that we're, you know, running an efficient and effective organization. So prior to myself becoming city manager in 2016, I know that the previous city manager had at some point reduced the mayor's budget, taken some money away. The former mayor and myself, starting in 2019, said, you know, if you had an additional resource in your office, I think that would strengthen the ability of our 2 offices to work together. So I'm going to loan a resource to you. And we've been doing that intermittently, 2019, 2020, 21. And what we've done this year is through this budget, we're formalizing that transfer on an ongoing basis. So my office has 1 less resource, and the mayor's office has an additional resource. And that's something that we've been doing, as I said, from 2019. It's been a bit intermittent. And there was just some challenges in terms of keeping someone in the position. So that is part of the reason why there's a budget change moving into 2022.
Thank you. Maybe just at a high level, what's the nature of the work that individual's performing that's being moved from your office to the mayor's?
So the position in my office was a business performance consultant position. At the end of the day, the mayor needed support in terms of, you know, some research, some analysis, you know, working with, you know, the province, the federal government, and it just meant that, you know, my office ended up being in the middle of some of that. So it does provide an additional resource for the mayor to be able to, you know, direct an individual to support the mayor in the completion of their duties. And, you know, ultimately it's to advance the priorities that this group advances. The mayor is the full-time representative council, and we need to make sure that that position has the support it needs to be successful.
Mr. Holden, I'm happy to weigh in here as well. In terms of the title, it's a policy and research position.
Right.
And so in terms of all of the community action tables required for the 6 areas of focus within the community safety and well-being plan, in addition to the mayor's leadership table on just the community safety and well-being plan, already utilizing some of that, but pulling in research on best practices and structures. We did hold a food summit last Friday. I co-hosted with John Bailey, CEO of the food bank, and the additional staff person is there to coordinate and collect, not just with city administration, but with external staff and all of the organizations that show up. And on an ongoing basis, we'll continue being the point of contact within the office for all of the community action tables, as well as all of the individuals that are invited into the larger groups, to make sure that we communicate on a quarterly basis, that we provide information on successes within the action plan itemized within the community safety and well-being plan. When the energy and sustainability plan comes forward, there may be work that's necessary there in terms of doing some of that same outreach, perhaps on an education standpoint, probably more so. But those are just kind of 2 examples in terms of what that position was intended to do. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I heard Madam Mayor describe several things this person would do based on a vote that we had last Wednesday, Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. What was this position doing last Tuesday before these things came up? Like, what was the nature of the work in 2019 till last Tuesday then?
Well, the person started last Monday, so on Tuesday, I think they were in HR training.
Yeah, and through your
And
master-
actually, again, Mr. Holden, just to clarify for council, a fascinating little tidbit. In 2020, the budget for the mayor's office, when I wasn't exactly the mayor, was $606,000, and the actual for the year was $707,000. I'm not sure why a budget was set of $613 in 2021. The budget was $675 in 2014. And I appreciate sometimes that women are known to do a little bit more work with less, but that was a little bit like a bit much. When I look at the two line items for city council and mayor's office, over the last 10 years, the mayor's office has increased 25%, or you average it out 2.5%. Council's budget has increased 35%, 3.5% per year. So some of there's a little bit of a bouncing number, and I think to Mr. Holden's point, there's an allocation of resource that was getting situated in the mayor's office to build the bridge, but was reporting in on the city manager's budget.
Understand, yeah, so, okay, fair explanation. So I'll move to 12D of the proposal, transfer $1 million from general fund reserve to fund the 2022 Grey Cup. Just looking for some clarification on two things, whether that money is required to secure the Grey Cup, and also what we'll buy with that money.
So through your worship, so obviously previous council, when the riders and the community were bidding to host the 2020 Grey Cup, the commitment was that the city would provide $1 million. That $1 million is a $500 cash contribution to the Grey Cup organizing committee through the riders, and $500,000 to pay for the cost of city services. So there's extensive transit services that are involved when we host Grey Cup. There are all kinds of traffic control and logistical pieces. So all of the services that get provided by the city to support the Grey Cup, we say we provide them in kind, but there is a cost. So that's where the $1 million came from. The direction from council was, let's make sure that we're getting a solid return on our investment. When the Grey Cup is held in Regina, the riders look to work with the community to make sure that there's a legacy opportunity. So, you know, there's ongoing benefit after the Grey Cup itself is held. So the money earmarked was $1 million. Of course, we didn't host in 2020, so we've been just prepared to provide that level of funding in 2022 when we host the Grey Cup in Mosaic Stadium. The organizing committee is still not, I'll say, up at full speed, and partly it's because of the impacts of COVID. So the Grey Cup Festival and all the activities, and you know, Mr. Reid spoke to it earlier. Regina has a very unique experience in that because of all of the connectivity that exists between Mosaic and all the other venues, it was really the first time ever that Grey Cup could be held in one venue for the most part. So there's still uncertainty around COVID and what 2022 will look like. Hamilton just had a scaled back Grey Cup Festival. So depending on exactly what Grey Cup will look like, you know, there may be an opportunity that it doesn't end up being the full $1 million, but those conversations have not happened as yet. So this money is not needed to attract the Grey Cup. We've got the Grey Cup, but this is the city's commitment, and it's consistent with previous times that the riders have hosted the Grey Cup in Regina. That has been the level of contribution that the city has made. Obviously, it has huge economic impact in terms of what it brings to this community. And it is not just one day, it's usually an entire week.
One of the high school students who spoke urged us to create a contingency fund, assuming that 6 of us agree on what sustainability action ought to look like. My question to administration is, if we agree on a sustainability plan in 2022, do we have any money built into the budget to begin spending that money on sustainability initiatives, or must we wait until 2023?
Mr. Lacy, or actually, Ms. Folk will speak to that.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor Masters. Yes, we do. So we have $820,000 built into the plan. We're anticipating that the framework will be in front of council in February, and that it will be grounded on 7 big moves that the community will need to take. So based on that, we have about $250,000 to invest in energy retrofits at city facilities. We also are planning to launch a residential home retrofit program, so bringing that to council shortly, towards the end of Q1 or early Q2, and we have $200,000 for a placeholder for that. We also have investment in facility upgrades to prepare our transit buildings to accept alternate fuel vehicles. And we anticipate the first alternate fuel transit buses will start arriving in 2024. So we need to start that work this year. And then also installing electric charging infrastructure for our fleet on the light fleet side. In addition to that, we have invested an additional $70,000 for education and communication plans. We know that to be successful to reaching our goal, the entire community needs to understand, and they have a number of consumer choices that will need to be made in terms of investments in property, et cetera. So we've increased funding to top out at about $100,000, so we can really start to continue to advance and leverage the good work that's been done over the last year.
Thank you. That sounds like great initiatives, but as though it's earmarked for specific things we're already planning to do. In the event council provides direction in the sustainability framework other than those things, do we have some cashed money to spend on the new council directives that might come out, or will we be implementing those very good environmental programs you spoke about and then can think about budgeting in 2023?
Yeah, I think a very good question, and through Mayor Masters. Based on what we have been advised by our consultants, what we're recommending in terms of actions for 2022 are very much in alignment with the pathway and the sequence of steps and activities that need to occur in 2022.
Great.
And I would anticipate future considerations in front of council during the 2023 budget process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Shaw. Actually, I apologize, Councillor Shaw, before I open the floor up. We're at about a 2 hour and 15 minutes since lunch. That is a legislated break in my world. I'm going to request a recess for 15 minutes, and we'll see you back here at 3:57. Welcome back, Council. We'll go next to Councillor Shaw.
So I have a few questions. I'm going to start out with one. I wasn't sure how to present this, and I just got some clarification on the break here. The design for the Maple Leaf outdoor pool, they'd come to us at the Accessibility Committee. They come to us to ask us what we recommend for this new pool. We gave them a few suggestions. I assumed that they were going to come back and say, okay, this or that. But now I got clarification that that's not happening. So I'd like to ask, I guess it's Mr. Hansen, the design of the Maple Leaf pool, where is it at the stages right now? We'd made some suggestions through the Accessibility Committee.
So through your masters, I think you're referring to Wascana Pool?
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
Maple Leaf?
sorry,
Okay.
sorry.
So, yeah, let's refer that to Mr. Hansen. He's on Teams, and he can give an update in that regard.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor Masters. Construction is underway on Wascana Pool currently, and it's intended to be wrapped up in 22. We did consider the Accessibility Advisory Committee's recommendations and feedback on the design, and I believe the majority of the items raised at the Accessibility Advisory Committee have been addressed in the design. So, I mean, we can bring back how we've addressed those items and concerns to the Accessibility Advisory Committee if you like, and show you how we've addressed those concerns.
So I'm going to be specific with the two concerns, and I'm not sure what else came from the accessibility. One was the wheelchair accessible water slide. Do you know offhand where that is through the chair?
Yes, so we did take that back through the design team, through you, Mayor Masters, and we were able to incorporate a wheelchair race water slide. So there's a water slide that's associated with the leisure tank that we would say would provide an intermediate level from an age range, an intermediate level of play. And that facility, or that water slide, will have a wheelchair accessible ramp to get users up to the top of the slide, and a transfer station there to allow wheelchair users to transfer from the wheelchair onto that slide and ride the slide into the pool.
So, Councillor Shaw, you can finish with Mr. Hansen since he's on the screen, but you may be actually speaking to the capital element of the budget, or are you speaking to operating?
Yeah, I don't know, because that's what we were kind of wondering out there. It's like, is this operation, is this, we don't really know.
Okay, if you have a couple more questions, but.
Well, okay, I guess, so the wheelchair, or the water slide that you're talking about, is it not like a little kiddie pool water slide that you slide down? Because I do believe we talked about the nice.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yeah, there's kind of three different play levels of water slides. There's more toddler-friendly water slide at the zero-depth entry of the recreation pool. Then there's this race slide that is, I believe, about 1.5 meters from the top of the slide to the entrance of the pool in elevation change. And then there's two larger water slides with a tower for accessing those.
So would this be capital?
And
because, yeah, I when we discussed it, I said, this needs to be a wheelchair accessible water slide that's an actual water slide, not a slide that a child plays on. So I don't know where to go with this, Mayor Masters. If you want
It is part of the capital budget, so.
Okay, so then ask it then.
Well, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Hansen. Okay, we'll get off of that. Just a question, do we know how much time or overtime money was spent in 2020 and 2021 through you, Mayor Masters?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have that information on me, but I'll ask Ms. Schultz if she has that readily available. Oh, sorry, I'm going to refer that to Ms. Folk, who has that information here with us today.
So through you, Mayor Masters, in terms of our overtime budget, that is something that I know everyone has been working on moving forward. And this year, we are anticipating that we will be in around the range of just over $5 million, which is a significant decrease from the previous year.
So that's for 2022 and 2023? Am I correct in that?
I'm sorry, I'm speaking of 2021, so I'm actually talking of the actual spend.
So what we just, so 20, okay, that's what I was asking for. Thank you, Ms. Folk, that's wonderful. I'm trying to work my way through this. I don't understand how this works. I'm asking for maybe some clarification. How, can you describe to me the scenario in which a tender would be issued? And how kind of that works through the city?
Sorry, so through you...
So how it's issued, or how, and, okay, actually, you know what, how it's not issued. So why would a tender not be issued to do something within the city?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so I'll speak in generality here, that typically any services or goods that are acquired would go through our tender process, particularly if they're over $75,000. Free trade agreements require us to go through a public procurement process for any goods or services acquired over $75,000. There are a number of different types of tender documents that are used depending on the nature of the procurement. So you could simply have a quote, a tender quote procurement, or you can get into more complex procurements like a negotiated RFP procurement method. Right. When we put things out to procurement, they go on Sask Tenders, which is a website that companies can access well, across Canada, across the world, with respect to bidding on the tenders that we issue. Provincial government uses that website as well.
So the only way a tender would not be issued is if, what, it was under 75,000, am I correct in that? Or
so through you, Mayor Masters, so often we will also issue tenders under $75,000 as well. On occasion, there can be services that are very unique in nature, or where there are special circumstances that require some type of an emergency response, where then we can do kind of a sole source type of procurement method. But there are a number of approval levels that those typically need to go through internal to the organization, because we do want to ensure we're complying with the trade agreements, and they are generally quite rare compared to the overall number of tender documents that we issue.
Okay. And so it wasn't really clarified. So what I'm kind of getting at here, there's a Great All excavator that the city has been using. I'd like to know why this has never been put out to tender, because from your explanation it should have been, but I don't understand why it hasn't been, through you, Madam Mayor.
So through you, Mayor Masters, if you were able to provide the specific details of that incident, we could take it away and provide that explanation to you.
Okay.
And to the rest of the council, but not understanding the specific particulars, okay, that would be hard to answer today.
Okay, and you know what, I'm sorry for not giving you that ahead of time, Gary, but I will, and I'll follow up with that with you guys then. So then we're going to go, so that all goes to that. You put in the book here, I can't remember all of the people that were hiring, the extra staff that you put. So I have a kind of a question. Under the hire 2 extra people in the business development, and then you described it as bringing in new economic business into the city. And I'm trying to figure out, we just gave EDR an extra $300,000. EDR is what brings, we pay them over $2 million now to bring in business, to bring in all this stuff. I don't understand why we as the city need to hire 2 more staff when honestly, you guys, I mean, we did a pretty darn good job, I think, this year bringing in some businesses. So can you explain to me why we would use that and hire 2 more people when we just gave ADR an extra $300,000 to do that job, and they say that that's their job and they do it well? Through you, Madam Mayor.
So, thank you for the question. Excellent question. Appreciate it. Through you, Mayor Masters. So first off, I just note that $300,000 with respect to that one-time grant that EDR is looking for is really more focused on the tourist side of things and event attraction because of a reduction in funding that they're receiving from the Regina Hotels Association because of the impact on Regina hotels. With respect to economic development, we and EDR work very closely together. The City of Regina and EDR work very closely together with respect to economic attraction opportunities and working to make Regina as competitive as business friendly as possible when competing with other jurisdictions for economic and job opportunities. And so I really like to think of EDR as kind of being the front end of that process, being out there, getting interest, attracting businesses to the city, and getting them to a point where, yeah, we think Regina is an excellent place to invest, and we're ready to make an investment here. I think Viterra and some of the other large economic development opportunities we're working on are excellent examples that at a certain point in time, as those companies get more serious, there's a couple of things that happen that EDR is really not positioned to do, and it's really the City of Regina then that needs to provide that service and that advice. So, you know, these businesses are looking to understand what the city's regulatory processes are, what the permitting processes are when they're making these investment decisions. It's the city that has that expertise and knowledge, not EDR. Sometimes they'll look for potentially what opportunities is the city, what kind of investment opportunities the city might be interested in making with respect to them choosing in a competitive environment where they want to locate. And so once again, EDR can't make commitments with respect to utility connections, you know, if they're interested in talking about property taxes and how they look, and another, you know, a myriad of other issues with respect to how quickly will their various permitting and planning processes get done. And so all those factors are really important with respect to when companies are looking to locate, especially large companies that have other opportunities, about what site is attractive. And so for them to be able to get one single point of contact that they can work with in the city that provides timely and fast responses, that has a level of decision-making authority and ability and access to senior decision makers is very important when you're working in an environment where you're trying to attract that business and then kind of follow through with respect to actually then making that happen. And so that would be one role that this area would play, reaching out into the rest of the organization to make sure those things are getting done, providing that single point of contact. The second piece, which I think is a very important piece too, because what I've talked about, you often think about as large economic opportunities, right? These billion-dollar investment opportunities that the city is currently facing. But I think it's equally important at all levels of business, whether they exist in the city today, or whether they're looking to expand and exist here, or new businesses from outside the city are looking to come here, to be able to have that easy point of contact with the city. So many other jurisdictions will have kind of a business service desk that, you know, either it's on the website, it's a button you touch and you get direct access to that single kind of contact coordination position, or there's a specific line that you can go to. So it's really providing a level of service to businesses that is responsive and you know, easy for them to identify with and do business with the city. And we think those things, as we look at what other municipalities are doing, and for us to be competitive, that function is important for us to initiate and develop here at the city. And so I would say those are probably the primary two large pieces of work that I'd see this small unit doing moving forward.
I believe that's necessary and necessary. I just can't believe that we don't have that within our organization already. So I question that, and I question what we have in that department, and that they're not fulfilling those very important issues now.
If I could, though, I think that's a good question as well, and through you, Mayor Masters. So, we have various sub areas of the organization that do work with businesses and try to advance and address their issues. But they are in their subject matter expert areas, whether it be in planning, whether it be in water utilities, whether it be in property tax. And so there is value in having a coordination function and bringing that together with a single point of contact. I know when I was talking to one of the large organizations, which I think we're very lucky to see them looking at making a significant investment here, they described to me a little bit about their experience working with the city and the province compared to other jurisdictions that they were looking at making investments to. And they said one of the things that they struggled with the most was when they were dealing with other jurisdictions, they just had one point of contact. Made that relationship in business very easy for them. And when working within the province of Saskatchewan, an opportunity here, they were having to deal with a whole bunch of different people, which made it a lot harder. And so, to me, that was really a symptom of, we have some work to do here to be more competitive with other jurisdictions when I hear things like that. In that particular case, I think we were lucky as they really were interested in doing business here and were willing to pull all of that together themselves as opposed to it being easier for them and having it pulled together by the city working with EDR and with the province. So I wouldn't disagree with you. Man, that would be great that we had that previously, but I think we've identified that that's an area that we need to improve on to be competitive, and so that's why it's in the budget today.
So here's kind of how I look at efficiencies. If we don't have that and we need to hire somebody from the outside to do that job, why aren't we training the people that we have already in there to do that job? I go down to the communication and engagement, you need another person there. Why aren't you training what we have within our organization to be a better communicator? And we all know how many arguments we've gotten over that. And so with this efficiency review and with, I hear we're not going to start till 2023, then Diane says, no, we started that already in parks. Well, yeah, why aren't we starting some of this stuff now? Not waiting for 2023, and I respect the fact that you started this, so why aren't we starting that within these hires? I just can't wrap my brain around the fact that we don't have somebody within our city that can say, okay, we're going to put you as the first person point of contact. It's a great idea. Don't know why we haven't had it for years before, but why can't we just have somebody within the organization doing that already? So I don't have any more questions. That's fine. Thank you, Mayor Masters. And if you want to reply to that, that's fine too.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So maybe just two quick comments around that piece. So first off, I'd say that sometimes these positions do require a unique skill set, and oftentimes they're a higher level talent skill set. Always would prefer to hire, internally and leverage opportunities for people to grow within our organization, but sometimes that talent or that level of experience and skills just aren't available, and that is when it's appropriate, if need to be, to go outside the organization. The other thing I'd say is, and we've had some discussion about it here before, I don't think we as a city have seen the level of economic investment that's currently being contemplated in this city, in the city's history, or certainly not in the city's recent history. And so with respect to some of the work that's required to make those opportunities happen, to work with those businesses now that they're moving to their final decision points with respect to making that final decision, to help them get there to that final decision so it actually is Regina. And then once they actually make that decision, to deliver on ensuring we got seamless permitting processes. If there's things we got to do with them with respect to utilities, that all functions and moves forwards effectively and smoothly are all critically important. And like I say, this is, so the level of activity, I don't think we've ever seen before. And so I think that's driving a little bit of this too. We do this well. I think there's an opportunity then for us to even do better and to do more. And so I think for us to be successful in how we move these through, show that we are open for business, show that we are an easy place to do business, will provide an opportunity for us to hopefully even attract more economic investment going forward.
And you're absolutely correct. And I don't want to mess this up, but what that says to me, and it terrifies me, we don't have that skill set within our city already.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, I mean, to be honest, a lot of it's being done through my desk and through some of my business support functions. And that level of work is only going to get busier than what it is today. And so I think it's important that we have that resourced properly so that we're successful in delivering upon our commitments, first of all, to these organizations that will be there for them as they work through and set up shop here. And it does require a certain level of expertise and talent to interact. Oftentimes you're dealing with senior individuals in these organizations, and so it's important that we have people with the right skill sets that are having the right conversations and that can make and recommend to executive ELT here within administration, but council as well, things that we may need to do or need to consider to do to ensure that we can be competitive for those opportunities. I think I'm repeating myself, and I apologize for that.
We both are. We're kind of going around in circles.
But you know, I would say it's making sure that we are capitalizing on the opportunity here that's before us, and I do think it is a competitive environment with respect to attracting business and jobs to your municipality.
Yes, and I just want to end with a note that I would in no way want us to ever jeopardize the fact of not bringing in the business and not doing that well, because that will feed to all the wonderful social things that we do for our lovely city of Regina. So thank you very much. That's all I have for this.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try and make this short. I do have a question in relation to the adapted recreation program. So we heard from Dylan Morin today on behalf of some needs for Special Olympics athletes and their training. I would like to request if administration could could consider this request, or could connect with Mr. Morin to consider the request that he's made for additional paratransit to accommodate the needs of Special Olympics athletes training, and consider if that could fall within the adapted recreation program. So I think that's an undertaking. Is that something administration would be able to follow up with him on?
Through
Mr. Onright, you were working on this, were you not?
Oh. Through your Mayor Masters, I will have a conversation with Transit, but I believe that will fall into the service hours that we have allotted to providing service for a program like this.
So you're saying you think that that aligns with the program? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
I will confirm. But.
Okay, great. Okay, so my next question is, what is the, I understand the yearly allocation in the events, conventions, and trade show budget, that it's $325,000 each year. What is the total amount that we currently have in that budget? So if there's a carryover from previous years.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So Yeah, it's 325,000 per year. So for 2022, council has approved 100,000 for the SAS Winter Games and 210,000 for the Regina Winter Festival. But it's projected that there's going to be 250,000 in uncommitted ECT funds available to support additional events in 2022 or future years. There is a maximum balance in that reserve of 500,000.
Okay, so what I heard is 250,000 is uncommitted in that reserve, in that budget at this time. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's actually, sorry, there's, I'm just making sure here. Yeah, that the reserve is, as of November 21st, it's projected that there'd be 250 in uncommitted ETC funding because of, we haven't used up all the funds this year.
Okay, and then so, and that would be uncommitted in general, and then for, like I understand we have plans for the regular budget for next year, and then in 2023, there would be an additional 325,000 put into that budget.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct, up to the maximum of 500. Sorry, I just want to clarify. The 250 is 235 from 2021, plus the 15 that we're not spending next year.
Okay.
It equals the 250.
Okay. Now, so we have had a request from Economic Development Regina for $300,000 as a one-time request to, and I'm looking at their document here, like their budget documents. So they are requesting this to support the tourism and visitor economy sector, and to support tourism events and conventions. Administration had not recommended dipping into that events, conventions, and trade show budget to support this request. To me, it seems like some of that money, if not all of it, could be utilized to support this request from EDR. Can administration respond to that?
So through your masters, so the money that EDR uses in terms of the tourism sector, and of course there's been a lot of work to, you know, I guess restructure and repurpose exactly how tourism is approached from the community through EDR. So EDR does a lot of work to actually go out and, you know, engage and really look to attract and initiate the events. The funding that the city has is the city's contribution to actually support the event and to bring the event, not just attract the event, but to host the event and support the event in terms of its delivery. So an example is the Sask Winter Games. You know, there's a whole bid committee that, you know, puts a bid proposal together, attracts the bid, and then it's a variety of organizations then that look to get funding in terms of being able to deliver on the event, and that's where the city gets the ECT money goes. More in terms of hosting and delivering than it is the bid attraction piece. That's a lot that is done through tourism, and it's also done by the Hotels Association as well.
Do we have any sense of what we might use that $250,000 that's uncommitted for otherwise?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the sector is very busy right now, as you know from EDR. They are focusing on events. And so we're anticipating requests for bids around Special Olympics, curling events, and potentially other larger events. So we'd like to, like from our perspective, our max is 500. And as Mr. Holden said, it's important that we have money to be able to support these events, and that EDR and the Hotels Association, they're putting in the bids, but we provide the funding to help the event take place in our city.
Okay. I think that's good for now. And I think my last question is, what is the purpose of the Social Development Reserve?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll maybe start and I'll ask Ms. Howerlock to provide additional comment. But the Social Development Reserve has historically the major, so the Social Development Reserve, the major piece that it has funded has been the Housing Incentive Program,
Okay.
which is $2.5 million a year.
Mhm.
Although you will note that in recent years, we've had to use other reserves and other funding sources because we just haven't had sufficient funding in the Social Development Reserve to fund the Housing Incentive Program. And so Council had asked us to develop a more long-term permanent funding strategy for the Housing Incentive Program. And so we are looking at building into the base over 4 or 5 years funding to be able to do that. And with that, I'll ask, do you have anything to add, Ms. Howard? Ms. Howerlock does have some comments to add.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So as Mr. Lacey said, it is for our housing incentive program. And it is a very, that program is tied to our comprehensive housing strategy and our plan to end homelessness. And we update the policies on a regular basis to meet the needs of the community when we're looking at changes. And so just for council's information, over the last 5 years with that money, we've been able to, the total units committed has been 670 and the funds committed is just over $10 million. There's also tax incentives that we give towards that. And then with the policy decision earlier to take $1 million of the 2.5 to supportive housing. So it's one of our very important programs that help housing in Regina.
Great. Kate, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I was wondering if I could get a comment on the Multi-Material Stewardship Western Grant located on page 32. It makes mention in there about a grant that's based on contamination levels in cities recycling. Any information you can share on that?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Onright to make a comment on that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, this is money, this is a program that is through the provincial government. Money they collect on recycling from large box stores, and then that money is paid back to the municipalities, and it's paid back per household. That money then goes into a part of the funding for the recycling, into the solid waste program, but the recycling part of the solid waste to offset some of those costs.
I noticed in there it reads that there's an incentive for low contamination levels. Do we get more money if there's less contamination? Will the house or pilot project that's becoming permanent with the yard waste have any effect on getting us more grant money out of this stream?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to ask Mr. Doney to comment on further detail.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters. We do not get more money if we have a low contamination rate. There's a set amount based on the household. We need to meet certain criteria, which is to have a functioning recycling program to get that grant. However, if we have a lower contamination rate, we do save money on the processing side of things with our recycling processor.
Thanks. Any ideas on how this grant funding is assessed, on how we figure out what's available, or is it just awarded in a vacuum? Just curious.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I know a few years ago, I believe this grant funding started out, I'm going to say around $18 or $20 a household, and I believe it's up to around $34 per household. I'm not sure the detail on how the province calculates the amount of money, but I'll ask Mr. Doney if he has further comments on that.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So as Mr. Onright mentioned, the funding that we get right now is just shy of $34 a household. And the way the province allocates that is per household. The amount they set, we don't have full clarity on that, but they are working towards providing funding for cost recovery of the recycling program. It's not there yet, but they are continuing to increase that funding as funds are available.
Thank you. My next question has to do with, if I understand right, the efficiency review isn't included in this budget. It came after the point, and you're going to be engineering it as it comes through council and is unveiled. With that in mind, I notice on page 9, you mentioned a customer relationship management system, a point-of-sale system, and dispatch. I also know this is part of what came from the efficiency review. Did you come up with this separate from the efficiency review? And some of this looks like it's already being implemented. Any comment?
Through you, Mayor Masters, thank you for the question, Councillor Mancinelli. This was actually in process, so what the efficiency review has done is actually recommended that it actually be put forward and move forward at a quicker pace. So to Mr. Holden's comments earlier, we do have funding in the capital budget, and I know we're going to talk about capital tomorrow for the CRM, and I would anticipate in January what you'll see when the report comes forward on implementation for the efficiency review will be how we can bring that funding forward into 2022 to action that.
Thank you for that clarity. I noticed as well, forestry and procurement also fall under the same guidelines mentioned in the efficiency review, but it looks like you're already implementing some efficiencies in there. Are these double ups, and are we already taking away some of the efficiency reviews low-hanging fruit without it coming to bear?
Through our masters, so, you know, we are focused on efficiencies, and obviously we put effort into achieving some of those.
Yes.
So, you know, the forestry is one example. What Deloitte has identified is additional, so it's pushing some of those efficiencies that we have already identified. As Ms. Folk said, we're going to advance some in terms of the time frame. Others, we're just going to be able to look for, you know, opportunities to take them to a little bit further, expand them a little bit differently. So they're not double ups, but definitely I think it just demonstrates that, you know, although Deloitte has found some really good opportunities, that we're looking for that on an ongoing basis, and the efficiency review just provides us more opportunity.
Thank you. Actually, you know what, that takes care of a lot of my questions, because they went down the road of where this led to the efficiency review and where this led to what administration's already planned for. Just a comment, as a councillor, I was really hoping for all the money from the efficiency review to come forward, but I think that maybe you guys were on the ball on a couple things, and the pot might not be as big as first thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Moll.
All right. I didn't think it was going to get to me today. I was ready to start first. Okay. It's good, actually. Most of my questions are asked. So just to further, actually, no, I'm going to start with a positive comment. I want to thank administration for creating the 2022 budget around the top priorities, which were roads, public safety, and recreation. I'm just going to go with those top three. Okay, so thank you. A second positive comment, I think, just to further on with what Councillor Mancinelli said, is in the forestry portion here, I'm looking at the 36-page, just the breakdown agenda. It looks like you partnered up with QP Local 21 on this 10-week pilot project, and looking at cost savings of $50,000. That's excellent. Good job. And good job to QP Local 21. So the forestry business unit plans to implement the 7-day per week operating model. So plans, does that mean it's happening? Does it mean the agreement's in place with QP Local 21?
Through your worship, yes, that when it says plans, it will be implemented for this season's forestry program.
Okay, that's fantastic. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, I've heard some complaints about forestry issues in my year. Senior government partnership and funding. Return one-time additional gas tax funding of $12.9 million. What is this funding, and where does it originate from?
Mr. Lacey?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So we annually receive gas tax funding. This flows through from the federal government of about 12 or 13 million a year. Occasionally, they will top that up with a one-time investment. And so just prior to the federal election, there was an announcement and an additional 12 million given through this gas tax program. And so the gas tax program does have some specific criteria on how the money can be spent. Some of it is towards our asset management type of programming and activity with respect to our asset management programs. The much larger portion of it, though, goes towards funding capital projects, and capital projects that are eligible, meet the eligibility criteria. So if you go to the capital budget, you'll see a number of our, particularly roads, being funded through the gas tax.
Yeah, okay, excellent. I'm not sure if I'm getting into the capital budget now. Most of my questions originate from the 36-page agenda. So it speaks here to community and neighborhood centers.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Mole, we're not on, no capital, just operating.
That's why I asked. Perfect. Okay, so I'll save those for tomorrow by the looks of it. Yeah, the rest of my questions are in regards to capital and utilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. City Clerk, you've got my time. See if I can be coherent. I'm just going to turn your microphones on now. I feel public engagement on the budget. Ms. Folk. What was the response rate by citizens?
Can you just provide a little bit more clarity in terms of response rate provided by citizens for?
We have how many citizens, how many responded to the budget in terms of, I believe it's through Be Heard, and what was the nature of the comments back?
So if I understand you correctly, Mayor Masters, you're asking me about the pre-budget consultation. Right. So, of course, during the budget process, we engaged with the public between July 14th and August 6th, and we're seeking initial input. We received responses to a questionnaire from 1,339, and the majority of those respondents, 85%, actually indicated that they owned their own home. We typically take that consultation process on an annual basis. And over the past 2 years, residents were specifically also asked about the impact of COVID-19. And this year we heard that 50% of respondents indicated that they had not been negatively impacted by the pandemic and expected that to continue. The top 3 spending priorities remain the same from the previous year, and Mr. Lacey and Mr. Holden have both spoken about those today. So of course they are road construction and repair, public safety, crime, policing, recreation, culture facilities, and programs. Residents also did indicate to us where they saw priorities emerging that fall outside of typical municipal spending envelopes. And those priorities included community-based safety and wellness initiatives, incentives for economic development, and investments that support business and community recovery from COVID. So that gives a bit of an overview in terms of what we've heard. When we asked about decision-making priorities, the most mentioned considerations were focused on reducing property taxes for residential taxpayers, maintaining or increasing capital spending, and attracting new or supporting existing businesses. That kind of provides a bit of an overview.
Thank you. There was comment made within the budget about COVID implications, estimated $4.6 million impact, $2.5 million related to transit. How has this budget taken into account the expenditure in terms of the decrease in revenue related to transit?
So, sorry, through you, Mayor Master, just clarification. How we are, because the revenue is less, how we are managing that decreased revenue source? Yes, thank you. So the COVID impacts that we've identified and estimated, we're treating them as one-time impacts on the budget, and as a result, we're funding them through drawing upon the COVID-19 recovery reserve, drawing that reserve down to 0, and then the remaining balance out of the general fund reserve.
Thank you. I do love my sticky notes, sorry. On page 22 of the budget packet, professional and external services. It's going up 14.8%, and I see that you've itemized the 14.8%. Could you give some indication of what the other $34 million is for? I'm looking for exactly what are professional and external services.
Professional external services. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the professional and external services are typically where we are providing funding to outside third-party sources. The increase here of 5.2 million, just to give an example, we talked about the Grey Cup, the million for the Grey Cup, so we put that here as the placeholder for Grey Cup. The Safe Sidewalk Program as an example, we said it was an operating expense, so you will find it here as well. And that's because we plan on contracting that out to third-party service providers in advancing that. Paratransit service, so we have a paratransit service provider, and so all paratransit contract costs, as an example, would flow through this line item, and there is an increase in paratransit costs in there. The winter funding for things like under the Winter City Strategy and the Adapted Recreational Program portion, where we'll be working through third-party agencies that are providing grants or funding, would flow through this line item as well.
It goes on to say expenditures in this category are primarily supporting recycling services, roadway maintenance, winter road maintenance. So anything that we contract out, according to Councillor Shaw, by procurement, correct?
Anything that we contract out that is not considered to be capital would show up in this line item, that's correct.
Okay, can you speak to what other external is? Other external appears to be going up 10%, but I having difficulty finding 8.5. What is the 8. I'm not, you define what the 0.8 is for.
Yeah. So I might ask Mr. Smith to talk specifically what is in that category line. I do know that the increased costs in that line item relate to like software licensing. So I'm suspecting all of our software license fees are going through that line item, as well as the alley maintenance program. Any operating costs associated with that are going through there as well. But I'll ask Mr. Smith if he wants to comment on what the particulars are of that, what shows up in that expenditure line.
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. So some of the other items on top of what Mr. Lacey indicated. One is a payment to Evraz Place for, I believe, ice rink time, things like that, right? So, and then as well, there's equipment rental for roads are probably the other two main ones, I'd say.
Thank you, sir. On page 26. There is a line in the second paragraph that states, the natural growth in property tax revenue is expected to be less than the increased cost of maintaining services. Is that this year? Is that next year?
So, no, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So, what we were trying to highlight there is typically you see city operating costs increase annually due to a variety of reasons. For example, cost of living increases, honoring your collective bargaining agreement, increasing costs, CPI increases in non-salary. And so on the flip, so I would call those just natural increases in your cost side of your business due to those reasons. On the revenue side, with respect to property tax, the comment we're making here is that what you typically see is natural tax growth. So that is an increase in taxes without increasing the mill rate. Typically, we've not seen that to be big enough in and of itself to cover off those other increasing cost lines on the expense side of the budget.
Tell me what the implications of this are.
So the implications of that is then you have a budget that's out of balance. You have more increased growth in your expense line to maintain status quo services versus the revenue you have coming in from status quo revenues. And so there's a gap that's created. Cities are required to balance their budget. So basically, ultimately city council, administration making recommendations, needs to close that gap. And so you either close that gap through a mill rate increase, which increases your property taxes, by reallocating expenses or reducing expenses, either through we have an efficiency review out there, or you decide upon different service levels or a different way of providing service, which can impact your cost base. So essentially, you got to find new revenues to fill the gap, or find decreased expenditures elsewhere in the budget.
Interesting, because philosophically speaking, I just heard from Ms. Folk that the feedback on the budget was to reduce property taxes, but to maintain or increase services. How likely is that to happen?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Masters. I would say that even myself, I don't like paying taxes, so I think it's important to get resident feedback, but not necessarily surprised by that. And so I think it is a very challenging thing to do, to increase services while at the same time decreasing property taxes.
Thank you, sir. There is on page 34, tax penalty revenues, you have going up 14.5%. Can you explain why that's the forecast?
So I'm going to ask Mr. Smith to confirm this. I believe that that increase is primarily related to reflect kind of what we have seen as actuals. And so it's starting to adjust the budget to be closer to the actual piece that we've seen in the previous year. And Mr. Smith is confirming that.
Mr. Smith, you have a great name. So there's an annual rate in terms of the tax penalty revenue of 1.75% per month. What's that annualized?
So I'll ask Ms. Ms. Bryden, if she could comment on what that annual amount is, because I don't.
Can't do the compounding in your head?
I haven't done your chief financial officer is not very good doing math in his head, Mayor Masters. I apologize for that. 21% is what I come out to, so it would be around 21% annually, overall at an annual rate.
So basically credit card rates.
That's correct, Mayor Masters, and so the property tax piece and the penalty is really a penalty, essentially, with respect to not paying taxes, and so it isn't just to recover the city's cost of not having those funds on hand. It does act as a penalty.
Thank you. So considering our property tax penalty is pretty much equal to credit card interest, can they pay by credit card?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no property owners cannot pay through credit card.
Is there a reason for that?
So you will see, so I'll backtrack here. So more broadly, when someone pays by credit card, the organization, us in this case, that receive that credit card, typically there's a charge that the credit card companies charge the city, and it ranges between 1.5% and 2%. And so, with a significant, so on $100 million, if $100 million was paid by property, by credit card, that'd be a $1.5 to a $2 million expense to the city. And so we would actually then have to find a way to cover that expense, which would be to increase property taxes. So you do see organizations that have like these very large revenue streams where there's large one-time payments come in, often not accept credit cards for that reason.
This I actually may know something about. Unless MasterCard has changed their policy, as long as you don't accept another credit card that doesn't allow you to charge the fee, you can charge the fee on using processing a MasterCard, which is why all universities across the country use MasterCard. Just so you know. You can charge it and pass that charge off to the user, just saying. In the Recovery and Efficiency Committee, there was a recommendation because there had been a request from Regina Hotels Association and the bids in terms of issues collecting property taxes or paying property taxes during COVID and the massive shutdown we had in our tourism sector. Has there been any consideration given to the idea that upon application, whatever you come up with, that it wouldn't be a penalty, but no different than we allow payment programs for water bills in arrears, that based upon some sort of application, we couldn't provide for payment over time to allow certain industries or certain whatever, again, establish the criteria, to happen without charging them 21%?
So thank you for the question, Mayor Masters. So earlier in 2021, we had a request, for example, from the Hotels Association, Regina Hotels Association, as well as the two bids, to look at something similar to that had been referred to the Efficiency Review Task Force to provide some comment and perspective back on that. So we as administration have received some comments and advice around that piece, and so we'll be bringing a report forward to council early in the new year to address that matter and put some options before City Council as well as administration's recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. I'm going to move to page 36 in terms of parking ticket revenue. You predict it's going to go up.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm just trying to find that line. I'm going by memory here. And I might ask Mr. Smith to confirm this. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Smith just to speak to that and not go by my memory here about why that's going up.
Sure, yes, through you, Mayor Masters. So that is going up because it's predicted there will be at least a partial recovery to COVID-19 and the revenues related to that, but I don't believe it's a full 100% recovery.
Thank you. Where do we collect the most revenue from our parking tickets? Area of the city.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Masters, maybe just repeat that question, please.
Well, there's parking ticket revenue, which is net neutral, is it? Is parking ticket revenue net neutral?
Yeah, I might defer that question through you, Mayor Masters, to Mr. Weary.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, for the question. It's mostly downtown. I believe the majority, I don't have the specific numbers in front of me, but the majority of parking tickets are issued by our foot patrol commissionaires in the downtown core.
Is the ticket revenue neutral, meaning the expenses offset the ticket revenue?
No, we bring in more ticket revenue than more than offsets the costs of enforcement.
In terms of parking revenue, where's the bulk of that collected?
The parking revenue that we collect, I believe it just goes into the general fund.
No, where do we collect it in the city?
Oh, sorry. Mostly in the downtown core. That's where the bulk of our patrol and activities are and where the highest parking activity takes place.
Where's the parking revenue spent?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the parking revenue goes into our general revenue fund. So it just goes into the general coffers of the city to fund programs and services across the corporation.
In people and organization and culture, under workplace health and safety, there's a 20% increase on that line item. Ms. Folk, do you think you could speak to the investment that's happening there?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Mayor Masters. So two parts to that investment. So one is just a reporting restructure of one position. So we did have an HRC that was originally in Mr. Onrait's area. So we've actually just pulled that back and realigned the reporting for that and the accounting for that. The other investment is an increase of about $100,000 into our Employee and Family Assistance Program, which is critical to our organization in terms of supporting our employees in terms of their psychological safety. So over the last 5 years, we have seen an increase in terms of usage, and this really is an investment in our employees and right-sizing the investment to the demand that we're experiencing.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Lacey, could you explain the line items and everything that say internal transfers?
Yeah. So the internal transfers line item is typically referring to funds that are flowing to or from the reserves.
Thank you. Could you tell me what the 620 fund is?
So the 620 fund, also referred to a costing fund, is a fund where services are provided, for example, fleet as an example, where you might be undertaking vehicle repair for a numerous number of departments across the city, and then those, the costing fund, those costs are allocated out to the programs in the general fund or the 110 fund. So basically it's a clearing account. It's where we track costs, and then all those costs get allocated out to the general fund, the specific areas that received service.
What kind of internal controls do we have on the 620 fund?
So the 620 fund would have basically a budget, would have actuals reported under it as well. And then there would be variancing of the costing fund.
Thank you. How much do we spend on external consultants? I know we have Energy Sustainability Efficiency, CSWB Master Transit Plan, those massive ones. I think you have a land servicing one coming forward. But what's the budget item for external consultants?
So I'm going to ask Mr. Smith if we have a specific line item for external consultants as you described that here with us tonight.
Sure, yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. I don't maybe have all the lines in front of me here, but I would guess the bulk of it would be back on that page 22, where we talked about professional and external services. However, if you're specifically talking about consultants, some of those dollars would be more of a contractual nature versus consultants. So we may not have a consultant line in the budget book.
Thanks. Do you suppose you'd be able to pull that number for me for tomorrow?
Sure, that can be done.
Thank you. And I do have probably a minute left, but I'm going to go with one last question on my first round, which is Western Golf Management. Should we manage our own golf courses?
So, through your worship, so our contract actually with Western Golf Management is coming to a close shortly. So there'll be some analysis done. You know, in previous situations, we've looked and said, actually the cost of booking, providing food and beverage service, you know, running cart rentals, etc. You know, we're actually better served by having that done externally. But in all fairness, I think it's time to just take a look at reviewing that. There is a golf course review being done as next year, so it is something that we should look at. But honestly, it's in the past, it hasn't proven to be cost-effective.
But Western Gulf Management can make money at it.
Through your mayor, they can. They don't do it in one specific location. They do it across the country.
Do you think they'd still operate here if they weren't making money in Regina?
Through your mayor, absolutely not.
Just checking. All right, council. How much time did I have left, City Clerk? Oh, I had a minute left. Oh, you're all welcome. We have round 2 on operating. It's 5 o'clock. We've been at this for 8 hours. Well, less 45 minutes, I suppose. I either need a motion to continuance or a motion to adjourn as it relates to the operating. Councillor Hawkins has an adjournment on the floor. Does he get a seconder? I got Councillor LeBlanc, Councillor Stanachuk. All right. I know some will be opposed. City Clerk, I'm going to tell you that you probably should call the vote on this one.
Mayor Masters, the motion to recess until tomorrow is passed by a vote of 8-3.
Thank you for correcting my motion reference. Council, we will come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll pick up on the second round as it relates to operating. Again, you're welcome to donate your time, and I will pick randomly from who will speak next, so everybody be ready.